The chamber entrance loomed before them like the maw of some ancient beast. Stone archway carved with symbols that seemed to writhe in the flickering torchlight. The sounds of destruction echoed from within, each impact making the very walls tremble with barely contained violence. Jack gripped Corvin's feathers tighter, feeling the massive raven's muscles tense beneath him as they prepared to enter whatever hell awaited beyond that archway. The creature's intelligence sparkled through their soul link, tactical awareness flowing between them like a shared breath. Whatever's in there is big, angry, and probably hasn't had visitors in a very long time, Jack thought, lightning already beginning to crackle around his fingertips in anticipation. The roar that erupted from the chamber was so powerful that it sent loose stones cascading. From the ceiling above them, dust rained down like gray snow, coating Jack's hair and shoulders as he tried to peer into the darkness beyond. "All right, Corvin, time to see what we're dealing with." The raven's only response was to spread his wings wider and dive through the archway with the fluid grace of death itself. The chamber beyond was a masterpiece of ancient engineering and current destruction. Massive stone columns supported a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadow, while the floor was polished marble that reflected torchlight like dark water. Or at least, it had been polished marble before something very large and very angry had begun destroying everything in sight. Deep furrows scored the once perfect floor, gouged by claws that could rend steel. Chunks of stone lay scattered throughout the space, the remains of decorative pillars that had been reduced to rubble. Ancient murals that had once adorned the walls were now cracked and faded, their images partially obscured by what appeared to be claw marks. But it was the creature responsible for all this destruction that made Jack's breath catch in his throat. "Holy shit," Jack breathed, the words escaping his lips before he could stop them. The Minotaur stood in the center of the devastated chamber, and even the word "stood" seemed inadequate to describe the sheer presence the beast commanded. It towered nearly 3 meters tall, its frame packed with muscle that rippled beneath fur-covered hide like steel cables under tension. The creature's head was that of a massive bull, complete with curved horns that could gore a man in half and eyes that burned with an intelligence far beyond any mere animal. Its nostrils flared with each breath, producing snorts that sounded like steam engines building pressure. A thick gold ring pierced its nose, glinting in the torchlight with every movement. The only concession to modesty was a simple loincloth that somehow made the creature appear even more intimidating. As if civilization was just a thin veneer barely containing something primal and savage. But it was the weapon that truly caught Jack's attention. Enemy detected, Taurus skills, berserker rage, charge, stone smash, intimidating roar. The Minotaur gripped a war hammer that was easily the size of Jack himself. The weapon's head was carved from what appeared to be a single piece of obsidian, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with malevolent energy. The handle was wrapped in leather that had been stained dark with what Jack really hoped wasn't blood. The beast's breathing was like the sound of a forge bellows, each exhalation visible in the chamber's cool air. Its burning gaze fixed on Jack and Corvin the moment they entered, its eyes assessing them with the cold calculation of an experienced predator. "Ruoara." The Minotaur's challenge echoed through the chamber with bone-rattling force, its voice carrying the accumulated rage of centuries spent in solitary confinement. The sound was so powerful that cracks appeared in several of the remaining stone pillars. Lightning crackled around his body as he raised his spear, the weapon's crystalline point blazing with contained electrical energy. Corvin didn't need any further encouragement. The massive raven launched himself into the air with a powerful downstroke of his wings, ascending rapidly toward the chamber's shadowed ceiling. His form seemed to merge with the darkness above, becoming a shadow among shadows. The Minotaur tracked the raven's flight with obvious wariness, its massive head swiveling to follow the aerial threat. But that moment of distraction was exactly what Jack had been waiting for. Jack brought his foot down with tremendous force, channeling electrical energy through the marble floor toward his massive opponent. Lightning erupted from the point of impact, racing across the chamber in jagged lines that carved glowing tracks in the stone. The electrical discharge struck the Minotaur dead center, but instead of the devastating damage Jack had expected, the beast merely staggered slightly. Its thick hide seemed to absorb much of the lightning's power, reducing what should have been a crippling blow to merely an annoyance. Dungeon Lord Taurus. 3,524, over 5,000 HP tough bastard, Jack thought. Already moving as the Minotaur's gaze snapped back to him with murderous intensity. Magical resistance, probably from all those years soaking up dungeon energy. The Minotaur's roar of rage was cut short as Corvin struck from above. The Raven's shadow strike ability activated mid-dive, wreathing his form in writhing darkness as he plummeted toward the beast's broad shoulders. Corvin's talons, each one sharp as a sword blade, raked across the Minotaur's back and neck. Dark blood sprayed across the chamber walls as the Raven's claws found purchase in the thick hide. The Minotaur's cry of pain and fury was like the sound of a mountain falling. The beast spun with surprising agility for something of its size, the massive war hammer swinging in a wide arc toward the airborne Raven. Corvin was already gone, his shadow strike carrying him clear of the retaliatory blow. The war hammer struck empty air with enough force to shatter stone, the displaced wind from its passage strong enough to knock Jack off balance. The hammer struck one of the remaining pillars, reducing the ancient stonework to rubble in a single blow. Chunks of marble rained down across the chamber, forcing Jack to dive and roll to avoid being crushed. Jack teleported behind the Minotaur as it recovered from its massive swing, appearing directly in the creature's blind spot. His spear blazed with electrical energy as he thrust forward with all his strength. Lightning's embrace. The crystalline spear tip struck the Minotaur's lower back, lightning crackling along the weapon's length as it punched through the beast's natural armor. The Minotaur arched its back in agony, a bellow of pain escaping its massive lungs. Dungeon Lord Taurus, 3,315 over 5,000 HP, but the beast's reaction was faster than Jack had anticipated. Even wounded, the Minotaur spun with the fluid grace of a trained fighter, its free hand sweeping toward Jack in a backhand that could crush bone. Jack tried to duck under the blow, but the Minotaur's reach was too great. The beast's knuckles caught him across the chest, lifting him off his feet and sending him flying across the chamber. Jack crashed into a pile of rubble, sharp stone fragments digging into his back as he struggled to breathe around what felt like cracked ribs. The impact had driven the air from his lungs, leaving him gasping like a fish out of water. Current HP, 316 over 600. Son of a bitch hits like a freight train, Jack thought groggily, spitting blood from a split lip. The coppery taste filled his mouth as he pushed himself to his feet, lightning crackling weakly around his bruised form. The Minotaur had turned its attention back to Corvin, who was circling overhead like a feathered harbinger of doom. The beast's eyes tracked the Raven's movement with predatory focus, its war hammer held ready for another devastating swing. The challenge was directed upward this time, the Minotaur's voice carrying a note of respect for the aerial opponent that had actually managed to draw its blood. But Corvin's response was to fold his wings and dive again, shadows coiling around his form as he activated another shadow strike. This time, however, the Minotaur was ready. The war hammer swept upward in a perfectly timed arc, its obsidian head trailing dark energy as it met Corvin's diving form. The impact rang through the chamber like a bell tolling doom. Corvin's shadow strike ability allowed him to partially phase through physical attacks. But the Minotaur's weapon was clearly enchanted with magic that could affect incorporeal targets. The Raven was sent tumbling through the air, his form flickering between solid and shadow as he fought to regain control of his flight. Dark blood dripped from his beak, and Jack could feel the creature's pain through their soul link like a knife in his own chest. Corvin, Jack's shout echoed through the chamber as he watched his companion struggle to stay airborne. Rage kindled in his chest, lightning beginning to gather around his form with increasing intensity. The Minotaur's laughter was like the sound of grinding. Stone deep and rumbling and utterly without mercy. Ha ha ha, your pet bleeds, little mage. Soon you both shall feed the stones with your blood. Jack's vision went red around the edges, electricity arcing between his fingers as fury overrode tactical thinking. The beast had hurt Corvin, and for that it would pay. Jack channeled healing energy toward his wounded companion, watching as dark light enveloped the Raven's injured form. The magic flowed through their bond, mending damaged tissue and restoring strength with each pulse of power. Soul restoration activated. Corvin healed for 252 HP. The healing took effect immediately. Corvin's flight steadied, his wing becoming strong and sure again. Through their soul link, Jack felt the creature's gratitude and renewed determination. But the momentary distraction had cost him. The Minotaur charged across the chamber with thunderous footsteps, its hooves striking sparks from the marble floor as it closed the distance between them with terrifying speed. Each step shook the ground beneath Jack's feet, making it difficult to maintain his balance as the 3-meter-tall mountain of muscle and fury bore down on him. Jack teleported sideways just as the warhammer came down where he'd been standing. The weapon struck the floor with enough force to crater the marble, sending a spider web of cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Stone fragments exploded upward like deadly confetti, several pieces catching Jack across the face and arms as he materialized nearby. The cuts were shallow but stung like fire, blood beginning to trickle down his cheek, but his positioning was perfect for a counter-attack. Lightning erupted from Jack's palm, striking the Minotaur's side while the beast was still recovering from its devastating hammer blow. Purple electricity danced across the creature's hide, making its muscles spasm and convulse. Dungeon Lord Taurus, 1596 over 5000 HP, the Minotaur's cry of pain was music to Jack's ears, but the beast was far from finished. Instead of retreating or showing any sign of weakness, the creature's eyes began to glow with an inner fire that spoke of abilities Jack hadn't yet seen. Red energy began to seep from the Minotaur's form, coiling around its massive frame like liquid flame. The air in the chamber grew noticeably warmer as the beast's fury transformed into something more dangerous. Warning: Berserker Rage activated enemy stats increased by 50% duration. 5 minutes enhanced aggression and damage resistance. Oh, fantastic, Jack thought sarcastically, backpedaling as the now enhanced Minotaur fixed him with a gaze that promised swift and violent death. Because this wasn't challenging enough already. The transformed beast moved differently now, its previously calculated attacks replaced by wild swings that nonetheless carried devastating power. The war hammer whistled through the air in great arcs, each missed blow cratering stone and sending debris flying in all directions. Jack found himself in a deadly dance, using lightning steps repeatedly to stay just ahead of the Minotaur's relentless assault. Each teleportation drained his mana reserves, but standing still would mean certain death. Need to end this quickly before my mana runs out, Jack realized, his breathing becoming labored from the constant magical exertion. One good hit should do it, but I need an opening. That opening came from above as Corvin dove once again, this time targeting the Minotaur's eyes with surgical precision. The raven's talons raked across the beast's face, drawing deep furrows that sent blood streaming down its muzzle. The Minotaur's bellow of rage was cut short as it raised both hands to protect its face, the war hammer temporarily forgotten as primal instinct took over. Jack didn't waste the opportunity. Jack threw his arm up, and a lightning bolt appeared on its back. He appeared directly beneath the blinded beast and brought his palms together with thunderous force. The electrical explosion that followed was confined by the Minotaur's massive body, concentrating the lightning's power into a devastating close-range attack. Purple lightning erupted upward through the creature's torso, cooking it from the inside out. The Minotaur's muscles seized as electricity coursed through its nervous system, its massive frame convulsing as life fled from its eyes. Dungeon Lord Taurus, 0 over 5000 HP, the beast swayed for a moment like a felled tree deciding which way to fall. Then it toppled backward with a crash that shook the entire chamber, its war hammer clattering across the floor before coming to rest against a pile of rubble. The impact sent a final shower of dust cascading from the ceiling, and then blessed silence fell across the devastated chamber. Hidden quest complete. Defeat a field boss. You have leveled up. Lightning Mage rank 9, Right Arrow rank 10, class mastery bonus, 25 stat points, 50 skill points. The rush of power that accompanied maxing out his first class was unlike anything Jack had experienced before. Lightning coursed through his veins like liquid lightning, every nerve ending singing with enhanced capacity. His muscles felt denser, stronger, while his mind seemed to expand to accommodate new depths of magical understanding. But it was the system notification that followed that made his blood run cold with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Divine communication incoming. The Forgotten One wishes to speak with you. Jack stared at the floating text, his pulse quickening with anticipation mixed with genuine concern. Draven wanted to speak with him directly, not through the cryptic methods they'd used before. That suggested something significant was happening, something that required immediate divine intervention. System, what does this mean exactly? Is Draven going to appear here, or do I need to go somewhere specific? Divine communion requires a sacred site or location with sufficient spiritual resonance. The dungeon's magical density makes it unsuitable for safe contact with patron deities. Recommended locations include the Cathedral of First Light, the ruins of Divine Convergence, the Moonwell Shrine, or other sites blessed by divine presence. Jack's mind raced as he considered the implications. He needed to find a way to visit one of those sacred sites without alerting Aurelius or the other chosen ones to his activities. The last thing he needed was royal interference in divine communications. But first, he had more immediate concerns to address. Soul binding opportunity detected target, Taurus, dread rank, binding cost, 50,000 death tokens current balance, 450 death tokens insufficient funds for binding. Jack's heart sank as he read the notification. 50,000 tokens were more than 100 times what he currently possessed. The Minotaur would have been an incredible addition to his growing collection of bound souls. A powerhouse capable of handling physical threats while Corvin provided aerial support and reconnaissance. But the system's revelation about soul binding sparked another realization that made his pulse quicken with excitement. Wait, Jack thought, his eyes widening as the implications hit him. If I can bind dungeon monsters, does that mean I can also bind souls from the real world? People who die in battle, creatures that are killed during conflicts. Correct. Soul Warden abilities function in any location where death occurs. The binding process is identical regardless of whether the target dies in a dungeon or the mortal realm. The possibilities that opened before Jack's mind was staggering. Every battlefield, every conflict, every location where death occurred became a potential recruiting ground for his growing army. The strategic applications were endless. But I still need those death tokens, Jack realized, glancing around the devastated chamber. The Minotaur's corpse lay cooling in the center of the destruction, its massive war hammer glinting in the torchlight like a promise of power. He approached the fallen beast cautiously, noting how even in death it seemed to radiate an aura of barely contained violence. The gold ring through its nose caught the light, and something about the jewelry made Jack's analytical instincts prickle. Golden ring of the Bull King plus 15 strength, plus 10 endurance special ability. Berserker's focus immunity to fear effects and mental manipulation value. Extremely high. Jack whistled low, impressed despite himself. Now that's what I call a consolation prize. He carefully removed the ring from the Minotaur's nose, trying not to think about the hygiene implications as he slipped it into his system. Storage, the ring vanished with a soft chime, joining Spiralus's heart and dragon tail in his growing collection of legendary materials. Corvin landed beside the corpse with a soft rustle of feathers, his obsidian eyes reflecting the torchlight as he studied their fallen opponent. Through their soul link, Jack could feel the raven's mixture of respect and predatory satisfaction. The creature understood that they had just defeated something truly formidable. Good work up there, Jack said, reaching out to stroke Corvin's neck. That coordination was perfect. We make a hell of a team. The raven preened under the praise, ruffling his feathers with obvious pride. The bond between them had grown stronger during the battle, their tactical awareness becoming increasingly synchronized. But as Jack surveyed the devastated chamber, a troubling thought occurred to him. This had been one field boss out of 4, and it had pushed them to their limits despite all their recent improvements. The other 3 would likely be even more dangerous. System. Any recommendations for dealing with the remaining field bosses? Analysis suggests a strategic approach rather than confrontation. Current power levels are sufficient for individual encounters, but sustained combat against multiple Dread-class enemies could prove problematic. Recommendation: focus on improving equipment and gathering resources before attempting additional field boss encounters. Jack nodded, understanding the wisdom in that advice. He had maxed out his first class and gained valuable combat experience, but he was still fundamentally limited by his equipment and tactical options. The lightning blade was powerful, but it paled in comparison to some of the weapons he'd seen in the God of Death's shop. And while Corvin was magnificent, having additional bound creatures would provide tactical flexibility that could make the difference. Between victory and death, time to head home and start planning our next moves, Jack decided, looking toward the chamber entrance. I need to research those sacred sites and figure out how to visit one without attracting unwanted attention. Before Jack could do anything else, Corvin began eating the Minotaur's insides. Why not tell me next time you're hungry, Corvin? System, why do you hide the important details from me all the time? It's common knowledge that carrion ravens eat the innards of dead animals. I didn't think I had to tell you. Jack sat down against the wall and went through his system while Corvin devoured the dead animal's innards. Jack Kaiser, level 18, 19,700 over 27,500, class. Lightning Mage rank 10 max reputation points, 100,027 martial talent rank, S blessings, Draven's pendant title, Dragon Slayer Soul Warden Corvin finished his meal, blood covered his beak and his feathers. Jack stood up and approached the mighty raven. Jack climbed back onto Corvin's broad back, settling between the powerful wings as the raven prepared for flight. The chamber had served its purpose, providing both challenge and reward while demonstrating how much he still needed to improve. As they soared through the labyrinth's passages toward the exit, Jack's mind was already turning to the larger questions facing him. Draven's desire for communion, the growing threat of dungeon overflow, and the political complications of his enhanced abilities. Each problem was connected to the others, forming a web of challenges that would require all his newfound power and cunning to navigate successfully. The dungeon exit appeared ahead, its familiar archway promising return to the mortal realm, and the complications waiting there. But as they passed through, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Corvin's wings carried them out of the labyrinth before shifting back to its small body seamlessly. The teleportation crystal hummed with barely contained energy as Jack and Corvin materialized in the familiar chamber beneath the Kaiser mansion. The sensation of dimensional travel was becoming routine, though no less disorienting for its frequency. The small black bird settled onto Jack's shoulder with a soft rustle of feathers, his glowing eyes the only indication of his true nature. To any casual observer, he would appear to be nothing more than an unusually well-trained pet. Good thinking, Jack said through their soul link, feeling the creature's smug satisfaction at his own tactical awareness. No need to attract unnecessary attention until we're ready for it. The estate's corridors felt almost alien after the raw violence of the labyrinth. The transition from life or death combat to luxurious domesticity was jarring in its completeness. Servants bowed respectfully as Jack made his way through the halls, their faces showing the particular combination of reverence and concern that had become common since his return from the capital. Word of his political maneuvering with King Eric had spread throughout the household, enhancing his reputation among those who served the family. Not everyone knew the truth, and the lie was that Jack had convinced the king to let him walk free. But it was the exhaustion that hit him most forcefully. The adrenaline of combat was fading, leaving behind bone-deep weariness that made each step feel like he was walking through thick mud. Maxing out his lightning mage class had been exhilarating, but the power surge came with a corresponding crash as his body struggled to process the sudden enhancement. I need rest, Jack realized, his eyelids growing heavy despite the afternoon light streaming through crystal windows. And time to think about everything that's happened. His chambers welcomed him like a sanctuary, the familiar furniture and decorations providing a sense of stability after the chaos of dungeon combat. Jack collapsed onto his bed without bothering to remove his armor, Corvin hopping down to perch on the headboard with obvious concern. The morning sun painted Jack's chambers in shades of gold and crimson, its warm light filtering through crystal windows to dance across walls lined with books. Jack woke slowly, his body protesting every movement as muscles that had been pushed beyond their limits reminded him of yesterday's exertions. His ribs ached where the Minotaur's massive fist had. Connected, and his back was a map of bruises from his impact with the stone rubble. His HP had regenerated from his passive skill, but the effects of being hit didn't repair itself. At least I'm alive, he thought wryly, sitting up with careful movements that didn't aggravate his injuries, and stronger than I was yesterday. Corvin stirred on his perch, the small raven's obsidian eyes reflecting the morning light like tiny stars. Morning partner, Jack said softly, extending his hand for the raven to hop onto. Sleep well. The response came not in words but in pure emotion. Contentment, loyalty, and an eager anticipation for whatever challenges the day might bring. Soft knock at the chamber door interrupted his morning routine. Jack quickly gestured for Corvin to resume his perch on the headboard before calling out permission to enter. Seraphina stepped into the room with her usual efficient grace, carrying a tray laden with what appeared to be a particularly elaborate breakfast. The aroma that rose from the covered dishes made Jack's stomach clench with sudden hunger, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since before the dungeon expedition. "Good morning, young master," Seraphina said with a respectful curtsy. "Your father requests your presence in the training grounds at your earliest convenience. He mentioned that today would be an important day for your continued education." Jack felt his pulse quicken with anticipation, His father had promised new training opportunities, mentors who could help him develop the skills necessary for the freedom he desired. The formal tone of the message suggested something significant was waiting for him. "Thank you, Serafina," Jack said, accepting the tray with grateful hands. "Did he mention anything specific about what kind of training we'd be focusing on?" "Only that you would be meeting someone whose expertise would prove invaluable for your future endeavors," Serafina replied diplomatically. He seemed quite pleased with the arrangement, though I detected a note of amusement in his manner. The hesitation in her voice made Jack pause mid-bite. Serafina knew his father well enough to read the subtle signs of Duke Alaric's moods, and amusement could mean anything from genuine pleasure to the darkly sardonic humor that emerged when he was orchestrating something particularly clever or dangerous. "Amusement," Jack repeated thoughtfully, chewing on bread that tasted of honey and fresh herbs. "That's either very good news or very bad news." "Indeed, young master, your father's sense of humor has always been distinctive." Jack finished his breakfast quickly, his mind already turning to the possibilities awaiting him in the training grounds. The food was excellent as always, but his appetite was overcome by curiosity about what his father had planned. Fresh training clothes had been laid out for him, simple but well-made garments that would allow for unrestricted movement during whatever exercises awaited. Orvin maintained his position on the headboard, but Jack could feel the creature's readiness to accompany him wherever the day's activities might lead. The Raven's loyalty was absolute, his commitment to their partnership unwavering, despite having known Jack for only a short time. "Ready for whatever comes next?" Jack asked through their bond as he prepared to leave. The response was immediate and confident. Corvin was ready for anything. But it was the training grounds themselves that truly caught his attention as he approached. The familiar courtyard had been expanded and enhanced, with new equipment racks displaying weapons and armor that gleamed with obvious quality. Practice dummies lined one wall, their surfaces scarred from repeated use. His father stood near the center of the space, but he wasn't alone. Alaric Kaiser cut an imposing figure even in simple training clothes, his presence commanding attention through sheer force of personality. Dark mana leaked from his form in visible tendrils, making the air around him thick and oppressive. His golden eyes tracked Jack's approach with obvious satisfaction, but it was his companion that made Jack's steps falter, his confident stride breaking as recognition crashed over him like a cold wave. "No," Jack thought, his stomach dropping toward his boots. "Please tell me that's not who I think it is." The woman standing beside his father was unmistakable, even from a distance. Wild dark hair that caught the morning light like spun midnight, a predatory grace that spoke of deadly skill barely contained, and green eyes that seemed to find amusement in everything they surveyed. "No," Jack thought, his stomach dropping toward his boots. "Please tell me that's not who I think it is." But even as denial rose in his mind, he could pick out the details that confirmed his worst suspicions. The perfectly fitted black leather armor that highlighted every dangerous curve of her form. The casual way she leaned against a weapon rack as if she owned it. The smile that was all teeth and promised violence. Sierra Nightshade stood beside Duke Alaric Kaiser as if she belonged there. As if her presence in the heart of his family's domain was the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is she doing here? Jack's thoughts raced as he tried to process this development. The homicidal chosen one who had thoroughly humiliated him in hand-to-hand combat was apparently his father's choice for a training mentor. As Jack drew closer, he could hear the tail end of their conversation, Sierra's voice carrying easily across the training ground with its distinctive mixture of silk and steel. Complete lack of proper foundation. But the raw potential is definitely there. Give me a few months and I'll have him moving like a proper warrior. His magical development has been remarkable, Alaric replied, his voice carrying the measured tones of someone discussing business arrangements. But you're correct about his martial deficiencies. The boy has relied too heavily on power and not enough on skill. Sierra's laugh was like breaking glass, sharp and dangerous and somehow musical. "Oh, Duke Kaiser, you have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy fixing those deficiencies. Your son has such wonderful potential for violence." Jack felt his blood turn to ice at the casual way she discussed his training as if he were a weapon to be sharpened, rather than a person to be taught. The predatory gleam in her eyes when she'd spoken about enjoying his training suggested that her methods would be far from conventional. But as much as the prospect terrified him, Jack couldn't deny the logic behind his father's choice. Sierra was undoubtedly one of the most skilled fighters in the kingdom, her abilities proven through years of service as a chosen one. If anyone could teach him the martial skills necessary to complement his magical power, it would be her. Just try not to let her kill me in the process, Jack thought grimly as he covered the last few yards to where they stood waiting. Alaric's face lit up with genuine pleasure as he spotted his approaching son. Jack, perfect timing. I'd like you to properly meet someone who's going to be instrumental in your continued development. The Duke's voice carried a note of dark amusement that suggested he was fully aware of the history between Jack and Sierra and found the situation more entertaining than concerning. Lady Sierra has graciously agreed to serve as your martial arts instructor, Alaric continued, his tone suggesting this was a tremendous honor rather than a potential death sentence. Her expertise in close-quarters combat is legendary throughout the realm. Jack forced his expression into a mask of polite curiosity, though his pulse hammered against his throat like a trapped bird. Father, I wasn't expecting a chosen one to be my mentor. Oh, this is far more than a simple visit, Sierra interjected, her green eyes sparkling with malicious amusement as they fixed on Jack's face. She pushed away from the weapon rack with fluid grace, moving toward him with the predatory stride of a hunting cat. I'm going to be staying for quite some time, Dragon Slayer. We have so much work to do together. The way she emphasized work made Jack's skin crawl, memories of their previous sparring session flooding back with uncomfortable clarity. The casual ease with which she dominated him, the clinical precision of her techniques, the obvious pleasure she'd taken in demonstrating his inadequacies. Now she would be living here, training him daily, having constant access to push his limits and test his boundaries in ways that promised to be far from pleasant. But before Jack could formulate a response, the sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention to another figure emerging from the estate's interior. Finn walked into the training ground with the careful balance of someone expecting trouble, his one good eye sweeping the area for potential threats. The former chosen one looked better than he had in years. Prison pallor had been replaced by healthy color, and his frame had begun to fill out with proper nutrition and exercise. But the wariness remained, the constant vigilance of someone who had learned that danger could come from unexpected directions. Ah, Finn, Alaric said with genuine warmth. Excellent timing. We were just discussing the training arrangements. Finn's gaze shifted between Jack and Sierra, his scarred face showing no emotion as he processed the situation. Lady Nightshade, he said with a respectful nod, I wasn't aware you'd accepted a teaching position. Life is full of surprises, Sierra replied with that unsettling grin. Besides, I find the prospect of molding young talent invigorating. The former chosen one's expression darkened slightly at her tone, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned his attention to Alaric with obvious questions in his eyes. Finn, we need to discuss your own situation, Alaric said, gesturing toward a shaded area away from the main training space. If you would, I have a proposal that might interest you. The two men moved off to conduct their private conversation, leaving Jack alone with Sierra for the first time since the palace gardens. The silence that stretched between them was filled with tension so thick it could be cut with a blade. So Sierra said conversationally, circling Jack like a predator sizing up prey, ready for your first real lesson in combat. I promise it'll be much more thorough than our little garden sparring match. Jack straightened his shoulders, drawing on the confidence he'd gained from his recent victories in the dungeon. I'm ready for whatever you want to teach me. Are you? Sierra's smile turned sharp as a blade. We'll see about that. First things first, though. If I'm going to be your instructor, there are rules that need to be established. She stopped directly in front of him, close enough that he could smell the leather of her armor and see the tiny scars that marked her hands and forearms. Battle scars, each one telling a story of violence survived and lessons learned. Rule number 1, Sierra said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. While we're training, you will address me as master. Not lady, not Sierra, not hey you, master. Is that understood? Jack felt his jaw clench at the obvious power play, but forced himself to nod. Understood, good. Rule number 2, when I give you an instruction, you follow it immediately and without question. Hesitation in combat gets you killed, and hesitation in training gets you hurt. Badly. The threat was delivered with such casual authority that Jack found himself nodding again before he could consciously decide whether to comply. Rule number 3, Sierra continued, beginning to pace around him again, we train until I say we're finished. Not until you're tired, not until you think you've learned enough, but until I'm satisfied with your progress. Some days that might be an hour, some days it might be dawn to dusk. Jack's pulse quickened at the implications, but he forced his voice to remain steady. And if I have other obligations, family duties, business concerns? Sierra's laugh was like silver bells in a graveyard. Oh, darling, those are secondary concerns now. Your father has made it very clear that your combat training takes priority over everything else. Everything. The emphasis she placed on that final word left no room for misinterpretation. Whatever other activities Jack might have planned, they would have to work around Sierra's training schedule. Meanwhile, the conversation between Alaric and Finn was growing more animated near the weapon racks. Jack could catch fragments of their discussion despite the distance. Grateful for your help in keeping him alive, Alaric was saying, his voice carrying the formal tone he used for important negotiations. Your knowledge of Chosen One politics proved invaluable during the palace situation. Finn's response was too quiet to make out, but Jack could see the older man's posture straightening slightly, as if responding to an offer that interested him. 25 gold per month, Alaric continued, his voice rising slightly. Plus any additional compensation you might earn through freelance activities. Consider it a retainer for your expertise in matters relating to divine politics and Chosen One affairs. Jack's eyes widened at the sum. 50 gold per month was a substantial wage, enough to live comfortably as minor nobility. His father was clearly serious about ensuring Jack had access to the best possible guidance. There is one additional matter, Alaric added, his voice dropping to a more dangerous register. Lady Genevieve has expressed displeasure about a certain escaped prisoner, George, I believe his name was, the one convicted of multiple counts of rape and murder. Even from a distance, Jack could see Finn's eye narrow at the mention of the name. The former Chosen One's jaw tightened, and his hand moved unconsciously toward where a weapon would normally rest. She would very much like to have a conversation with him about his choice to flee rather than serve his sentence. Alaric continued with the kind of casual tone that promised terrible things. I find it important to keep my wife happy, and George's continued freedom complicates that goal. Finn's response was immediate and cold. I'll find him. The simple statement carried such absolute certainty that Jack felt a chill run down his spine. Whatever Finn intended to do when he located the escaped prisoner, it wouldn't end well for George. But Sierra's sharp clap brought Jack's attention back to his more immediate concerns. Eyes on me, student, she commanded, her voice cutting through his distraction like a whip crack. Your first lesson begins now. Grab a practice spear from the rack. Jack moved to comply, noting how the weapons displayed showed varying levels of quality and craftsmanship. He reached for what appeared to be a well-balanced spear with a steel point, but Sierra's voice stopped him cold. Not that one, amateur, third from the left, the one with the weighted practice head. The spear she'd indicated was clearly designed for training. Its point was blunted, wrapped in leather to prevent serious injury, but Jack could feel the weapon's quality as he lifted it. Perfectly balanced, with a weight distribution that felt natural in his hands. Now then, Sierra said, selecting her own practice weapon with casual expertise, let's start with the basics. What do you think the primary advantage of a spear is over other weapons? Jack considered the question, drawing on his limited combat experience and the tactical knowledge he'd absorbed during his dungeon expeditions. Reach, the ability to strike enemies before they can close distance. Not wrong but incomplete, Sierra replied, beginning to circle him with predatory grace. Reach is certainly an advantage, but the spear's true strength lies in its versatility. It can thrust, sweep, parry, and control distance. In the hands of a master, it becomes a tool of absolute battlefield dominance. She demonstrated with fluid movements, her practice spear flowing through a series of positions so quickly Jack could barely follow them. Thrusts that could pierce armor, sweeps that could break legs, parries that could deflect incoming attacks, and defensive positions that created an impenetrable barrier of wood and steel. Your problem, Sierra continued, her spear suddenly stopping inches from Jack's throat in a thrust so fast he hadn't even seen it coming, is that you've been using your spear like a club. Big, wild swings that leave you vulnerable to counter-attack. Effective against stupid monsters, useless against intelligent opponents. Jack felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment at the casual dismissal of his technique. I've managed to survive several dungeon expeditions. Against creatures operating on instinct, Sierra replied dismissively. Put you against a trained fighter, and you'd be dead before you knew what hit you, which brings us to your first real lesson. She stepped back and assumed a basic ready position, her spear held at a slight angle across her body. The stance looked deceptively casual, but Jack could sense the coiled tension in her frame. the way she balanced on the balls of her feet for maximum mobility. The spear is not a sword. It's not meant for wide, sweeping attacks that look impressive, but accomplish nothing. The spear is a precision instrument. Every movement should be controlled, every attack should have a specific target, and every defensive position should flow naturally into the next offensive opportunity. Sierra's spear lashed out in a quick thrust aimed at Jack's shoulder. He tried to dodge, but the attack was too fast, too precise. The blunted point struck him squarely, sending him staggering backward. "Rule number 1, Sierra said with obvious satisfaction, always aim for your opponent's head or heart. Center mass shots can be survived, headshots can't." She demonstrated with a series of lightning-fast thrusts, each one targeted at points that would be instantly lethal in real combat. Jack tried to follow her movements, but she was simply too fast, too experienced. "Rule number 2, she continued, her spear now flowing through defensive stances, never use wide arcs unless you're absolutely certain of your positioning. Wide swings leave you open to counter-attack and waste energy." To illustrate her point, she goaded Jack into attempting one of his typical sweeping attacks. The moment he committed to the wide arc, her spear was there, the point striking his ribs with enough force to drive the breath from his lungs. Jack stumbled, gasping for air as pain exploded through his side. Even with the practice point, the impact was enough to leave him seeing stars. "See," Sierra's voice held obvious amusement. "Wide and slow, against any competent opponent that would have been your death. Now shall we begin your real education?" Meanwhile, Finn and Alaric had concluded their negotiation and moved to observe the training session from a respectful distance. Jack could see the satisfaction in his father's expression, suggesting that whatever arrangement they'd reached was acceptable to both parties. "Your terms are generous," Finn was saying, his voice carrying clearly across the morning air. "I accept your offer." "Excellent," Alaric replied with genuine pleasure. The political landscape has changed dramatically since his awakening, and he'll need guides who understand the true nature of divine politics. Finn nodded grimly. "The boy has power, but power without understanding is just a target painted on your back. The other chosen ones will be watching him carefully, looking for weaknesses to exploit." "Which is why proper training is essential," Alaric agreed. "Both martial and political. Speaking of which, Lady Genevieve's request." "Consider it handled," Finn replied with cold certainty. "George made his choice when he fled. He'll face the consequences." Their conversation was interrupted by a particularly loud impact as Sierra's training spear connected solidly with Jack's midsection, doubling him over with a grunt of pain. "Focus, disciple." Sierra's voice cracked like a whip. "Daydreaming during combat training is an excellent way to get yourself killed." Jack straightened slowly, his breathing labored as he tried to process what had just happened. He hadn't even seen the attack coming, hadn't had time to react or defend himself. The speed and precision of Sierra's strike was humbling. Again, Sierra commanded, resuming her ready position. "This time, try to actually use what I just taught you. Controlled thrusts, precise targeting, proper footwork." Jack raised his practice spear, attempting to mirror Sierra's stance, but even as he tried to copy her positioning, he could feel how wrong everything was. His grip, his balance, his angle of attack, all of it felt awkward and unnatural compared to the fluid grace of his instructor. "Pathetic," Sierra observed clinically. "You're holding it like a walking stick, not a weapon. Here, let me show you." She moved behind him, her hands covering his on the spear shaft. Jack felt his pulse quicken at the unexpected contact, the warmth of her body against his back as she adjusted his grip. "Dominant hand here," she instructed, positioning his right hand near the spear's balance point. "Support hand here, about shoulder width apart. The weapon should feel like an extension of your arm, not a foreign object you're trying to control." Her breath was warm against his ear as she continued the instruction, and Jack found himself distracted by her proximity despite the obvious danger she represented. "Feet shoulder width apart, weight on the balls of your feet for mobility. You should be able to move in any direction without losing balance or telegraphing your intentions." She stepped away, leaving Jack to maintain the corrected position on his own. The stance felt more natural already, though still unfamiliar enough to require conscious effort to maintain. "Better," Sierra admitted grudgingly. "Now, before we begin actual combat techniques, you need to build the foundation. Physical conditioning specifically designed for spear work." Jack's heart sank at the tone in her voice. He thought his daily training regimen was already enough, but something about Sierra's expression suggested that his previous efforts had been laughably inadequate. 2,500 repetitions of each exercise, Sierra announced with obvious relish. Thrusts, overhead strikes, defensive parries, footwork drills, and weapon spins. You don't take a break until all exercises are complete. 2,500. Jack's voice cracked slightly with disbelief. That's going to take hours. Then you'd better get started, Sierra replied sweetly. Unless you'd prefer to quit now and stick to magic like every other spoiled noble who's afraid of real work. The challenge in her voice was unmistakable, and Jack felt anger flare in his chest. He'd faced down a dragon and delved into ancient dungeons. He wouldn't be defeated by a training regimen, no matter how brutal. Fine, Jack said through gritted teeth. What's the first exercise? Sierra's grin widened with predatory satisfaction. Oh, I do love a student with spirit. Very well, Dragon Slayer. You'll start with basic thrusts. 2,500 repetitions, full extension, proper form. Begin. Jack assumed the position she'd taught him, raising the practice spear to chest with the point aimed at an imaginary opponent. His first thrust was awkward, lacking the fluid precision of Sierra's demonstrations. New class detected. Spearman, would you like to learn this class? Yes. Jack thought eagerly, even as he continued the mechanical thrusting motion that Sierra demanded. Spearman class learned. Current classes: Lightning Mage rank 10, Soul Warden rank 1, Spearman rank 1, EXP gain activated for physical training each proper technique execution, plus 5 EXP pathetic, Sierra commented with clinical detachment. Your form is terrible, your extension is inadequate. Your recovery is so slow that any competent opponent would kill you 3 times over. Again, the criticism stung, but Jack forced himself to attempt another thrust. This one felt slightly better, though still far from the standard Sierra was obviously expecting. Marginally less terrible, she observed. Again, and again. We'll continue until your muscle memory overwrites whatever bad habits you've developed. What followed was perhaps the most grueling physical trial Jack had ever endured. Thrust after thrust, each one critiqued with merciless precision, each failure met with cutting observations about his inadequacies as a warrior. The sounds of spearwork filled the training ground as Jack worked through the endless repetitions. His shoulders burned with exertion, his arms ached from the constant motion, and sweat poured down his face despite the morning's cool air. But something remarkable began to happen as the repetitions mounted. His movements grew more fluid, more natural. The spear began to feel less like a foreign object and more like an extension of his own body. The notification brought a surge of excitement that made the grueling exercise suddenly seem worthwhile. He was gaining experience from the training itself, each proper thrust building toward advancement in his new class. But Sierra seemed to sense his momentary distraction. Her training spear struck his ribs with enough force to make him stumble, the impact driving the breath from his lungs in a painful wheeze. Did I say you could lose focus? Sierra's voice carried the kind of authority that brooked no argument. Training means training, not wool gathering about whatever pretty fantasies you're having. Jack straightened with effort, raising his spear to resume the exercise. The pain in his ribs was a sharp reminder that Sierra's training could easily become genuinely dangerous if he didn't maintain proper attention. Better, she admitted as he resumed the thrusting motion with renewed focus. You're starting to develop some basic muscle memory. Only 2,000 more repetitions to go. The next hour was a blur of repetitive motion and burning muscles. Jack's form gradually improved under Sierra's relentless criticism, each correction accompanied by either verbal instruction or physical demonstration. Her teaching method was brutal, but undeniably effective. Spearman rank 1, right arrow rank 7, 3,700 over 10,000. The advancement brought a rush of satisfaction that helped offset the physical exhaustion. Jack could feel his body adapting to the movements, muscle memory being carved into his nervous system through sheer repetition. Why did the class level up so fast? This is a rare class. EXP required is different from a unique class like Lightning Mage. Adequate, Sierra pronounced as Jack completed the final thrust. Your form still needs work, but at least you're not embarrassing yourself quite as badly. Time for overhead strikes. The overhead exercise was even more demanding than the thrust. Raising the spear above his head and bringing it down in controlled strikes required different muscle groups and coordination patterns that Jack hadn't developed. Each strike had to be precise, controlled, and powerful enough to be effective in combat. Sierra demonstrated the proper technique with fluid grace, her spear flowing through the motion like water finding its natural course. But when Jack attempted to copy her movements, the results were clumsy and ineffective. No, no, no. Sierra's voice rose with frustration as she watched his attempts. You're flailing around like a child, having a tantrum. Control the descent, focus the impact, maintain your balance. She moved behind him again, her hands guiding his movements as she corrected his technique. Feel the weight of the weapon, use gravity to add force to your strikes, but never lose control of the point's trajectory. The physical instruction was accompanied by a running commentary on his deficiencies that would have been crushing if Jack hadn't been too exhausted to properly process the criticism. Terrible balance, no follow-through, completely vulnerable to counter-attack, she muttered as she adjusted his positioning. How did you survive this long fighting like this? Magic, Jack gasped between strikes, his breathing labored from the constant exertion. Lots and lots of magic. Magic won't save you when someone gets inside your reach, Sierra replied with brutal honesty. Magic won't help you when your mana runs out. Magic won't protect you when you're facing someone who knows how to fight properly. To emphasize her point, she stepped away and immediately launched into a demonstration of what proper spear work looked like. Her weapon became a blur of motion, thrusts and strikes flowing together in combinations so fast Jack could barely track them. Each movement was purposeful, controlled, and deadly. There was no wasted motion, no unnecessary flourishes. Just the pure application of skill refined through decades of combat experience. That, Sierra said as she concluded the demonstration, is what you're working toward. Precision, speed, and the kind of control that turns a simple weapon into an instrument of absolute death. Jack resumed his overhead strikes with renewed determination, each repetition bringing him closer to the kind of skill Sierra had just displayed. The experience notifications continued to flow in as his movements gradually improved. Spearman rank 7, right arrow rank 8, 6,200 over 20,000, 2 exercises down, Sierra announced with satisfaction as Jack completed the final overhead strike. Time for defensive parries. This is where things get interesting. The parrying exercise was the most complex yet, requiring Jack to deflect imaginary attacks while maintaining proper positioning and balance. Sierra called out attack directions randomly, forcing him to react with split-second timing. High left, low right, thrust to center, overhead strike. Jack's spear moved in desperate patterns, trying to intercept attacks that existed only in Sierra's imagination. But the exercise was teaching him to think defensively and respond instinctively. The sounds of wood striking would fill the air as Jack's defensive movements gradually improved. His reactions became faster, his positioning more stable. His recovery time shortened with each successful parry. Sierra wasn't content to simply call out directions. As Jack's confidence grew, she began adding actual attacks to the mix, her practice spear lashing out in controlled strikes that he had to deflect for real. Her spear struck him with enough force to send vibrations through his arms, testing not just his technique, but his ability to maintain grip and position under pressure. Spearman EXP gained, 12,500 footwork next, Sierra announced as Jack deflected her final testing strike. This is where most amateurs fall apart. They think combat is all about arm strength and weapon speed. Real fighting happens with your legs. She demonstrated the basic movement, forward advance, backward retreat, lateral movement, and the crucial pivot steps that allowed a spear fighter to maintain optimal distance while reacting to changing battlefield conditions. Your feet should never be static, she instructed as Jack attempted to copy her movements. Always moving, always adjusting, always ready to explode into action. A spear fighter who plants his feet is a dead spear fighter. The footwork drills were exhausting in an entirely different way than the previous exercises. Jack found himself constantly off balance, his legs burning with the effort of maintaining proper positioning while moving through the complex patterns Sierra demanded. Step pivot thrust. Step pivot retreat. Advance parry, counter thrust. Sierra's commands came in rapid succession, forcing Jack to think and move simultaneously. Each mistake was met with immediate correction, often delivered through the pointed end of her practice spear. Wrong foot forward, amateur. Terrible balance, try again. Did I say you could rest? Move. By the time Jack completed the footwork requirements, his legs felt like jelly and his lungs burned with each breath. Sweat poured down his face in streams, and his training clothes was soaked through with perspiration. Spearman EXP gained, 12,500 Spearman rank 8, right arrow rank 9, 11,200 over 50,000. Last exercise, Sierra announced with obvious pleasure at Jack's suffering. Weapon spins and grip changes. This teaches you to manipulate the spear's balance point and leverage. Essential skills for advanced techniques. The spinning exercise was perhaps the most difficult yet, requiring Jack to maintain control of the weapon while rotating it through complex patterns. Different grip positions changed the spear's effective length and striking power, but transitioning between them required precise timing and muscle control. The practice spear became a blur in Jack's hands as he worked through the prescribed movements. His palms grew slick with sweat, making grip control even more challenging, but he forced himself to continue despite the burning exhaustion in his arms and shoulders. Sierra watched with predatory interest, occasionally calling out corrections or demonstrating proper technique when Jack's attempts became too clumsy to be effective. Tighter grip on the transitions, you're losing control of the point. Her corrective strike caught him across the knuckles, sharp enough to get his attention without causing serious damage. Better extension on the recovery. The weapon should flow, not jerk around like a dying fish. Spearman EXP gained 12,500 when Jack finally completed the last weapon spin. His entire body was shaking with exhaustion. He'd been training for nearly 4 hours straight, pushing his physical capabilities far beyond what he'd thought possible. But the sense of accomplishment was undeniable. He could feel the difference in how the spear felt in his hands, the way his body had begun to adapt to the weapon's requirements. Not entirely hopeless, Sierra admitted as Jack swayed on his feet, barely able to remain upright. Your learning curve is actually quite impressive for someone with no formal training. Most nobles would have quit after the first hour. I'm not most nobles, Jack managed between gasping breaths, pride overriding exhaustion despite his depleted state. No, Sierra agreed, her green eyes studying him with something that might have been approval. You're not, which is why this is going to be so much fun. She gestured toward a shaded area where water and towels had been prepared. Rest for exactly 10 minutes. Hydrate, clean yourself up, and prepare for the next phase. Next phase? Jack's voice cracked with disbelief. We're not done. Sierra's laugh was like crystal breaking. Oh, darling, we haven't even started the real training yet. That was just basic conditioning to prepare your body for actual technique instruction. Jack stumbled toward the rest area, his legs threatening to give out with each step. The water was cool and refreshing, but he could already see Sierra preparing for whatever torment she had planned next. 10 minutes passed far too quickly. Time's up, disciple, Sierra called out with obvious satisfaction. Jack hesitated, pride warring with pragmatism. The title stuck in his throat like a stone, but he could see the expectation in her eyes, the way her hand rested casually on her weapon. Master, he said finally, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Good boy, she purred, and suddenly a real spear materialized in her hands. Not a practice weapon, but cold steel with an edge that could part flesh as easily as silk. Now catch. The spear flew through the air toward Jack with deadly precision. He caught it instinctively, his newly trained muscles reacting before his mind could process the action. Now, Sierra said with a smile that promised pain, your real training begins. I hope you're ready because I'm about to beat the shit out of you. Jack tightened his grip on the spear, lightning beginning to crackle around his form as adrenaline surged through his system. Bring it on, master. Her laugh was the sound of a wolf howling at the moon, wild and dangerous and full of anticipation. Oh, darling, she said, her own weapon appearing in her hands like magic. You have no idea what you've just asked for. The familiar chime echoed through his consciousness like a victory bell, bringing with it the rush of power that accompanied major advancement. Congratulations, Spearman class has reached rank 10 max class mastery bonus, 20 stat points, 10 skill points. There will be no more daily quests. Daily quests were always meant to help you grow. You have over 100 stat points. You met the requirement to stop giving stat points out daily. Additional skills unlocked. Jack was clearly annoyed with this. If he had continued to use his stat points, he could continue to fork 2 skill points a day. Putting this out of his mind, Jack's eyes snapped fully open. His pulse quickened as anticipation surged through his veins. Finally, he thought, his lips curving into a grin that was all teeth and satisfaction. The raven stirred on his headboard, Corvin's obsidian eyes reflecting the chamber's crystal light as the creature sensed his master's excitement through their soul link. System, show me the Spearman class skills. Spearman class skills available: Spear Barrage. Unleash 3 thrusting attacks in rapid succession. Damage is determined by strength times 1.1 per strike. Cost: 10 skill points. Spear Synergy. Increases all spear-based damage by 1.5 times. Passive ability. spear mastery, enhanced weapon control and technique proficiency. Passive ability, piercing strike, a devastating thrust designed to impale opponents. Damage is determined by strength times 2. Cost, 10 skill points. Jack's breath caught in his throat as he processed the options before him. Each skill represented a significant enhancement to his combat capabilities, but the passive bonuses from spear synergy and spear mastery would provide constant improvement to every aspect of his weapon work. Purchase all 4 skills, Jack commanded without hesitation, watching as 40 skill points vanished from his total. All spearman skills acquired. Current skill points, 85. Warning. Skills require training to reach maximum effectiveness. The knowledge flooded into Jack's consciousness like water filling an empty vessel. But it felt different from his magical abilities. He could feel his hands adjusting their grip unconsciously, his stance shifting to better accommodate the new techniques flooding through his mind. Now let's max these skills out, Jack thought with predatory satisfaction. I have more than enough vile cores to spare. Consume 40 vile cores to maximize all spearman skills. 40 vile cores consumed. All spearman skills are now at max current vile cores. 968. The transformation was immediate and overwhelming. Jack's understanding of spear combat expanded exponentially. His hands tingled with the memory of movements he'd never made. His muscles twitched with the phantom echo of techniques he'd never practiced. But it was the system notification that followed that made Jack nearly leap from his bed with excitement. Special advancement achieved. Class mastery milestone reached. Choose one class skill to convert to utility tree. Selected skill will be available regardless of equipped class. This is a one-time opportunity per mastered class. Jack's hands trembled as he read the notification, understanding crashing over him like a tidal wave of possibility. If he could transfer a skill to the utility tree, it would be available no matter what class he had equipped. Spear synergy, Jack thought without hesitation. That passive 1.5 times damage multiplier to all spear attacks would be invaluable regardless of what class I'm using. Spear synergy transferred to utility tree skill, now available with any equipped class. Congratulations on your first permanent skill transfer. Jack couldn't contain his excitement any longer. He jumped to his feet, ignoring the protest from his battered muscles as lightning crackled unconsciously around his fingertips. The power flowing through him was intoxicating, but he wasn't finished yet. System, I want to max out my overcharge skill using vile cores. Overcharge currently requires 24 vile cores to reach maximum level. Confirm consumption. 24 vile cores consumed. Overcharge skill maximized. Current vile cores, 944. The familiar notification appeared again, offering him another chance to permanently enhance his capabilities. Special advancement achieved. Lightning mage class mastery milestone reached. Choose one class skill to convert to utility tree. This decision was even easier than the first. Jack's smile turned predatory as he considered the possibilities. Branded, Jack thought with vicious satisfaction. The skill that multiplies damage by 3 and guarantees hit accuracy. No matter what class I'm using, that will make me exponentially more dangerous. Branded transferred to utility tree skill, now available with any equipped class. 3 weeks had passed since Sierra's arrival at the Kaiser estate, brutal training that had pushed Jack's body and mind to their absolute limits. His muscles screaming in protest against movements that had once been effortless. Knock, knock, knock. The sharp rapping at his chamber door interrupted his sleep. Jack quickly composed himself, though he couldn't entirely suppress the grin that wanted to split his face in half. Enter, Jack called out, Corvin hopping back onto his shoulder with practiced ease. Serafina burst through the door with barely contained excitement, her usually perfect composure cracked by obvious enthusiasm. Her cheeks were flushed with exertion, as if she'd run through the entire estate to reach him. Young master, she exclaimed, her voice carrying a breathless quality that spoke of significant news. The shop opens today, the grand opening of Kaiser Holdings. Jack felt his pulse quicken with anticipation mixed with concern. They'd been planning this for over a month, but the timing was more critical than Serafina realized. And the hair products situation? Jack asked, though something in Serafina's expression suggested he already knew the answer. Even better than we hoped, Serafina replied, her eyes sparkling with barely contained delight. Word has spread throughout the neighboring kingdoms that hair care products have become incredibly scarce. The usual suppliers have been experiencing difficulties getting ingredients. Jack's grin widened. They had cornered a market that was already experiencing shortages, positioning themselves to fill a void that their competitors couldn't address. The timing couldn't be more perfect, Jack mused, his mind already racing through the profit calculations. At 5 gold pieces per bottle, with over 2,000 units ready for sale. They were looking at potential revenues that would make even his family's substantial wealth seem modest. There's more, young master, Serafina continued, stepping closer with the conspiratorial air of someone sharing a precious secret. Lady Genevieve received correspondence from nobility throughout the 4 human kingdoms. They're all requesting private audiences to discuss exclusive purchasing arrangements. Jack's eyes widened as the scope of their success became clear. The store opening is scheduled for midday, Serafina explained, producing a pocket watch that gleamed with obvious quality. Your mother suggested you might want to dress appropriately for the occasion. Representatives from multiple noble houses will be in attendance. Jack nodded. First impressions would be crucial for establishing their brand's reputation among the nobility, who could afford their premium prices. Have my formal clothes prepared, Jack instructed, moving toward his wardrobe with renewed energy. Something that projects success but not arrogance. We want them to see us as established professionals, not nouveau rich upstarts. Of course, young master. Midnight blue jacket with silver threading, it complements your eyes beautifully and suggests both wealth and restraint. As Serafina bustled about preparing his attire, Jack caught sight of himself in the full-length mirror that dominated one wall of his chambers. The young man looking back at him was someone he barely recognized. 3 weeks of Sierra's brutal training regimen had transformed his physique from that of a bookish noble into something approaching a professional warrior. His shoulders had broadened significantly. His arms showed the defined musculature of someone who spent hours daily in practice. Scars marked his forearms and hands, pale lines that told stories of training accidents and deliberate lessons in pain tolerance. Each mark was a reminder of Sierra's teaching methods, her philosophy that true learning only occurred when failure carried genuine consequences. She's turned me into a weapon, Jack realized with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. The sounds of combat echoed from the training grounds below, carried through his crystal windows by the morning breeze. Even at this early hour, Sierra was already at work, probably putting some unfortunate volunteer through the same hellish regimen that had become Jack's daily reality. Young master, Serafina's voice carried a note of concern as she noticed his distraction. Is everything all right? Just thinking about how much has changed, Jack replied, accepting the formal jacket she offered. The fabric was exquisite, clearly crafted by master tailors who understood that clothing could be both beautiful and functional. The change has been remarkable, Serafina agreed, her voice carrying genuine admiration. The entire household speaks of your transformation with pride. You've become everything a Kaiser heir should be. Jack felt warmth spread through his chest at her words, but underneath lay the growing awareness that expectations were mounting alongside his capabilities. The more powerful he became, the more people expected from him. Jack felt warmth spread through his chest at her words, but underneath lay the growing awareness that expectations were mounting alongside his capabilities. The more powerful he became, the more people expected from him. Corvin's soft call drew Jack's attention back to the immediate concerns. Through their soul link, he could feel the creature's eagerness to accompany him to the shop opening, its curiosity about seeing their various schemes come to fruition. You'll have to stay hidden, Jack thought through their bond. Raven in formal settings might raise questions we're not ready to answer. The response was understanding tinged with disappointment, but the creature's loyalty overrode any personal desires for adventure. The carriages are prepared whenever you're ready, young master, Serafina reported, checking her own timepiece. Lady Genevieve and your sisters departed an hour ago to oversee the final preparations. Jack straightened his jacket and checked his appearance one final time. The young man in the mirror looked every inch the successful noble entrepreneur, someone who belonged in boardrooms and ballrooms rather than dungeon corridors. But beneath the civilized exterior, power hummed through his veins like barely contained lightning. Time to show them what Kaiser Holdings can accomplish, Jack thought as he headed for the door. Let's see how the nobility reacts to genuine innovation. The carriage ride through Sorn provided yet another reminder of how dramatically their circumstances had changed. But it was the people who showed the most remarkable transformation. Citizens who had walked with the hunched shoulders of the perpetually hungry now moved with the confident stride of prosperity. Children played in clean clothes, their laughter ringing through the morning air like music. This is what success looks like, Jack thought with deep satisfaction. Not just personal power, but genuine improvement in people's lives. The Kaiser Holdings storefront dominated the intersection of two major thoroughfares, its glass windows sparkling like crystals in the morning sun. The building itself was a masterwork of architecture and commerce designed to suggest both luxury and accessibility. Above the main entrance, the Kaiser family crest was displayed in gold and silver, announcing to all who passed that this enterprise enjoyed the backing of one of the realm's most powerful noble houses. But it was the crowd gathered outside that truly caught Jack's attention. A line of well-dressed customers stretched around the block, their carriages creating a traffic jam of unprecedented proportions. Nobles, merchants, and wealthy citizens had all come to witness the grand opening, drawn by rumors of revolutionary products and exclusive offerings. Clip clop, clip clop. The sound of horse hooves on cobblestone filled the air as more carriages arrived, disgorging passengers who joined the growing crowd with obvious anticipation. Jack's carriage pulled up to a side entrance reserved for family members, allowing him to avoid the press of customers while still observing the spectacle they'd created. Lady Genevieve stood near the main entrance like a general surveying a battlefield, her presence commanding attention through sheer force of personality. She wore an elegant emerald gown that complemented her auburn hair, but Jack could see the calculating intelligence in her eyes as she monitored every aspect of the opening. Octavia and Annabelle stood in the store's interior, their roles clearly defined through weeks of careful planning. Octavia handled the high-value customers with diplomatic precision, while Annabelle managed inventory and ensured smooth transaction processing. But it was Celeste who caught Jack's attention most forcefully. His middle sister stood behind what appeared to be a demonstration table, and even from outside, Jack could see the crowd of noble ladies gathered around her with rapt attention. "What's Celeste doing?" Jack asked Serafina as they approached the store's side entrance. "Product demonstrations, young master," Serafina replied with obvious pride. "She's been practicing the presentation for days. The results have been remarkable." They entered through the family entrance, and immediately Jack was struck by the transformation of the space they'd been planning for weeks. The interior was a perfect balance of luxury and functionality, with display cases that showcased their products like precious artifacts while maintaining an approachable atmosphere. Crystal lighting fixtures cast warm illumination over polished wooden floors, while carefully placed mirrors created the illusion of even greater space. The scent of subtle perfumes hung in the air, not overwhelming but definitely present, suggesting quality without ostentation. But it was the crowd's reaction to the product demonstrations that truly captured Jack's attention. The sounds of amazement rippled through the gathered nobility as Celeste worked her magic on volunteers from the audience. Jack made his way to the front of the store to get a better view, noting how his sister had transformed the simple act of product application into something approaching performance art. Duchess with graying hair sat in the demonstration chair, her expression skeptical but curious. Celeste applied the slime ectoplasm-enhanced shampoo with techniques that seemed almost ritualistic in their precision. The transformation was immediate and stunning. Hair that had been dull and lifeless moments before now gleamed with vitality, each strand catching the crystal light like spun silver. The Duchess's eyes widened in amazement as she caught sight of herself in the demonstration mirror. "By the gods," she whispered, her voice carrying clearly through the suddenly silent crowd. "I haven't seen my hair look like this since I was 20 years old." Murmurs erupted through the crowd. Excited whispers erupted throughout the gathered customers as the implications of what they'd witnessed sank in. This wasn't just cosmetic improvement. This was age-defying transformation that approached the realm of magical enhancement. Jack felt pride swell in his chest like a balloon being filled with hot air. They'd created something genuinely revolutionary. A product that could deliver results that bordered on miraculous. "How much?" The Duchess's voice cut through the murmuring crowd with aristocratic authority. "Name your price for whatever miracle you've just performed." Celeste's smile was pure triumph as she gestured toward the display cases lining the store's walls. 5 gold pieces per bottle, Your Grace. Each bottle contains enough product for approximately 1 month of regular use." The sounds of shock rippled through the crowd, but Jack noticed something crucial. Despite the protests about price, nobody was leaving. Instead, they pressed closer to the demonstration area. their eyes fixed on the Duchess's transformed appearance with obvious hunger. "I'll take 12 bottles," the Duchess announced without hesitation, her voice carrying clearly over the crowd's murmuring. "And I want exclusivity for the capital region. Name your terms." The crowd's amazement reached new heights as the implications of the purchase sank in. 60 gold pieces for a single transaction was more than most citizens earned in a lifetime. But Lady Genevieve stepped our side with the smooth grace of someone who'd been expecting exactly this reaction. "Your Grace," she said with a diplomatic smile that could have charmed serpents. "While we appreciate your generous offer, Kaiser Holdings believes that exclusivity arrangements should be discussed through private consultation. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting to discuss terms that benefit both parties." The Duchess nodded eagerly, clearly recognizing the political advantages of securing first access to such revolutionary products. "This afternoon, if possible. My husband will want to review any exclusive arrangements personally." More hands shot up throughout the crowd as other nobles recognized the opportunity being presented. "What about Draconia? Cordelia requires representation. Sanctorium will not be ignored." The voices overlapped in a cacophony of demand as representatives from different kingdoms suddenly found themselves in competition for access to products they'd only just discovered existed. Jack caught his mother's eye across the crowd, seeing the satisfaction there as their carefully orchestrated plan unfolded exactly as predicted. They created not just demand, but desperate, urgent need among customers who were accustomed to having their desires fulfilled immediately. "This is perfect," Jack thought, his mind already calculating the potential revenues from international distribution agreements. Jack opened the doors, and customers flooded in as Lady Genevieve kept others outside so people could shop. "Young master," Serafina whispered urgently, tugging at his sleeve to get his attention. "Look toward the back of the store." Jack followed her gaze and felt his blood turn to ice despite the warm morning air. 3 familiar figures stood near the store's rear entrance, their expensive robes and calculating expressions immediately identifying them as representatives of Phalanx Solutions. Marcus Thorne led the group, his thin face bearing the same arrogant confidence Jack remembered from their previous encounter. But this time he wasn't alone. His companions were clearly enforcers of a higher caliber than before. Whispers began to spread through the crowd as other customers noticed the Phalanx representatives. The company's reputation preceded them, stories of aggressive business practices and hostile takeovers that had destroyed smaller competitors throughout the kingdom. Jack felt anger kindle in his chest like a carefully banked fire, lightning beginning to crackle faintly around his fingertips before he forced himself to maintain control. The last thing their grand opening needed was a public confrontation that could turn violent, but it was Corvin's reaction through their soul link that truly alarmed him. The Raven had tensed with predatory awareness, its supernatural senses detecting something about the Phalanx representatives that went beyond simple business rivalry. Jack's hand moved unconsciously toward where his weapon would normally rest, muscle memory from weeks of training overriding conscious thought. The movement was subtle, but Serafina caught it immediately. "Young master," she whispered urgently, "perhaps we should inform Lady Genevieve of their presence." But before Jack could respond, a voice cut through the crowd. Marcus Thorne pushed through the crowd with the arrogant confidence of someone accustomed to getting his way through intimidation rather than merit. His expensive robes marked him as wealthy, but his thin frame and soft features spoke of a life spent in boardrooms rather than battlefields. Behind him, 2 enforcers moved with the predatory grace of professional killers, their hands resting casually near weapon hilts as they surveyed the crowd for potential threats. "Excuse me," Marcus's voice cut through the crowd's chatter with aristocratic authority. "Clear the way. Phalanx Solutions requires immediate access." The crowd parted reluctantly, murmurs of recognition and concern rippling through the gathered nobility. Phalanx Solutions' reputation for aggressive business practices preceded them, stories of hostile takeovers and destroyed competitors that had made their name synonymous with corporate ruthlessness. Jack felt lightning crackle faintly around his fingertips as Marcus approached, the electrical discharge responding to his rising anger. Through their soul link, Corvin tensed as he watched from across the street, the small raven's supernatural senses detecting the approaching threat. "You there." Marcus pointed directly at Jack with a jeweled finger. "That probably cost more than most people earned in a year." "Fetch your manager," Phalanx Solutions demands to speak with whoever's responsible for this establishment. The casual dismissal hit Jack like a slap across the face. Marcus was treating him like a common servant, clearly having no idea that he was addressing the heir to the Kaiser bloodline. This idiot doesn't even know where he is, Jack thought, his jaw clenching with barely contained fury. He's standing in Sorn, demanding service from a Kaiser and treating me like hired help. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Jack replied calmly. Perhaps you should identify yourself and explain your business before making demands. Marcus's expression darkened at being questioned by someone he clearly considered beneath his notice. His enforcers shifted position slightly, their movements subtle but clearly threatening to anyone with combat experience. Do you know who I am, boy? Marcus's voice rose with indignation, drawing more attention from the crowd. I am Marcus Thorne, Chief Acquisition Specialist for Phalanx Solutions. We have contracts with noble houses throughout the kingdom. Phalanx Solutions, what are they doing here? Whispers erupted through the crowd as recognition dawned on various faces. Some customers looked concerned, others excited by the prospect of witnessing a business confrontation between powerful interests. Jack felt his temper flare like a bonfire doused with oil. The man's arrogance, his casual dismissal of Jack's authority, his obvious assumption that threats and intimidation would accomplish his goals. And what exactly does Phalanx Solutions want with our establishment? Jack asked, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Lightning began to leak from his form in visible sparks, making the air around him feel heavier. Your establishment. Marcus laughed, the sound sharp and grating like fingernails on glass. Boy, you're clearly confused about your position here. Phalanx Solutions is interested in acquiring the production methods for these novelty items. We're prepared to offer fair compensation for the formulas and existing inventory. The offer was delivered with the casual authority of someone who expected immediate compliance. Marcus clearly believed that his company's reputation would be sufficient to intimidate any resistance. But before Jack could respond with the verbal evisceration that was building in his chest, a familiar voice cut through the tension like a blade through silk. I think you gentlemen are lost. Finn stepped from the crowd with the fluid grace of a predator, his scarred face showing no emotion as he positioned himself between Jack and the Phalanx representatives. The former chosen one's one good eye blazed with cold fire as he assessed the threat. Despite his casual appearance, there was something about Finn's presence that made the enforcers tense visibly. Their professional instincts recognized another predator, someone whose dangerousness couldn't be measured by appearance alone. And who might you be? Marcus demanded, his voice rising with aristocratic indignation. This is private business between Phalanx Solutions and the proprietors of this establishment. The name's Finn, the former chosen one replied with a smile that was all teeth and promised violence. I handle security for the Kaiser family, and you gentlemen are trespassing on Kaiser property, making threats against Kaiser interests, and generally behaving like the kind of people who need to be removed from the premises. The color drained from Marcus's face as recognition crashed over him like a cold wave. His eyes darted between Finn's scarred features and the Kaiser family crest displayed prominently throughout the store. Kaiser family? Marcus's voice cracked slightly as the implications of his mistake became clear. This establishment belongs to house Kaiser, Jack said with quiet satisfaction, stepping forward slightly so that his formal attire and noble bearing became more apparent. And you've been making demands of the heir to that house while threatening his business interests. I trust you can see how that might be problematic. Marcus swallowed hard, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead despite the morning's cool air. His enforcers had gone very still, clearly recognizing that they were vastly outmatched in a confrontation with the Kaiser family. But instead of backing down gracefully, Marcus's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. His voice rose to near shouting as pride overrode common sense. I don't care whose brat you are, Marcus snarled, spittle flying from his lips as his composure cracked completely. Phalanx Solutions has business interests that supersede noble privileges. You'll hand over those formulas or face the consequences. Did he just threaten a Kaiser? The crowd's reaction was immediate and electric. Nobles who had been casually shopping suddenly found themselves witnessing what could be a significant political incident. Some pressed closer for a better view, while others began edging toward the exits. Jack felt a smile spread across his face, predatory and sharp. Marcus had just provided him with everything he needed to justify what came next. Consequences? Jack's voice carried clearly across the suddenly silent store, each word infused with the kind of authority that made people instinctively step back. What kind of consequences did you have in mind? Lightning crackled more visibly around Jack's form now, purple arcs dancing between his fingers as his anger transformed into something far more dangerous. The electrical discharge made his hair stand slightly on end, creating an aura of barely contained power that made even hardened warriors nervous. Marcus's enforcers finally recognized the magnitude of their mistake. Their hands moved toward their weapons with the desperate speed of people who realized they might need to fight for their lives. Enough talk, the larger enforcer growled, his voice carrying the gravelly tone of someone accustomed to violence. His sword cleared its sheath with a ring of steel on leather. "Stand down, boy, or we'll put you down." The second enforcer followed suit, producing a curved blade that gleamed with obvious quality. Both men moved with the coordinated precision of partners who had worked together before, positioning themselves to attack from different angles. The sound of drawn steel echoed through the store, sending customers scrambling for cover behind display cases and store fixtures. What had been a crowded retail space moments before suddenly became a potential battlefield. Jack's grin widened as adrenaline surged through his system. 3 weeks of Sierra's brutal training had prepared him for exactly this moment. No magic, no overwhelming power, just skill against skill. "Finn," Jack said without taking his eyes off the approaching threats, "I've got this. Make sure the customers stay safe." "You sure about that, kid?" Finn's voice carried a note of concern, though he made no move to interfere. "Those two look like they know what they're doing." Jack's hand moved to the ceremonial spear, mounted on the store's wall. Weapon chosen more for its aesthetic appeal than its practical application. But as his fingers closed around the familiar shaft, muscle memory from weeks of training took over. The weapon felt natural in his grip, perfectly balanced despite its decorative origins. The spear point was real steel, sharp enough to pierce armor if properly applied. The spear moved through the air as Jack assumed the ready position Sierra had drilled into him through countless hours of brutal practice. His stance was perfect, his grip firm but flexible, his weight balanced on the balls of his feet for maximum mobility. The enforcers exchanged glances, their professional assessment clearly shifting as they recognized the quality of Jack's technique. This wasn't some pampered noble playing with weapons, this was someone who had been trained properly. "Last chance, boy," the larger enforcer warned, though his voice carried less confidence than before. "Drop the weapon and nobody gets hurt." Jack's laugh was like thunder rolling across distant mountains, rich and dangerous and full of promise. "I was about to say the same thing to you." The first enforcer attacked without further warning, his sword sweeping in a diagonal strike aimed at Jack's neck. The blow was fast, precise, and would have been instantly lethal if it had connected. But Jack wasn't there anymore. Lightning steps carried him 1 meter to the left, appearing behind the attacker's extended guard. His spear thrust forward with the mechanical precision of someone who had practiced the movement thousands of times. The spear point punched through the enforcer's leather armor like it was made of paper, finding the gap between ribs with surgical accuracy. The man's scream was cut short as steel started to pierce his skin. The enforcer hit the store floor with a wet impact, a small amount of dark blood pooling beneath his body as he hit the floor bead first. His sword clattered across the polished wood, its steel reflecting the crystal lighting in dancing patterns. The second enforcer reacted with professional speed, launching himself toward Jack's exposed flank while his partner fell. But Jack was already moving, clear of the attack while his spear flowed into a defensive position. Steel met steel in a shower of sparks as Jack's spear shaft intercepted the curved blade. The impact sent vibrations through both weapons, but Jack's leverage allowed him to control the engagement. Twisted his spear, using its length to trap the enforcer's blade while simultaneously stepping into close quarters. His knee drove upward into the man's solar plexus, doubling him over with a gasping wheeze. The sound of impact was followed immediately by Jack's spear, but striking the enforcer's temple with enough force to crack bone. The man dropped like a stone, his weapon falling from nerveless fingers as consciousness fled. The entire confrontation lasted less than 30 seconds. Jack stood over the fallen enforcers, his breathing slightly elevated but controlled. The spear in his hands hummed with residual energy, its steel point stained with blood that caught the crystal light like liquid rubies. The enforcers were a high silver and a low gold rank. Through his extensive training and switching classes mid-fight, Jack had used the spear better than before. Jack was a high silver rank in terms of strength, almost at the gold stage. But by catching his opponents by surprise, it made it easier to win the match. The store had gone completely silent. Nobles who had come to purchase cosmetics found themselves witnessing a demonstration of martial skill. But it was Marcus's reaction that truly captured Jack's attention. The thin man's face had gone completely white, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the bodies of his supposedly professional enforcers. Who are you?" Marcus stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "What's your name?" Jack wiped the blood from his spear with deliberate slowness, each movement calculated to emphasize the casual ease with which he dismantled supposedly dangerous opponents. "Jack," he said simply, his voice carrying across the silent store with crystalline clarity. "Jack Kaiser." The name hit Marcus hard, his knees actually buckling as the full magnitude of his situation became clear. He'd threatened the heir to house Kaiser, attempted to intimidate a duke's son, and just watched his enforcers get destroyed by someone barely out of adolescence. "Kaiser," Marcus whispered, his voice breaking with terror. "Duke Alaric Kaiser's son, the Dragon Slayer." "The very same," Jack confirmed with a smile that could have frozen flame. Lightning crackled more intensely around his form, purple arcs dancing between his fingers as his anger began to build towards something truly dangerous. "Now then," Jack continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "let's discuss these consequences you mentioned. What exactly did Phalanx Solutions plan to do to my family's business?" Marcus tried to back away, but Finn had positioned himself near the store's entrance, cutting off the most obvious escape route. The former chosen one's scarred face showed no emotion, but his hand rested on a weapon that promised swift and violent retribution for anyone foolish enough to test him. "Please," Marcus begged, his aristocratic composure cracking completely. "I didn't know. We were told this was just some provincial startup. No one mentioned the Kaiser family." "No one mentioned it because you didn't bother to research your target," Jack replied with cold satisfaction. "Phalanx Solutions operates through ignorance and intimidation." The crowd began to murmur with excitement as they realized they were witnessing the public humiliation of one of the kingdom's most notorious corporate bullies. Some began to applaud, while others pulled out notebooks to record what would undoubtedly become a story told in noble circles for years to come. About time someone put them in their place. The applause built steadily as more customers recognized the significance of what they'd witnessed. Marcus Thorne and Phalanx Solutions had just been publicly destroyed by a 16-year-old noble who made it look effortless. Jack raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent immediately. The authority in that simple gesture spoke volumes about the respect he commanded, not through birthright alone, but through demonstrated ability. "Marcus Thorne," Jack said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute judgment, "you came here to threaten my family's business. You brought armed men into my city. You attempted to intimidate citizens under my protection." Each accusation fell like a hammer blow, driving Marcus further toward complete collapse. The man's legs were visibly shaking now, his expensive robe stained with sweat despite the cool morning air. "As of this moment," Jack continued with deadly calm, "I consider Phalanx Solutions to be an enemy of House Kaiser. Your company will find that business becomes very difficult when conducted against the interests of a ducal family." The threat was delivered with such casual authority that even hardened nobles in the crowd felt chills run down their spines. When a Kaiser declared vendetta, the consequences typically involved more than just business competition. "Furthermore," Jack said, his smile turning sharp as a blade, "I will personally ensure that your company's practices receive the scrutiny they deserve. Every deal, every contract, every questionable business arrangement, all of it will be examined very carefully." Marcus's face had gone completely gray, understanding crashing over him like a cold wave. House Kaiser controlled vast territories, trade routes, and political connections throughout the kingdom. Their enmity would be catastrophic for any business that depended on noble patronage. "Please," Marcus whispered, his voice breaking with desperation. "We can reach an accommodation. Some arrangement that benefits both parties." "The arrangement," Jack said with finality, "is that Phalanx Solutions stays out of Sorn, avoids Kaiser business interests, and never again threatens anyone under my family's protection. Violate those terms and the consequences will be permanent." Marcus nodded frantically, his head bobbing like a bird drinking water. "Yes, yes, of course. Understood completely." No interference, no threats, you have our word. Your word means nothing, Jack replied dismissively, but your fear might keep you honest. Get out of my sight. The phalanx representatives fled the store with undignified haste, Marcus stumbling over his own feet in his eagerness to escape. Their departure was met with renewed applause from the crowd, who had thoroughly enjoyed watching corporate bullies receive their comeuppance. As the excitement from the confrontation began to fade, Jack noticed that business had actually intensified rather than diminished. The demonstration of his combat skills seemed to have enhanced rather than damaged the store's reputation. Nothing like a good show to draw customers, Octavia observed with obvious amusement as she approached through the crowd. Your timing was perfect, little brother. Half these people came just to see if the stories about your abilities were true. And the other half, Jack asked, wiping the last traces of blood from his spear before returning it to its display mount. Came for the products and stayed for the entertainment, Annabelle chirped from behind the counter, her arms full of gold coins and sales receipts. We've sold more in the past hour than we projected for the entire day. The implications of their success was staggering. Jack watched as customers continued to stream through the store, each one eager to purchase products that had already gained legendary status through word of mouth and dramatic demonstration. 5 bottles of shampoo, 10 bottles of Ember salt, 20 packages of matches. The sounds of commerce filled the air as transactions flowed. With mechanical precision, Octavia handled the high-value customers with diplomatic grace, while Annabelle managed the rapid-fire sales that characterized the general rush. Lady Genevieve moved through the crowd like a queen holding court, her presence commanding respect while she fielded questions about exclusive distribution agreements and bulk purchase arrangements. The Duchess of Cordelia wants territorial exclusivity, she reported to Jack as they met near the store center, offering 50,000 gold for rights to the entire Eastern Kingdom. Jack's eyes widened at the sum. 50,000 gold was enough to fund a small army or purchase a significant city. Just for distribution rights? Just for the knowledge that she'll be the only source of our products in her territory, Lady Genevieve confirmed with obvious satisfaction. Scarcity breeds desperation, and desperation breeds profit. The mathematics of their success were becoming clear. Each product line represented not just immediate sales, but ongoing revenue streams that could generate wealth for generations. The matches and tinderboxes provided steady income from repeat customers, while the luxury items commanded premium prices from nobility desperate to maintain their status. The sound of transaction bells filled the air as sales continued at a frantic pace. Jack watched with growing amazement as their inventory disappeared before his eyes, each item sold generating profits that exceeded their most optimistic projections. Current sales figures, Annabelle called out during a brief lull in customers, consulting a ledger that was rapidly filling with entries. 5,000 match packages at 1 silver each, 5,000 tinderboxes at 1 silver each, that's 10,000 silver total. 2,500 bottles of shampoo at 5 gold each, Octavia added from her position near the luxury displays. 12,500 gold, 2,000 bottles of Ember salt at 5 gold each, Lady Genevieve contributed with obvious pride. 10,000 gold. Jack's mind raced through the calculations, converting everything to gold coins for easier comprehension. 10,000 silver equaled 100 gold, bringing their total to 22,600 gold pieces from a single day's sales. 22,600 gold, Jack said aloud, his voice carrying a note of amazement that he couldn't quite suppress. In one day. Just from the opening, Lady Genevieve corrected with a smile that could have illuminated the deepest dungeon. We have orders for next month that triple those numbers, plus exclusive distribution agreements that guarantee ongoing revenue streams. The scope of their success was breathtaking. Jack had expected the business to be profitable, but this level of immediate success suggested they'd tapped into demand that went far beyond simple market opportunity. The nobility has been starving for genuine innovation, Octavia observed, noting Jack's expression of amazement. Most of what passes for luxury goods in our society are just expensive versions of existing products. We've created things that actually deliver results. As the afternoon wore on, the celebration continued with increasing intensity. Customers who had intended to purchase single items found themselves buying in bulk, driven by a combination of quality results and fear that supplies might run out. Completely sold out. Next shipment next month. Sounds of commercial triumph filled the air as their carefully planned inventory disappeared entirely. What had been meant to last weeks had been consumed in hours, leaving behind nothing but empty display cases and very satisfied customers. By evening, the store had been transformed from bustling retail space to celebratory gathering place. The Kaiser family stood among their closest supporters and most valued customers, wine flowing freely as stories of the day's success were shared and embellished. A toast! Lady Genevieve raised her crystal glass high, her voice carrying clearly over the assembled crowd. To innovation, to success, and to the future of Kaiser Holdings. The response was thunderous, voices joining in celebration of achievement that had exceeded everyone's expectations. Jack felt warmth spread through his chest as he basked in the approval of family and friends. But as the evening progressed and the crowd began to thin, Jack found his thoughts turning to other matters. The luminous labyrinth still waited with its growing horde of monsters. Draven's request for communion remained unanswered, and the larger questions about his destiny continued to loom over everything like storm clouds. "I should head home," Jack announced as the last customers departed into the evening air. His family exchanged meaningful glances, clearly understanding that their son and brother had responsibilities beyond business success. The dragon slaying had marked him for greatness, but greatness came with prices that couldn't be paid in gold. "Of course, dear," Lady Genevieve said, kissing his forehead with maternal warmth. "You've done magnificently today. Rest well." Jack made his farewells and stepped out into the cool evening air, Corvin settling onto his shoulder as they began the walk back toward the estate. The city streets were quieter now, though lights blazed from windows where families gathered for evening meals purchased with the prosperity his innovations had brought. He was halfway home when footsteps echoed behind him, the measured pace of someone following him. Jack's senses had been sharpened by weeks of combat training, picked up the subtle signs of pursuit immediately. Through their soul link, Corvin tensed with predatory awareness, the raven's supernatural senses detecting something that normal perception couldn't grasp. Jack continued walking at the same casual pace, but his hand moved subtly toward where his weapon would normally rest. Sierra's training had taught him to always be prepared for ambush, and the footsteps behind him carried the careful rhythm of someone trying to remain unnoticed. The sounds grew closer, more distinct, until Jack could make out at least 3 separate sets of footsteps. Phalanx solutions. Jack wondered, his muscles tensing as he prepared for potential combat. Stupid enough to try revenge after this afternoon's humiliation, but the voice that called out from the darkness was unlike anything he'd expected. Lord Kaiser. The voice was rich and cultured, carrying an accent that spoke of education and refinement rather than street violence. "Please, if I might have a moment of your valuable time." Jack turned slowly, his hand still ready to draw a weapon that wasn't there, to find himself facing something that defied all his expectations. A man in pristine white robes approached through the evening gloom. Behind him walked 2 companions, also robed in white, their faces hidden by deep hoods that cast their features in shadow. But it was the lead figure's expression that made Jack's breath catch in his throat. The man's face showed a combination of reverence and desperate hope that belonged in churches rather than city streets. Without warning, the robed figure dropped to his knees in the middle of the cobblestone street, his white robes spreading around him like spilled milk. His companions followed suit, creating a scene so surreal that Jack found himself momentarily speechless. "Great Lord," the man said, his voice trembling with emotion that seemed genuine, "blessed avatar of the white lightning, chosen of the storm god, we have traveled far to witness your divine presence." Jack stared in complete bewilderment as the man leaned forward and pressed his lips to Jack's boot. The gesture so unexpected and bizarre that every instinct screamed at him to step backward. "What the hell are you doing?" Jack's voice cracked with disbelief, electrical energy beginning to crackle around his form as confusion transformed into alarm. But the man's only response was to press his forehead against the cobblestones in a prostration so complete it bordered on worship. "We are the children of the white lightning," he said, his voice muffled by his position but carrying clearly in the evening air. "We have witnessed your glory, felt the truth of your divine mission, and pledge ourselves to your sacred cause." Children of the what? The sounds of Jack's confusion echoed through the empty street, but the robed figures remained in their positions of absolute submission. But Jack could only stare in complete bewilderment at the scene unfolding before him. Religious fanatics worshipping him in the middle of a city street, kissing his boots like he was some kind of divine avatar. And as the man's voice rose in what sounded suspiciously like prayer, Jack realized that fame and power came with consequences he'd never imagined, followers he'd never wanted, and responsibilities that extended far beyond personal advancement. The white-robed figures remained kneeling in the gathering. Darkness, their devotion absolute and utterly incomprehensible. Jack stood frozen above them. What did they want? How had they found him? And most importantly, what kind of divine mission did they think he was supposed to be fulfilling? Each breath seemed to carry the weight of absolute faith, the kind of belief that could move mountains or start wars, depending on how it was directed. Jack thought desperately, his mind reeling as he tried to process this surreal situation. Please tell me you have some explanation for this madness. Analysis, religious zealots, probability of rational discourse, 12.7%. That's not particularly helpful. Through their soul link, Corvin shifted restlessly on Jack's shoulder. The raven's supernatural senses were picking up something that made the creature deeply uncomfortable. Not fear exactly, but the kind of wariness that ancient predators developed when facing something they couldn't categorize. Great Lord, the lead figure continued, his voice muffled but fervent, we have traveled from the sacred lands of Sanctorium to witness the awakening of he who walks between storms. He who walks between what now? Jack's confusion deepened with each cryptic word. What the hell is he talking about? Rise, Jack commanded, his voice laced with authority. I don't speak to people who grovel in the dirt. If you have something to say it properly. The three figures rose as one. Their movements synchronized when they pulled back their hoods. Jack was struck by their appearance. They weren't the wild-eyed fanatics he'd expected. The lead figure was perhaps 40 years old, with silver streaking his dark hair and intelligent eyes that held the depth of someone who had seen far more than most mortals. His companions were younger, a man and woman in their 20s, but both carried themselves with the disciplined bearing of scholars or priests. Their faces showed the kind of calm certainty that came from absolute faith in their beliefs. Forgive our reverence, divine avatar, the leader said, his voice now clear and educated. I am Brother Matthias of the Sacred Observatory. These are my companions, Sister Alina and Brother Thomas. Avatar? Jack's eye twitched with irritation. I'm getting really tired of people calling me things I don't understand. I'm not an avatar of anything, Jack said flatly. I'm Jack Kaiser, heir to House Kaiser. And I have no idea what you people think you know about me. Brother Matthias smiled with the infuriating patience of someone who believed they possessed secret knowledge. Oh, but you are so much more than that, Lord of the 13th throne. The stars themselves proclaimed your awakening when the white lightning split the heavens. 13th throne. Jack's confusion was rapidly transforming into annoyance. System, any idea what they are babbling about? Unknown references. 13th throne does not match any known political or divine hierarchy in available data. The blood of storms flows through your veins, Sister Alina added. Born beneath the convergence of temporal streams. Marked by the Forgotten One's favor, destined to fulfill the prophecy of elemental convergence. Prophecy of elemental, what? Jack felt his patience wearing thin like worn cloth. Listen, I don't know what religious texts you've been reading, but you're clearly mistaken about who I am. The bloodline stirs, the ancient power awakens, and the cosmos prepares for the fulfillment of prophecy written before your kingdoms were even dreamed of, Brother Thomas proclaimed. The electrical discharge from Jack's growing agitation was becoming more pronounced, purple arcs dancing between his fingers, while the air around him grew thick with barely contained energy. But instead of showing fear, the three cultists seemed to draw energy from his display of power. Their eyes lit up with religious fervor as they witnessed what they clearly interpreted as divine manifestation. Yes, Sister Alina breathed, her voice carrying rapture that belonged in bedchambers rather than public streets. Show us your glory, Master of Elements. Let the unworthy witness the power of the 13th. Stop calling me that. Jack's voice cracked like a whip, electricity arcing from his body to strike the cobblestones around them. The stones hissed and glowed red-hot where the lightning touched, sending up wisps of acrid smoke. The sound of superheated stone, cooling in the evening air, created an ominous soundtrack to their confrontation. But the cultists remained unmoved by his obvious irritation, their faith apparently strong enough to override self-preservation instincts. We know of the shadow that fell across your childhood, Brother Matthias said quietly, his voice taking on a more serious tone. The cursed blade that stole 10 years of your life, the enemies who sought to prevent your awakening before it could threaten their plans. Jack went completely still, every muscle in his body tensing like a coiled spring. The assassination attempt from his youth was family knowledge, carefully guarded information that few outside House Kaiser should possess. "Who told you about that?" Jack's voice was deadly quiet, a kind of tone that made experienced warriors reach for their weapons. "That information isn't public knowledge. The stars remember everything, divine avatar," Sister Elena replied with infuriating serenity. "Past, present, and future flow together in the cosmic currents. Those who know how to read the signs can see the truth that others miss." "Cut the mystical bullshit," Jack snarled, his patience finally snapping completely. Lightning erupted from his form in visible waves, making his hair stand on end while electricity danced across his skin like living tattoos. "Tell me what you know or get out of my sight." The electrical discharge was becoming violent enough to pose a genuine threat to anyone. Standing too close, the cultists should have been terrified, should have been running for their lives. Instead, they seemed to be drawing strength from his display of power. "We know that Valderin, the usurper, sent his agents to end your life before the prophecy could begin," Brother Thomas said with quiet conviction. "We know that the blade was forged in the voidlands and blessed by entities that should not be named." Jack's blood turned to ice despite the heat radiating from his electrical aura. Valderin the usurper was a name from history books, a would-be conqueror who had died centuries ago. But if these people knew details about his assassination, attempt that even his own family didn't possess. This is impossible, Jack thought, his mind racing. Valderin has been dead for 300 years. How could he have sent assassins after me? "Because death is not the end for those who serve the ancient powers," Brother Matthias replied, and Jack realized with horror that he'd spoken his thoughts aloud. "The usurper's spirit endures, bound by chains of ambition and hatred that transcend mortal limitations. Many things are impossible until they happen," Brother Thomas said with a smile that somehow managed to be both comforting and deeply unsettling. "Stop!" Jack's shout echoed through the empty street, accompanied by a thunderclap of released electrical energy. "Stop calling me that. I don't know what throne you're talking about, and I don't understand your prophecies." The lightning strike left a smoking crater in the cobblestones where it had struck. The stones melted into a glassy puddle that reflected the evening sky like a dark mirror. But the cultists remained completely unmoved by the display of destructive power. If anything, they seemed energized by it, their faces glowing with the kind of rapture that belonged in religious artwork. "The awakening proceeds exactly as foretold," Brother Matthias murmured, his voice carrying satisfaction mixed with awe. "Denial gives way to anger, anger breeds power, and power illuminates truth." "What truth?" Jack demanded, his voice raw with frustration. "What prophecy? What do you people actually know?" Sister Elena replied with absolute conviction. "Destined to stand as a bridge between the mortal realm and divine justice. We know that the Forgotten One chose you not for your lightning alone, but for what you will become when your true nature awakens." Jack felt the world tilt sideways as her words crashed over him like a tidal wave. They knew that Draven was his patron god. Jack hadn't even told his family who it was. "How did they know? This is insane," Jack whispered. "Insanity is just truth viewed from an inadequate perspective," Brother Matthias said gently. "Come with us to the sacred observatory in Sanctorium. Let our scholars show you the prophecies written in stellar configurations. Let our seers reveal the cosmic forces that have shaped your destiny since before your birth. The answers you seek cannot be found in dungeons or politics," Sister Elena added with quiet intensity. "They lie in understanding your place in the greater pattern, your role in events that will reshape the balance between order and chaos." Jack's mind raced through the implications of what they were. Offering answers to questions that had been plaguing him since his awakening, knowledge about his true nature and potential, understanding of the forces that seemed to be gathering around him like storm clouds. But traveling to Sanctorium would mean leaving his family, abandoning his growing business empire, and placing himself at the mercy of religious fanatics whose motives remained completely unclear. "I need more information before I make any decisions," Jack thought, his tactical training from Sierra kicking in as he analyzed the situation. "Let's say I believe you," Jack said carefully. "Watching their faces foretells. Let's say there's truth to these prophecies and cosmic destinies you're describing. Why should I trust complete strangers with knowledge that could be used against me?" "Because we are the only ones who can prepare you for what's coming," Brother Matthias replied with grim certainty. "The ancient powers stir in their prisons. The barriers between realms grow thin. Wars approach that will make the dragon conflict seem like children's games. And you expect me to just walk away from everything I've built here? Jack gestured toward the glowing windows of his successful store, toward the prosperity he'd brought to Sorn citizens. Abandon my family and follow strangers into unknown territory. We expect you to choose between comfortable ignorance and uncomfortable truth, Sister Alina said with quiet intensity. Between the small destiny of a noble heir and the cosmic responsibility of a divine avatar. Jack felt pressure building in his chest like steam in a sealed kettle. These people were asking him to make a choice that could fundamentally alter not just his own life, but potentially the fate of kingdoms. Yet something about their certainty, their specific knowledge of his past, suggested they weren't just deluded fanatics. There has to be a middle ground, Jack realized, his mind searching for options that didn't require complete surrender to their agenda. I have a counter-proposal, Jack said finally, his voice taking on the authoritative tone he'd learned from watching his father negotiate. You claim to serve divine purposes, to understand cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. Prove it. The three cultists exchanged glances, clearly not having expected a negotiation rather than simple acceptance or rejection. Prove it how? Brother Matthias asked cautiously. Help me reach a holy site where I can commune directly with my patron deity, Jack said, his plan crystallizing as he spoke. If your knowledge is genuine, if you truly understand divine politics, then you should want me to speak to my God. He crossed his arms, lightning still crackling faintly around his form. Let me get the answers I need from a source I trust, and then we'll discuss traveling to Sanctorium. Brother Matthias's eyes lit up with something that might have been respect mixed with calculation. You seek to verify our claims through divine testimony. Clever. The 13th throne shows wisdom beyond his apparent years. Stop, Jack began, but the cultist continued as if he hadn't spoken. The ruins of divine convergence lie 3 days' travel to the east. Sister Alina nodded enthusiastically. We can guide you there safely. And in return, Jack asked, sensing there had to be more to their offer. In return, Brother Marcus said with quiet intensity, you listen when the Forgotten One confirms what we've told you. Jack considered the proposal, weighing risks against potential rewards. More importantly, he genuinely needed to communicate with Draven. Heavy footsteps echoed through the evening air as someone approached at a fast pace. Jack turned to see Finn emerging from the shadows between buildings, his scarred face grim with concern as he took in the scene before him. Jack, Finn's voice carried across the street with obvious alarm. What's going on here? Who are these people? The former Chosen One's one good eye swept over the white-robed figures with professional assessment, his hand moving instinctively toward where his weapons would normally rest. Years of experience with religious extremists had taught him to recognize dangerous fanaticism when he saw it. Children of the White Lightning, Jack replied grimly. They seem to think I'm some kind of prophesied divine avatar, destined to reshape reality. Finn's expression darkened considerably, his scarred features twisting into something approaching a snarl. Sanctorium cultists, he spat, the words dripping with distaste. I should have known. They've been growing bolder since news of your dragon slaying spread. Brother Matthias turned to face Finn with polite interest, showing no sign of intimidation despite the former Chosen One's obvious hostility. Finn the blind prophet, your reputation precedes you, fallen one. How fascinating to encounter you in service to the 13th throne. Finn's jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth, his eye blazing with sudden fury. Don't call me that name, zealot, and stay away from the boy. Whatever delusions you're peddling, he doesn't need them. Delusions, Sister Alina laughed, the sound like crystal bells ringing in a cathedral. What part of that seems delusional to you? The part where you manipulate a 16-year-old into believing he's responsible for cosmic destiny, Finn shot back, stepping closer to Jack in a protective gesture. I've seen what happens to people who start believing they are divine instruments. It never ends well. Finn, Jack said quietly, his voice cutting through the rising tension. I appreciate the concern, but I can handle this myself. The former Chosen One turned to look at Jack with genuine surprise, clearly not having expected to be dismissed. But after a moment, understanding flickered across his scarred features. Jack was no longer the confused youth who needed constant protection. He'd grown into someone capable of making his own decisions, even dangerous ones. Your choice, kid, Finn said with reluctant respect, but if these fanatics try anything stupid, I'll be nearby. He melted back into the shadows with the fluid grace of someone who'd spent years moving unseen, his presence a reminder that Jack had allies watching from the darkness. Brother Matthias waited until Finn's footsteps had faded before turning his attention back to Jack. The blind prophet speaks from pain and betrayal. His fall from grace has colored his perception of divine purpose. Maybe, Jack said carefully, but his warnings about religious manipulation aren't exactly wrong. How do I know you're not just trying to use me for your own agenda? He gestured toward the thriving city around them, toward the lights glowing in windows where families gathered for evening meals. All of this ends. Not just your kingdom, not just your continent, but everything. Every living soul is consumed by entities that view existence itself as an aberration to be corrected. Jack swallowed hard. The scope of what they were describing, making his throat dry as ancient parchment. The ruins of divine convergence, Jack said finally, making his decision. 3 days' travel, you said, and you guarantee safe passage. No tricks, no traps, no attempts to kidnap me for your own purposes. By the light of the eternal flame, we swear it, Brother Matthias said solemnly, placing his right hand over his heart. You will reach the ruins safely, commune with your patron deity, and receive the answers you seek. What you do with that knowledge remains your choice. Jack studied their faces for signs of deception, but found only the absolute certainty of true believers. Whether they were right or wrong about his supposed destiny, they genuinely believed in what they were saying. And I need those answers, Jack admitted to himself. When do we leave? Jack asked, his decision crystallizing as he spoke. Tomorrow night, Brother Matthias replied with satisfaction. Meet us at the crossroads shrine just outside Sorn's eastern gate when the moon reaches its zenith. An owl's call echoed through the evening air, somehow sounding ominous in the context of their conversation. Corvin stirred on Jack's shoulder, the raven's supernatural senses detecting something in the darkness that normal perception couldn't grasp. Until tomorrow night, then, Jack said, stepping back to indicate the conversation was concluded. Don't make me regret this decision. The cosmos itself celebrates your choice, divine avatar. Sister Alina said with radiant joy. Tomorrow begins the true fulfillment of your destiny. The 3 cultists melted back into the evening shadows with fluid grace, their white robes making them appear almost ghost-like as they disappeared. Within moments, Jack was alone on the cobblestone street with only Corvin for company. Well, Jack thought as he began walking toward the estate, that was completely insane. Please tell me I didn't just agree to follow religious fanatics into the wilderness based on cryptic prophecies and cosmic destiny nonsense. Analysis suggests a 73.2% probability that you have indeed made a questionable decision based on insufficient information. Your confidence is overwhelming, Jack replied sarcastically. Any suggestions for how to handle this situation? Recommend informing your family of the cultists' approach and their claims. Additional perspectives might provide clarity about the wisdom of this course of action. You think I should go, don't you? Jack asked his companion. The response was wordless but clear. Adventure, discovery, and the pursuit of power were worth considerable risk. The raven had lived for centuries in the supernatural realm. It understood that true growth required venturing into dangerous territories. Jack approached the estate gates, his mind already turning to the practical considerations of tomorrow night's journey. He'd need to prepare supplies, inform his family of his temporary absence, ensure that his various business interests continue to function in his absence. But underneath the logistical planning lay a growing sense of anticipation mixed with dread. If the cultists were right, if there truly was some cosmic destiny awaiting him, then who knows how his life would change. In the depths of the void, ancient powers stirred with malevolent anticipation. The god of time's laughter echoed through temporal dimensions as cracks spread through his prison walls. The sound of reality itself begins to strain under the weight of approaching revelation. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Kaiser State's cobblestone courtyard as Finn approached the main house with purposeful strides. His weathered boots struck the stone with rhythmic precision, each footfall echoing off the estate's towering walls like a countdown to something inevitable. The sound carried through the morning air, drawing the attention of servants who quickly stepped aside. Even after weeks of living at the estate, Finn's presence commanded a mixture of respect and wariness. His scarred face and the subtle aura of barely contained violence that surrounded him marked him as someone not to be trifled with. Duke Alaric Kaiser stood on the main balcony overlooking the training grounds, his golden eyes tracking his son's progress as Jack worked through another of Sierra's brutal conditioning routines. The sounds of combat training echoed across the courtyard as Sierra put Jack through his paces. Even from this distance, Alaric could see the transformation in his son's movements. Finn's approach broke the Duke's contemplation. The former chosen one climbed the steps to the balcony with steady purpose, his one good eye reflecting the morning sun like polished steel. When he spoke, his voice carried the grim satisfaction of a hunter who had finally tracked his prey. "My lord," Finn said, offering a respectful bow that somehow managed to convey both deference and equality. "I have news about our mutual friend George." Alaric's expression darkened at the mention of the escaped prisoner, dark mana swirling more aggressively around his form. The Duke's jaw tightened as old anger stirred in his chest like embers being fanned into flame. "Speak," Alaric commanded, his voice carrying the authority of absolute power barely restrained. "3 territories over," Finn replied, his scarred features settling into grim lines. "The bastard's been clever about covering his tracks, but not clever enough. He's got a family now, a woman and 2 children who don't know what kind of monster they're sheltering." The sound of Alaric's knuckles popping filled the air as the Duke's hands clenched into fists. Dark energy writhed around his form like living shadows, making the morning air thick and oppressive. "Moving on, you said." Alaric's voice was dangerously quiet, the kind of tone that made experienced warriors reach for their weapons. "Within the next few days," Finn confirmed. "If I leave now, I can intercept him before he disappears again. This might be our only chance to settle the matter permanently." Alaric nodded slowly, his golden eyes reflecting the cold calculation that had made him one of the most feared nobles in the kingdom. "Do what needs to be done, Finn." Lady Genevieve's displeasure with his continued existence has been quite clear. George had made his choice when he fled justice, and that choice had consequences that transcended simple imprisonment. "I'll need to leave immediately," Finn said, already turning toward the stairs. "Every hour of delay increases the chance he'll slip away again." "Take whatever resources you need," Alaric replied with finality. "Horses, gold, contacts in neighboring territories, whatever it takes to end this matter permanently." Finn's smile was sharp as a blade's edge, all teeth and promised violence. "Understood, my lord. George won't be a problem much longer." The former chosen one descended the stairs with the same purposeful stride that had brought him to the balcony, his form disappearing into the estate's interior as he prepared for a journey that would end in blood and justice. Alaric remained on the balcony, his gaze returning to the training grounds, where his son continued to push the boundaries of human endurance under Sierra's merciless guidance. The sight filled him with a mixture of pride and concern that had become increasingly familiar since Jack's awakening. The sounds of intensive training continued to echo across the courtyard, punctuated by Sierra's sharp commands and occasional corrections delivered through the pointed end of her practice spear. It was perhaps 10 minutes later when Jack finally broke free from his training session, approaching the balcony with a confident stride. Sweat beaded his forehead and his training clothes were soaked through, but his breathing remained controlled despite the obvious exertion. "Father," Jack called up, his voice carrying clearly across the morning air. "Do you have a minute? There are some things we need to discuss." Alaric gestured for his son to join him on the balcony. When Jack reached the balcony, the Duke could see the subtle changes that weeks of intensive training had wrought. His son's frame had filled out with the lean muscle of a warrior. "What's troubling you, my boy?" Alaric asked, though something in Jack's expression suggested he already had a good idea of what was coming. Jack moved to stand beside his father at the balcony railing, his gaze sweeping across the estate grounds with the automatic vigilance that Sierra had beaten into him through countless hours of situational awareness training. "Last night," Jack began carefully, "I was approached by some unusual individuals. Religious fanatics from Sanctorium who seem to believe I'm some kind of prophecy divine avatar destined to reshape reality." Alaric's expression darkened considerably, dark mana swirling more aggressively around his form as implications clicked into place in his mind. "Children of the White Lightning," he said grimly. "I should have expected this. News of your dragon slaying has spread far beyond our borders. You know about them?" Jack asked, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely surprised. "Religious extremists who believe that lightning users are divine instruments sent to fulfill ancient prophecies," Alaric replied with distaste. "They've been growing bolder in recent years, claiming that the end times approach and that their chosen saviors will emerge to guide the faithful through cosmic tribulation." The Duke turned to face his son directly, his golden eyes blazing with parental concern mixed with political calculation. "What did they want from you specifically?" "They want me to travel to Sanctorium," Jack said, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was revealing. "To visit their sacred observatory and learn about supposedly ancient prophecies that detail my cosmic destiny." The sound of Alaric's knuckles popping echoed across the balcony as his hands clenched the balcony, causing cracks in the marble structure. Dark energy writhed around him like living shadows, making the morning air thick with barely contained violence. "Absolutely not," the Duke said with finality. "Religious fanatics who kidnap young nobles and fill their heads with delusions of divine purpose. I've seen what happens to people who fall under their influence. They become tools for agendas they don't understand. I'm not planning to follow them blindly," Jack assured him. "But they knew things, Father. Details about the assassination attempt from my childhood that should have been family secrets." They spoke of Valderan, the usurper, as if he were still active, still sending agents to interfere with supposed prophecies. Alaric went completely still, every muscle in his body tensing like a coiled spring. When he spoke, his voice carried the deadly quiet of barely restrained fury. "What exactly did they say about Valderan?" "That his spirit endures, bound by chains of ambition and hatred that transcend mortal limitations," Jack replied, watching his father's expression grow increasingly grim. "That he sent the assassins who tried to kill me, using a blade forged in the voidlands and blessed by entities that should not be named." The sound of dark mana responding to Alaric's emotional state filled the air, making nearby windows vibrate in their frames. The Duke's face had gone completely white, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and terrible understanding. "This changes things," Alaric whispered, his voice barely audible despite the silence that had fallen over the courtyard. "If Valderan's influence persists—" He trailed off, clearly processing implications that Jack couldn't fully grasp. When the Duke spoke again, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority. "You cannot travel to Sanctorium alone. The political ramifications alone would be catastrophic, but if these cultists possess information—" "There's something else," Jack interrupted, his voice taking on a more urgent tone. "The dungeons, Father, I can sense them. It's part of my abilities as a chosen one. I can tell exactly how many enemies are contained within any dungeon in our territory." Alaric's attention snapped back to his son with laser focus, recognizing the shift to more immediate concerns. "What do you sense?" Jack took a deep breath, knowing that what he was about to reveal would change everything about their family's approach to dungeon management. 14,000 enemies in the luminous labyrinth, 3 field bosses, and the numbers are growing daily. The color drained from Alaric's face as the implications crashed over him like a tidal wave. 15,000 monsters was more than enough to overwhelm any conventional military force, and if the numbers were increasing. How rapidly? Alaric's voice was deadly quiet, the tone of a man calculating military disasters and political catastrophes. "I can't give you exact rates without regular monitoring," Jack replied carefully, "but the magical signatures suggest it's growing quickly. We're looking at a potential dungeon break within a couple months to a year if nothing is done." The sound of Alaric's boots striking the balcony floor echoed across the courtyard as the Duke began pacing with barely contained energy. His mind was clearly racing through tactical options and political necessities. "We'll need to organize clearing expeditions immediately," Alaric muttered, more to himself than to Jack. "Adventuring companies, mercenary guilds, maybe even request assistance from other noble houses." "Father," Jack interrupted, "when you send teams to clear the dungeons, I need them to collect everything. Monster materials, herbs, magical flora, anything that could be useful for crafting or alchemy. I have projects that could benefit from such resources." Alaric nodded absently, still focused on the larger implications of what Jack had revealed. "Of course, whatever you need for your research." He stopped pacing and gazed at Jack with an intense stare, his golden eyes blazing with paternal concern mixed with pragmatic calculation. "But regarding this Sanctorium situation, you absolutely cannot travel there alone. The risks are too great, both politically and personally. They are crazy and unstable." "They offered to escort me to the ruins of divine convergence," Jack said carefully. "A holy site where I could commune directly with my patron deity. They claim I'll receive answers about my true nature and cosmic destiny." "And you believe them?" Alaric's voice carried a note of incredulity mixed with concern. "I believe they know things they shouldn't," Jack replied honestly. Whether that knowledge comes from divine revelation or more mundane intelligence networks, I can't say, but the opportunity to speak directly with Draven. The Forgotten One, Alaric said quietly, and Jack was surprised to hear recognition in his father's voice. Yes, I know who chose you, my boy. The pendant's aura is distinctive to those who know what to look for. Jack felt his breath catch at this casual revelation. You've known all along. I suspected from the moment you returned from the palace. Alaric confirmed. Draven's blessings carry a particular resonance that experienced mages can detect. It explains much about your rapid advancement. The Duke resumed his pacing, dark mana swirling more aggressively around his form as he processed the various threats and opportunities that Jack had revealed. The cultist spoke the truth about one thing, Alaric said finally. You're not ready for the kind of attention that traveling to Sanctorium would bring. Your magical development has been remarkable, but you're still functionally a third-star mage at best. Your martial skills, while improving rapidly under Sierra's guidance, place you somewhere in the high silver ranks. He stopped pacing and fixed Jack with a stare that carried the weight of absolute authority. To safely navigate the political and supernatural dangers of Sanctorium, you'd need to be at least a fifth-star mage with diamond-rank martial capabilities. Anything less, and you'd be vulnerable to manipulations and threats that your current power level couldn't address. How long would that take? Jack asked, though something in his expression suggested he already suspected the answer wouldn't be what he wanted to hear. Years, Alaric replied bluntly. Possibly decades, depending on your advancement rate and access to proper training resources. The kind of power necessary to stand as an equal among Sanctorium's religious hierarchy isn't achieved quickly or easily. Jack's jaw clenched with frustration, lightning beginning to crackle faintly around his fingertips as his emotional state affected his magical aura, so I'm supposed to just wait, ignore opportunities for knowledge and growth because they might be dangerous. You're supposed to be smart about which risks you take, and when you take them, Alaric corrected with the patience of someone who had made similar calculations throughout his own rise to power. Rushing into situations you're not prepared for is how promising young nobles end up dead or enslaved. But they know who tried to kill me, Jack said, his voice rising with barely contained urgency. They have information about supernatural threats that could affect our entire family. How can we ignore that? Alaric's expression softened slightly at his son's obvious frustration, though his resolve remained unchanged. We don't ignore it. We investigate it carefully, through channels we control, with resources we trust. But we don't put you at the mercy of religious fanatics whose true motives remain unclear. The Duke moved to stand directly in front of Jack, his hands coming to rest on his son's shoulders with surprising gentleness given the power that flowed through his form. I understand the desire for answers, my boy. I felt the same urgency when I was your age, the same need to seize every opportunity for advancement regardless of the risks involved. But wisdom comes from learning which battles to fight and when to fight them. So what do you suggest? Jack asked, his voice reflecting the struggle between impatience and trust in his father's judgment. I go with you, Alaric said simply. If these cultists possess genuine knowledge about supernatural threats, then as Duke of this territory, I need to understand what we're facing. If they are simply fanatics trying to manipulate a young chosen one, then my presence will make their deceptions considerably more difficult. Jack felt a surge of relief mixed with continued frustration. Having his father's support and protection would certainly make the journey safer, but it would also mean operating under ducal oversight rather than the freedom he'd grown accustomed to. When could we leave? Jack asked, already beginning to plan for the various preparations such a journey would require. That's the problem, Alaric replied with evident frustration. The dungeon situation you've revealed makes immediate travel impossible. I need to organize clearing expeditions, coordinate with military commanders, and arrange for additional security throughout our territories. The Duke's expression grew grim as he calculated the various responsibilities that demanded his attention. The administrative burden alone will require weeks of intensive coordination. Add the political complexities of requesting assistance from other noble houses, and we're looking at months before I could safely leave the duchy. The sound of approaching footsteps drew both men's attention. To the balcony stairs, where a familiar figure was ascending with predatory grace. Sierra Nightshade moved with the fluid precision of a hunting cat, her black leather armor gleaming in the morning sun, while her green eyes sparkled with the kind of amusement that usually preceded violence. When she spoke, Her voice carried easily across the morning air. My, she purred, her tone suggesting she'd been listening to at least part of their conversation. What interesting dilemmas we're discussing this morning. She reached the balcony and leaned against the railing with casual elegance, her predatory gaze shifting between Jack and his father with obvious calculation. Religious fanatics, cosmic destinies, supernatural threats, and family responsibilities. Sierra continued with that unsettling grin that made Jack's skin crawl. Such delightfully complex problems require creative solutions. Alaric's expression darkened at the chosen one's uninvited participation in what had been a private family discussion. Lady Nightshade, this conversation doesn't concern. Oh, but it does, Sierra interrupted with silky authority, her green eyes fixing on Jack with predatory focus. You see, Duke Kaiser, you've identified the perfect solution to your dilemma, but you haven't recognized it yet. She pushed away from the railing and moved closer to both men, her presence somehow making the spacious balcony feel cramped and dangerous. You can't leave your duties to escort your son on his spiritual journey, Sierra said with mock sympathy. But you also can't allow him to travel alone with religious fanatics whose motives remain unclear. Her grin widened, revealing teeth that were perhaps a touch too sharp to be entirely human. Fortunately, you have access to a chosen one, whose abilities are more than sufficient to handle whatever threats might emerge. This is insane, Jack thought for the 100th time since agreeing to Sierra's escort proposal. Traveling to commune with a god, guided by religious fanatics, protected by a woman who finds creative ways to describe disemboweling people during training sessions. Analysis. Your survival probability has increased by 347% with Lady Nightshade's participation. However, psychological trauma probability has increased by 892%. That's not particularly reassuring. The sharp rap of knuckles against his chamber door interrupted Jack's internal spiral of doubt. When he opened it, Sierra stood in the doorway like a predatory shadow given human form. She traded her usual black leather training armor for traveling gear that somehow managed to look both practical and menacing. Dark leather pants hugged her lithe frame, while a fitted tunic of midnight blue emphasized her curves. Ready for our little adventure? Sierra's voice carried that familiar purr of barely contained violence, her green eyes dancing with anticipation that made Jack's skin crawl. I do love spiritual journeys. How so? Jack asked warily, though something in her expression suggested he didn't really want to know the answer. The wilderness has such fascinating ways of revealing people's true nature. Bandits, wild beasts, religious fanatics with questionable motives, so many opportunities for personal growth. Personal growth, Jack thought grimly. Is that what we're calling potential bloodbaths now? The sounds of final preparations filled the air as Jack secured his pack and checked his equipment one last time. His father's parting words still echoed in his mind. Trust Sierra's judgment in matters of survival, but remember that her methods can be excessive. That had been the Duke's diplomatic way of saying that Sierra Nightshade had a reputation for solving problems with extreme prejudice. The journey to the gate passed in relative silence, their footsteps echoing off cobblestones still damp with evening dew. The subtle sounds of the city settling into sleep told everyone the night was ending. The distant laughter from taverns, the creak of settling timber, and the whispered conversations of late-night lovers. An owl's call drifted across the evening air, somehow managing to sound ominous in the context of their clandestine departure. Corvin shifted restlessly on Jack's shoulder. The crossroads materialized out of the evening shadows like something from a fever dream. Ancient stones formed a rough circle around a weathered altar dedicated to forgotten gods. Brother Matthias, Sister Alina, and Brother Thomas waited beside the shrine with the patient stillness of true believers. Their white robes fluttered in the evening breeze like shrouds, making them appear almost ghost-like in the uncertain light. Divine Avatar, Brother Matthias said, his voice carrying across the shrine with reverent satisfaction. You honor us with your presence. The cosmos itself celebrates this moment of destiny fulfilled. His gaze shifted to Sierra, and Jack noticed the subtle way the cultist's posture changed. Not fear exactly, but the kind of wariness that experienced predators showed when recognizing an apex threat. Lady Nightshade, the brother continued, with considerably more caution. Your reputation precedes you. How unexpected to find you escorting our prophesied savior. Sierra's grin widened at the obvious discomfort her presence caused, her green eyes reflecting the torchlight like polished emeralds. Oh, I do love exceeding expectations. It keeps life interesting. She moved closer to the cultists with that predatory grace that made seasoned warriors reach for their weapons. I trust you gentlemen and lady have no objection to additional security. The wilderness can be dangerous for travelers. Of course not, Brother Matthias replied quickly, though his tone suggested he was beginning to question the wisdom of this entire enterprise. The more protection for our divine avatar, the better. Excellent. Sierra's voice cracked like a whip, filled with anticipation that made the very air seem to thicken with menace. I do hope we encounter some of that danger you're so worried about. It's been far too long since I've had proper exercise. Exercise? Jack thought with growing unease. She calls combat exercise. What the hell have I gotten myself into? The evening wind picked up, rustling through the forest canopy with sounds like whispered secrets. Jack noticed that Sierra had grown increasingly quiet as the day progressed, her predatory gaze scanning their surroundings. Something troubling you? Jack asked his escort during a brief rest stop, noting the subtle tension in her posture. Sierra's grin was sharp as a blade's edge, all teeth and promised violence. Oh, quite the opposite. I'm simply anticipating. The wilderness has such interesting ways of testing travelers. Her green eyes glittered with something that might have been hunger. Bandits, you see, are drawn to easy targets like moths to flame. Religious pilgrims with noble escorts make such tempting prey. She's looking forward to being attacked, Jack realized with a growing alarm. This woman is genuinely hoping we encounter dangerous criminals. The second day loomed gray and overcast, with thick clouds that turned the morning light pale and sickly. The path led through increasingly rugged terrain as they left. The maintained roads behind for ancient trails that wound between towering stone formations. A light rain began to fall, creating a steady percussion against the forest canopy that masked other sounds. Jack noticed that Sierra had grown even more alert, her movements taking on the fluid readiness of a predator sensing approaching prey. The ruins of divine convergence lie just beyond that ridge, Brother Matthias said, pointing toward a distant hill crowned with ancient stones. By tomorrow evening, you'll be able to commune directly with your patron deity and receive the answers you seek about your true nature. Sister Alina added, with radiant anticipation. The cosmic forces that shape your destiny will finally be revealed. Jack nodded absently, his attention focused on Sierra's increasingly predatory behavior. The woman moved like a hunting cat, her every step calculated, and her gaze constantly scanning their surroundings for signs of threat or opportunity. She knows something's coming, Jack thought uneasily. It was perhaps noon when the attack finally came. The crossbow bolt slammed into the tree trunk beside Brother Thomas's head with enough force to bury the steel point 3 inches deep in ancient bark. The cultist stumbled backward with a startled cry, his face going white with terror as splinters exploded from the tree. Bandits! Brother Matthias shouted, his voice cracking with panic as more projectiles whistled through the air around them. Take cover, protect the divine avatar. But Jack's attention was entirely focused on Sierra's transformation. The change was immediate and absolute. One moment she'd been walking with casual alertness, the next she'd exploded into motion with inhuman speed and grace. Her hand moved to her back in a fluid gesture that seemed almost ceremonial in its precision. The sound of steel being drawn from its sheath was like a cathedral bell tolling for the dead. Sierra's weapon materialized in her grip with a whisper of deadly metal, and Jack felt his breath catch at what he was seeing. It wasn't a sword or dagger as he'd expected. Instead, Sierra wielded a war scythe of impossible elegance and menace. The curved blade gleamed like captured moonlight, its edge sharp enough to split shadows while intricate runes crawled along its surface like living things. The weapon's shaft was as long as she was tall, crafted from what looked like polished red stone, a material Jack hadn't seen before. Her hands gripped the handle, tendrils of dark energy began to writhe like smoke given substance. The battle cry that erupted from Sierra's throat was nothing human. It was the sound of hunting predators, of ancient violence given voice, of death itself expressing joy at the prospect of fresh prey. Her entire demeanor had shifted from calculated menace to something far more primal and terrifying. Her green eyes blazed with an inner fire that spoke of pleasure found in violence, while her grin widened to reveal teeth that definitely looked sharper than they should be. "Oh, my sweet darling," Sierra cooed to her weapon, her voice taking on a tone of intimate affection that made Jack's skin crawl. "Look what lovely presents have come to play with us." She stroked the scythe's handle with fingertips that trembled with barely contained excitement. speaking to the weapon as if it were a beloved pet rather than an instrument of death. "Shall we show them how we dance, my dear? Shall we paint the forest floor with pretty crimson flowers?" The sounds of approaching bandits grew louder as they crashed through the underbrush with the confidence of predators who'd successfully trapped their prey. Jack counted at least a dozen distinct voices. "Surround them," a rough voice shouted from the trees. "Take the nobles alive if possible, but kill anyone who resists. The woman's armed," another bandit called out. "Watch the one with the giant weapon." Sierra's laughter was like crystal breaking in a cathedral, beautiful and utterly wrong. "Armed? Oh, you sweet, simple little lambs. You have absolutely no idea what you've stumbled into." She spun the war scythe in a complex pattern that made the air itself sing with barely contained violence. The weapon moved like a living extension of her will, its curved blade describing arcs of potential death that seemed to hang in the air like afterimages. More crossbow bolts whistled through the air, but Sierra moved through them like water flowing around stones. A scythe deflected projectiles with casual precision while she advanced toward the hidden archers with predatory grace. The first bandit broke cover 20 feet away, charging forward with a battle axe raised high and murder in his eyes. He was a big man, scarred and weathered by years of violence, his face twisted with confidence. Jack barely saw Sierra move. The sound of the scythe's blade finding flesh was like silk being torn. One moment the bandit was charging forward with his axe raised. The next he was sliding apart in two perfectly equal pieces that hit the ground with wet, meaty thuds. The spray of blood painted the forest floor in a crimson arc that caught the pale afternoon light like liquid rubies. The bandit's expression hadn't even had time to change, from confident aggression to recognition of his demise. "Oh, that was lovely." Sierra's voice cracked with ecstatic pleasure, her entire body trembling with excitement. "Did you feel how cleanly we took him?" She spun the scythe again, blood droplets flying from its edge in perfect spirals that sparkled like deadly jewelry. Her breathing had grown heavier, her face flushed with the arousal. "Magnificent," she breathed, her voice husky with satisfaction. "Who's next, my sweet? Who else wants to dance with death and desire?" Two more bandits emerged from the underbrush on her left. They'd clearly recognized the threat she represented, their weapons held ready and their approach cautious. "Spread out," one shouted to his companion. "Don't let her get both of us with that reach." Sierra's laughter was like honey poured over broken glass, sweet and sharp. "Oh, you think that will dave you? How naive." She moved like liquid shadow, the war scythe spinning around her body in patterns that seemed to defy physics. The weapon's reach was impossibly long, its curved blade describing arcs of death that could strike from angles that should have been impossible. The sounds of the scythe cutting through air created a deadly symphony that spoke of violence as art form. Sierra flowed between her opponents like water, her movements so graceful they seemed almost like dancing. The bandit on the right tried to close distance with a desperate lunge, his sword thrust aimed at her center mass. Sierra simply wasn't there when his blade arrived, having flowed aside with serpentine grace while her scythe swooshed through the air. His head left his shoulders so clean that his body was still in motion. His head tumbled through the air to land with a wet thump, while his body took 3 more steps before realizing it was dead. The headless corpse collapsed in a fountain of blood that painted nearby trees in abstract patterns of crimson violence. "Beautiful," Sierra moaned, her voice thick with arousal that made Jack's stomach turn. The way his essence just left his body. The second bandit had frozen in terror, his sword trembling in hands that could no longer maintain their grip on reality. The casual efficiency of her kills had broken something in his mind, reducing him from predator to prey in the span of a heartbeat. "Please," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of blood dripping from tree branches. "I have a family, children, I can pay you." Sierra's grin widened until it seemed to split her face, revealing far too many teeth that gleamed like ivory daggers. "Oh, but payment isn't what I want, sweet little lamb." She moved closer to him with the stalking grace of a hunting cat. Her scythe held almost casually while dark energy writhed around the weapon like smoke given malevolent purpose. "What I want," she continued in that husky voice of barely contained pleasure, "is to watch the light fade from your eyes while my precious darling tastes your essence." "No," the bandit's scream shattered the forest silence as he broke and ran, crashing through the underbrush with the desperate energy of prey fleeing certain death. Sierra watched him go with that predatory grin, making no move to pursue. "Run, little rabbit," she called after his fleeing form. "Tell the world what happens when mortals interrupt Sierra Nightshade's pleasures." She turned to face the remaining bandits who were still hidden in the forest, her voice carrying clearly through the trees with cruel amusement. "Any other volunteers?" she called out sweetly. "I promised to make it memorable." The sounds of rapid retreat echoed through the forest as the surviving bandits fled in panic. Whatever they'd expected when they'd planned this ambush, it clearly hadn't included encountering a chosen one with both the skill and inclination to turn human beings into abstract art. Sierra stood in the center of the carnage she'd created, her scythe still held ready while she surveyed her work with obvious satisfaction. Blood pooled around dismembered corpses, painting the forest floor in patterns that somehow managed to be both horrific and strangely beautiful. She purred, running her fingers along the scythe's blood-slicked blade with intimate affection. That was invigorating, though hardly a proper challenge was it. She brought her bloody fingertips to her lips and tasted them with an expression of pure bliss, her eyes rolling back slightly as if savoring fine wine. "Such sweet terror," she whispered to her weapon. "Did you taste how they broke when they realized what they'd awakened?" The moment when predator became prey. Jack stood frozen in the aftermath, his mind struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. The woman who'd been his combat instructor, who'd pushed him to excel in martial disciplines, had just slaughtered 3 men with casual efficiency while deriving obvious sexual pleasure from their deaths. This is what Father meant by excessive methods. Jack thought numbly. She doesn't just kill people, she enjoys it, gets aroused by it. What kind of monster have I been training with? Analysis. Lady Nightshade exhibits clear signs of combat-induced euphoria combined with sadistic pleasure. Recommend maintaining respectful distance during post-combat. Brother Matthias, Sister Elena, and Brother Thomas emerged from their hiding places with expressions of shell-shocked, all mixed with theological confusion. They'd clearly never witnessed violence of this caliber, their scholarly understanding of conflict having been violently expanded by exposure to reality. "Lady Nightshade," Brother Matthias said carefully, his voice carrying the kind of caution one used when addressing sleeping dragons. That was quite effective. Sierra's grin was sharp enough to cut shadows, her green eyes still blazing with arousal. "Oh, that was just foreplay, brother. If we encounter a real threat, I promise you'll see something truly spectacular." She began cleaning her scythe with methodical care, speaking to the weapon in tones of intimate affection that made everyone present deeply uncomfortable. There, my darling," she cooed while wiping blood from the curved blade. "I know you wanted to play longer, but we mustn't be greedy. There will be other opportunities later." Jack watched this display with growing unease, beginning to understand why Sierra's reputation inspired such wariness among experienced warriors. She wasn't just dangerous because of her skills or chosen one abilities. She was dangerous because she genuinely enjoyed inflicting death and suffering on other living beings. "We should move," Jack said finally, his voice hoarse with lingering shock. "Other bandits might return with reinforcements, or the sounds of combat might attract unwanted attention." "Oh, let them come," Sierra replied with anticipatory pleasure. "We are just getting warmed up. It's been far too long since we've had proper exercise." But she began gathering her equipment with efficient movements, clearly recognizing the tactical wisdom of not remaining near the scene of such overwhelming violence. As they resumed their journey toward the ruins of divine convergence, Jack found himself walking considerably farther from Sierra than he had before. The casual way she dismembered 3 human beings while deriving sexual pleasure from their deaths had altered his understanding of the woman who'd been training him. She has a split personality, Jack realized as he watched Sierra return to her normal predatory alertness. In normal circumstances, she's dangerous but controlled. In combat, she becomes something else entirely, something that finds ecstasy in ending lives. The forest around them seemed quieter now, as if the local wildlife had sensed the violence and decided to seek shelter. Their footsteps echoed strangely in the aftermath of the ambush, creating rhythms that somehow sounded like funeral marches. "The divine avatar has witnessed the first of many revelations," Sister Elena said quietly, her voice carrying undertones of theological satisfaction. "Truth reveals itself in many forms, not all of them comfortable for mortal comprehension." Sierra certainly revealed something, Jack muttered under his breath. He was careful to keep his voice low enough that she wouldn't overhear. As afternoon shadows began lengthening into evening, their group continued eastward along ancient paths that wound between standing stones older than recorded history. The ruins of divine convergence drew closer with each step, promising answers to questions that had been plaguing Jack since his awakening. Their footsteps created steady rhythms as they navigated increasingly sacred terrain. Behind them, scavenger birds were already descending to claim the remnants of Sierra's artistry, their harsh cries echoing through the forest like prayers offered to gods of war and death. Through the canopy of towering oaks, glimpses of pristine white marble emerged like promises of divine glory. Jack felt his breath catch as the ruins of divine convergence revealed themselves in all their magnificent splendor. These aren't ruins at all, Jack thought with growing awe. This is magnificent. The structure that emerged from the forest was nothing short of breathtaking. Massive columns of pure white marble stretched skyward like pillars supporting the heavens themselves, each one carved with such precision. The pantheon stretched endlessly in both directions, its perfect symmetry speaking of divine architecture that transcended mortal craftsmanship. Even Brother Matthias and his companions fell silent at the sight, their usual theological proclamations temporarily forgotten in the face of such overwhelming sacred beauty. The main structure rose in tiered levels, each platform adorned with statues representing gods from every conceivable pantheon. Jack picked out figures that sparked recognition from his past life: Greek, Egyptian, Japanese, Chinese, and a few gods he had never seen before. The sounds of flowing water drew Jack's attention to the sacred pools that flowed through the complex. Crystal-clear streams wound between the columns, feeding basins that reflected the afternoon sun like liquid diamonds. The water moved with purpose, following channels carved into the marble floors. "Divine avatar," Sister Elena whispered with reverent awe, "behold the eternal resting place of divine communion. Here, the barriers between mortal and immortal grow thin as gossamer." Sierra had grown unusually quiet, her predatory alertness replaced by something that might have been respect. Her green eyes swept over the sacred architecture with calculation, but there was no hint of her usual violent anticipation. "Even I wouldn't dare shed blood in a place like this," she murmured with reverence. The gods wouldn't take exception to such disrespect. As they approached the main entrance, the sounds of worship grew clearer. Pilgrims from dozens of different kingdoms and cultures moved through with quiet purpose, their voices creating a constant backdrop of prayers and supplications. Jack saw humans in fine silks kneeling before altars, dedicated to gods of prosperity. Dwarven warriors offered weapons to deities of battle and forged fire. Elven scholars read from ancient texts, while halfling merchants left offerings of food and wine at shrines to harvest gods. The sounds of offerings being placed filled the air as worshippers left tokens of their devotion. Coins clinked into donation bowls, flowers rustled as they were laid on altar stones, and precious items thudded softly as they were reverently placed before divine statues. "So many people," Jack observed, his voice carrying wonder at the sheer diversity of the gathering. "I didn't expect the shrine to be so crowded." Brother Thomas nodded with satisfaction, clearly pleased by Jack's reaction. The ruins of divine convergence serve pilgrims from across the known world. Kings and peasants, warriors and scholars, all seeking divine guidance for their earthly struggles. The sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention to a figure emerging from the main temple. Woman in flowing white robes moved toward them with serene purpose, her face carrying the ageless quality of someone who had been blessed by the gods. She appeared to be perhaps 40 years old, with silver streaking her dark hair and eyes that held depths of wisdom that seemed almost supernatural. Her movements were graceful without being hurried, confident without being arrogant. "Welcome, children of prophecy," she said, her voice carrying easily across the marble courtyard, despite its gentle tone. "I am Priestess Lyanna, keeper of the sacred communion. We have been expecting you." Jack blinked in surprise at her greeting. "Expecting us? How could you?" Priestess Lyanna smiled at Jack. "Your arrival was foretold in visions 3 days past. The young lord who bears the mark of storms, the warrior maiden whose scythe thirsts for battle, and the faithful who guide the prophesied one toward his destiny." Her gaze settled on Jack with particular intensity, and he felt as though she was seeing far more than his physical appearance. "Jack Kaiser, heir to House Kaiser. Chosen of the Forgotten One." She knows about Draven, Jack thought with growing unease. How much do these priests actually understand about divine politics? "You speak of things that should be hidden knowledge," Sierra said, her voice carrying a note of warning that made several nearby pilgrims step nervously away. "How does a mortal priestess know such details?" Priestess Lyanna's smile remained serene despite the implied threat in Sierra's tone. "Lady Nightshade, Your reputation precedes you even into sacred spaces, but here, beneath the gaze of every pantheon, all knowledge flows freely to those entrusted with guiding divine communion. She gestured toward the massive temple entrance behind her, where ancient symbols pulsed with gentle light. The gods themselves whisper secrets to their chosen servants. Your arrival, your purposes, your true natures, all are revealed to ensure proper preparation for communion. The conversation was interrupted by a sudden burst of electrical energy that lit up the marble courtyard like indoor lightning. Jack spun toward the disturbance and saw a young woman stumbling backward from what appeared to be an accidental collision with another pilgrimage. But it was the lightning crackling around her form that made Jack's eyes squint. Blue electricity danced between her fingers with the same natural ease that Jack had grown accustomed to in his own abilities. Her control was impressive, immediately drawing the chaotic energy back into herself with precision. "My apologies," she said to the pilgrim she'd bumped into, her voice carrying the refined accent of high nobility. "I wasn't watching where I was walking." Jack found himself moving toward her before he'd consciously decided to do so, drawn by the familiar resonance of lightning magic and something else he couldn't quite identify. Their collision was inevitable, two young lightning users distracted by the magnificent architecture around them. The moment their shoulders touched, both of their magical auras flared with brilliant intensity. Purple and blue lightning intertwined in the air between them like dancing serpents, creating a light show that drew startled gasps from nearby pilgrims. The electrical discharge was beautiful rather than dangerous. "Oh," the young woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she steadied herself against a nearby column. "I'm so sorry I didn't see you there. Name, Charlotte Stormblood Affinity, Lightning Fire Status, Heir to House Stormblood System Notification. Analyze skill has reached maximum proficiency urgent. Important information requires immediate attention regarding." But Jack wasn't listening to the system's notifications. His mind had gone completely blank at who he was looking at. Charlotte Stormblood, Jack thought in stunned amazement. She's from House Stormblood, the most powerful lightning users in recorded history. And she was absolutely stunning. But it was more than just her physical appearance that left Jack speechless. There was something about her presence, the way she carried herself with unconscious confidence. You're Charlotte Stormblood," Jack managed to say, his voice coming out slightly hoarse with awe. "From the histories, your family ended the Dragon Wars." Charlotte's expression shifted to surprise mixed with pleasure at being recognized. "You know our family's legacy. Most people only remember us as lightning nobles, not the specific historical details." She studied Jack's face with growing interest, clearly noting his own electrical aura and the quality of his noble bearing. "And your lightning magic feels different." "Jack Kaiser," he replied, still struggling to process what he was saying. "Heir to House Kaiser and apparently chosen of Draven. The Forgotten One chose you." Charlotte's eyes widened with genuine respect and curiosity. "That's extraordinary. My family has always honored the old gods, but direct divine selection is incredibly rare." System urgent. Critical information about user's genealogy requires Jack dismiss the system notification again, completely focused on the remarkable young woman before him. The way lightning seemed to dance naturally around her form, the intelligence in her storm-colored eyes, the graceful way she moved despite the power that radiated from every gesture. "I've read about your family's achievements," Jack said, his academic fascination overriding his social awkwardness. Charlotte smiled at his obvious enthusiasm for historical detail. "You've done your research. Most nobles only know the simplified version taught to children. Are you a scholar as well as a chosen one?" "I try to understand the forces that shaped our world," Jack replied, acutely aware that he was having the most interesting conversation of his life with someone who might be the most beautiful person he'd ever encountered. "Charlotte, dear," a voice called from across the courtyard, interrupting their exchange. "We need to prepare for your communion ceremony." Charlotte glanced toward the voice, then back at Jack with obvious reluctance to end their conversation. "It seems duty calls. But perhaps we'll have another chance to discuss history after our respective communions." "I'd like that very much," Jack said, meaning every word with an intensity that surprised him. Charlotte moved away to rejoin her own group. Jack found himself watching her retreat with fascination that went far beyond mere physical attraction. She represented everything he found compelling: intelligence, power, historical significance, and beauty that took his breath away. The sound of someone clearing their throat brought Jack back to awareness of his surroundings. Priestess Lyanna stood nearby with an amused expression, clearly having observed the entire exchange. Young love blooms quickly in sacred spaces, she observed with gentle teasing. But perhaps we should focus on preparing you for communion before exploring matters of the heart. Jack felt his face flush with embarrassment at being so obviously transparent in his fascination. She's from House Stormblood. Of course, Priestess Lyanna agreed with twinkling eyes. Purely academic interest. Now shall we begin your purification process? Divine communion requires proper preparation of both body and spirit. She led them deeper into the temple complex, past more statues and altars dedicated to pantheons from across the known world. Jack noticed that the deeper they went, the more the ambient sounds of worship faded into reverent whispers. The sounds of flowing water grew stronger as they approached what appeared to be the temple's central bathing chamber. Sacred pools of crystal-clear water reflected the light from floating candles, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The first step in communion preparation is physical purification, Priestess Lyanna explained as she gestured toward the largest pool. The blessed waters will cleanse your body of earthly contamination, preparing you to enter divine presence without offense. She handed Jack a set of pure white robes that were folded immaculately. Remove your garments and immerse yourself completely. Let the sacred waters wash away not just physical impurities, but the spiritual residue of mortal concerns. Jack looked around uncertainly at the others in their group. Brother Matthias and his companions had withdrawn to a respectful distance, while Sierra leaned against a column with her usual predatory alertness. We'll maintain privacy, Priestess Lyanna assured him. The cleansing is a sacred ritual, not a public spectacle. The purification process was more intense than Jack had expected. The blessed water felt alive against his skin, tingling with gentle energy that seemed to penetrate beyond just physical touch. As he immersed himself completely, he felt layers of tension and worry dissolving away like steam. When he emerged and donned the white robes, Jack felt different. Lighter somehow, as if earthly burdens had been lifted from his shoulders. The simple garments were surprisingly comfortable, their fabric seeming to breathe with his movements. The sound of a ceremonial bell echoed through the temple. Priestess Lyanna nodded with satisfaction at the signal. The purification is complete, she announced. Now comes the period of fasting and meditation, 24 hours without food or worldly distractions. The waiting period passed with surprising swiftness. Jack spent the time in a meditation chamber adjacent to the main temple, his consciousness gradually shifting from mundane concerns to spiritual preparation. When 24 hours had passed, Priestess Lyanna returned. In her hands she carried a small golden chalice filled with dark red liquid. The god's blood, she announced with reverent solemnity. Jack stared at the thick crimson liquid with fascination mixed with apprehension. Is this different from the divine communion? Jack asked skeptically. Very similar, you should experience the same feeling, she said softly. She offered him the chalice with both hands. Jack accepted the chalice. His vision began to blur at the edges, reality becoming fluid and uncertain. The temple chamber seemed to stretch and warp around him, marble columns reaching toward infinity while the floor became as insubstantial as morning mist. The world dissolved completely, leaving Jack falling through spaces between dimensions toward something that felt like coming home. When awareness returned, Jack found himself standing in the familiar grass field of Draven's domain. The eternal sunset painted the sky in shades of purple and gold, while crystal-clear streams wound between hills that rolled toward distant horizons. Draven looked slightly different from before. He wasn't as frail, but wasn't as big as he was with his brother, the god of death. A testament to how much power the god was receiving by Jack worshipping him. Not all worshipping one's god requires you to pray or visit a temple to commune with a god. It varies from god to god. Jack, Draven said, his voice carrying the rumble of distant thunder. Welcome back to my domain. Much has changed since our first meeting. Everything feels different, Jack observed, noting how his own perception seemed sharper and more expansive than during previous communion. Your power has grown considerably, Draven confirmed with satisfaction. The bond between us strengthens with each challenge you overcome. Jack felt the weight of that statement settling around him like a storm front. The cultists spoke of prophecies, of cosmic destinies and divine purposes that extend beyond mortal concerns. Is there truth to their claims? Draven's expression grew thoughtful, lightning flickering more intensely around his form. There are prophecies, yes. Ancient words spoken by Oracle who saw glimpses of possible futures. A prophecy is a dangerous thing, Jack. It shows what might be, not what must be. The god gestured, and images appeared in the air between them. Visions of a figure wreathed in white lightning, standing at the center of cosmic forces that could reshape reality itself. The most significant speaks of a child born of white lightning, Draven continued, his voice heavy with the weight of cosmic significance. One who will shape the world according to his will, who stands at the crossroads between salvation and destruction. Jack stared at the prophetic images with growing unease. And you believe that's me? I believe you have the potential to fulfill such a role, Draven replied carefully. But potential is not destiny, and prophecy is not command. The choice of what you become remains entirely yours. The god's eyes met Jack's directly, divine wisdom tempered with very real concern. The child of white lightning could save the world from threats that mortal minds cannot comprehend, or they could burn it all to ash in pursuit of their own desires. The prophecy speaks of power without limitation, will without restraint. That's a terrifying amount of responsibility, Jack said quietly, feeling the weight of cosmic expectation settling on his shoulders like lead. It is, Draven agreed without attempting to minimize the magnitude of what they were discussing. But remember, prophecies show possibility, not inevitability. Your choices, your character, your growth as both person and power. These will determine which future comes to pass. Jack nodded slowly, processing the implications of what he'd learned. The cultists also mentioned something called the 13th throne. They seemed to think it was connected to my supposed destiny. Draven's expression shifted to something that might have been dismissal mixed with old sadness. The 13th throne is an old legend, passed down from a god who died long before your birth. Stories of cosmic amphitheaters and divine councils that never existed except in the fevered dreams of a mad deity. The god waved his hand, causing the prophetic images to fade into nothingness. Pay it no mind, Jack. Focus on the real challenges before you, not the fantasies of dead powers seeking relevance through mortal belief. Something in Draven's tone suggested there was more to the story, but Jack decided not to press the issue. The god had given him enough overwhelming information. More than Jack thought he would get. There's so much I still don't understand, Jack said, feeling the inadequacy of his mortal perspective when faced with cosmic scope. About the nature of divine power, about my place in larger conflicts, about what's really at stake. Draven smiled, an expression that managed to be both comforting and slightly ominous. Understanding comes with time and experience, not revelation. Learn what you need to know when you're ready to bear the knowledge. The god stepped closer, his presence radiating warmth that contrasted with the electrical energy that surrounded his form. But there is something important I want to show you, Jack. Something that will help you understand the true scope of what you're becoming part of. Jack felt anticipation mixed with apprehension building in his chest. What kind of something? Draven's grin was mysterious and filled with promise. Come with me. Come with me, Draven said concerningly. It's time you understood the true scope of what you're becoming a part of. Jack felt the familiar grass beneath his feet shift and change, reality bending around them as Draven led him away from the peaceful meadow of his domain. The eternal sunset began to fade, replaced by something far more vast and overwhelming. When the cosmic winds settled and Jack's vision cleared, he found himself standing at the edge of something that defied mortal comprehension. The Hall of Eternals stretched endlessly in all directions, a space so vast that calling it a room seemed laughably inadequate. The floor beneath his feet appeared to be made of crystallized starlight. Above there was no ceiling, only an infinite expanse where aurora-like energies danced between floating islands of pure radiance. The very air hummed with divine presence, each breath carrying the weight of cosmic authority that made Jack's mortal senses reel. To his left, an area of brilliant, almost blinding radiance pulsed with warmth and golden light. Even from this distance, Jack could feel the overwhelming sense of righteousness and absolute moral certainty. To his right, shadows writhed and coalesced into an area of darkness. It radiated an aura of primal power and barely contained malevolence that made Jack's skin crawl with instinctive warning. But between these extremes lay the neutral ground where he and Draven stood. This is where all divine business is conducted, Draven explained, his voice carrying easily despite the vast space around them. This section serves as neutral territory where gods from every faction can meet without the risk of immediate warfare. Jack turned in a slow circle, trying to process the sheer scope of what he was witnessing. There are so many of them, he whispered, noting the countless divine figures moving through the various territories. I never imagined. Thousands upon thousands, Draven confirmed grimly. Gods of every conceivable domain. From every pantheon that has ever existed across countless worlds and dimensions. Each one possessing their own agenda, their own desires, their own plans for mortal realms. The storm god's expression grew serious as he placed a hand on Jack's shoulder. Which brings me to something crucial you must understand, Jack. In this cosmic hierarchy, there are very few beings you can truly trust. As if summoned by their conversation, a figure began moving toward them across the crystalline floor. Jack felt his breathing becoming heavier as the approaching god's aura washed over him like a tide of overwhelming charisma and barely contained arrogance. The deity appeared as a tall, powerfully built man with hair that flowed like it was in the wind and features that seemed designed to be devastatingly attractive to mortals. His clothing was minimal but elegant, designed to showcase a physique that radiated both physical perfection and sexual magnetism. Draven, the approaching god called out, his voice carrying like a summer breeze filled with promises of pleasure and indulgence. How delightful to see you in the hall again. And you've brought a mortal pet, how quaint. The god's gaze settled on Jack with obvious dismissal mixed with predatory assessment. Let me guess. Another chosen one, seeking cosmic significance. They're all so earnest when they first arrive, thinking they're special. This is Zephyros, Draven said with barely concealed distaste, god of winds and fertility. He represents everything you need to be wary of when dealing with divine powers. Zephyros laughed, the sound like wind chimes made of silver and vanity. Oh, Draven, you're always so serious. The boy should learn to enjoy the benefits of divine association. His attention turned back to Jack with a grin that was both charming and deeply unsettling. Tell me, young mortal, have you discovered the recreational advantages of your enhanced abilities yet? Lightning users tend to be quite popular with the ladies, if you know what I mean. Jack felt his face flush at the implication, while simultaneously feeling disgusted by the god's casual objectification. I'm here to learn about my responsibilities, not to indulge in whatever you're suggesting. Responsibilities? Zephyros threw back his head and laughed with genuine amusement. Oh, you sweet child, responsibility is what lesser beings concern themselves with. Gods take what they want because they have the power to do so. The fertility god gestured grandly toward the vast expanse of the hall. Look around you, boy. Every deity here has learned that mortal concepts of duty and restraint are merely obstacles to true fulfillment. Your patron there, he nodded toward Draven, clings to outdated notions of balance and neutrality. But power without pleasure is just elaborate self-denial. Lightning began dancing around Draven's form with increasing intensity, his patience clearly wearing thin. That's enough, Zephyros. The boy doesn't need to hear your philosophy of divine hedonism. Of course he doesn't, Zephyros agreed with mock solemnity before winking at Jack. He'll learn it on his own soon enough. They always do. The wind god began moving away with the same casual arrogance he displayed throughout the encounter. Enjoy your little tour, young Kaiser. When you tire of Draven's lectures about cosmic responsibility, you know where to find more entertaining instruction. As Zephyros disappeared into the crowd of divine beings, Jack found himself shaking his head in disgust. Is that what most gods are like? Zephyros represents one extreme, Draven replied grimly, but his attitude toward mortals is unfortunately common among the newer pantheons. To them, chosen ones are toys to be played with until they break or become boring. The storm god began walking deeper into the neutral territory, gesturing for Jack to follow. This is why I must warn you about the cosmic forces gathering around your destiny, Jack. Most of the divine beings you'll encounter will see you as a tool to be used or a threat to be eliminated. As they moved through the neutral ground, Jack could hear fragments of conversations between various gods. Discussions of mortal kingdoms like chess pieces, debates about which pantheons deserved dominance over specific worlds, casual mentions of chosen ones who had outlived their usefulness. But there is one group you can trust, Draven continued, his voice taking on a note of deep reverence. The old gods. A pantheon of 12 ancient deities who predate most of the current cosmic hierarchy. Jack's attention snapped back to his patron with sudden interest. Old gods, we were among the first to achieve divine consciousness, Draven explained, lightning crackling more gently around his form. Before the current factions crystallized, before the newer pantheons began their endless political maneuvering. We established principles of cosmic stability and mutual respect. The storm god's expression softened with something that might have been familial affection. My brother, whom you met as the god of death, is also one of the old gods. We've maintained our bonds across eons, supporting each other through cosmic upheavals and divine conflicts. 12 gods total, Jack asked, fascinated by this glimpse into divine family structure. 12, Draven confirmed. The storm god's voice grew serious again as he met Jack's eyes directly. If you encounter any of the other old gods, you can trust them as you would trust me. We share bonds forged before current political divisions, and we honor our commitments to chosen ones who prove worthy of our blessing. Everyone else will try to manipulate you for their own purposes, Draven said bluntly. The good faction will attempt to recruit you for their crusades against what they perceive as cosmic evil. The dark faction will seek to corrupt you into serving their vision of unchecked power. The neutral gods will try to use you as a pawn in their elaborate schemes for cosmic influence. Jack nodded slowly, processing the scope of divine politics he was being thrust into. What about other chosen ones? Surely some of them would understand. Never trust another chosen one, Draven interrupted with sharp emphasis. They are the most dangerous of all because they possess divine power combined with mortal ambition and jealousy. Every chosen one sees themselves as the protagonist of cosmic destiny, and they will eliminate competition without hesitation. The storm god's expression grew grim with old memories. I've watched promising young mortals corrupted by the influence of other chosen ones who convince them to betray their patrons or abandon their principles. Divine power combined with peer pressure creates some of the most destructive forces in existence. As they continued through the hall, Jack noticed the subtle ways other gods observed their passage. Some showed mild curiosity about the mortal in their midst, while others displayed obvious contempt for non-divine presence in their sacred space. They passed groups of gods engaged in various forms of business. Negotiations over which pantheons would influence specific worlds, debates about where resources should go, and the casual discussions of mortal affairs that would reshape entire civilizations. It's overwhelming, Jack admitted, watching a group of gods argue with what appeared to be deities from some technological pantheon about mining rights on uninhabited planets. It should be, Draven replied, without attempting to minimize the scope of what Jack was witnessing. You're seeing the machinery that drives reality itself, the decision-making processes that determine the fate of countless mortal realms. The storm god paused beside a floating island where several neutral gods were examining what looked like cosmic maps covered in swirling energy patterns. And soon, whether you want it or not, you'll become part of these discussions. Your growing power will force other gods to take positions regarding your existence. What kind of positions? Some will want to ally with you, others will want to control you, and many will simply want you eliminated before you become a threat to their own agendas, Draven said with brutal honesty. The prophecy of the White Lightning Child has been known in divine circles for millennia. Every god has contingency plans for when that prophecy finally manifests. Jack felt the weight of cosmic attention pressing down on him like a physical force. And you think I'm ready for that kind of attention? Ready or not, it's coming, Draven replied grimly. Deep within the territory of the dark faction, something stirred with sudden interest. Presence that had been observing their conversation from afar suddenly focused with laser intensity on the young mortal walking beside the storm god. The entity moved closer to the boundary between dark and neutral territory, remaining hidden within the writhing shadows while studying Jack. Here was something unexpected. The dark god's attention sharpened as it analyzed Jack's aura. A slow, predatory smile spread across features hidden within the shadows. This mortal would require careful observation, strategic manipulation, and eventual recruitment. It's been a while since I smelled that. It's always so overwhelming. The god reached his hand out aiming for Jack. Before he could get his hands into neutral territory, a bolt of thunder came down and struck his hand. Ah, you old fool, he won't be yours forever, he said grimly as he smiled wider than what should have been possible. Jack's consciousness slammed back into his physical body like a thunderbolt striking earth. The transition from Draven's ethereal domain to mortal flesh was jarring, violent, and absolutely overwhelming. His knees hit the temple floor with bone-jarring force, sending shockwaves of pain up his spine while his hands scraped against rough stone as he struggled to maintain balance. The sacred chamber spun around him like a carnival ride gone mad, reality reasserting itself with merciless intensity. Air burned his lungs as Jack fought to remember how breathing worked. His chest heaved with desperate gulps while spots danced across his vision like malevolent fireflies. The transition between divine and mortal realms had left his nervous system completely scrambled. Jack Sierra's voice cut through the haze. "Stay conscious, boy. You're back in the mortal realm now." Through blurred vision, Jack could see Priestess Lyanna approaching with measured steps, her white robes rustling softly against the marble floor. The cultists hung back at a respectful distance, their faces masks of religious fervor mixed with obvious curiosity about what their divine avatar had experienced. The sounds of the temple seemed impossibly loud after the cosmic silence of the Hall of Eternals. Every footstep echoed like thunder, every whispered prayer rang like cathedral bells, every breath sounded like wind through mountain caves. Jack tried to stand and immediately regretted the decision as the world tilted sideways with nauseating intensity. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else, weak and unsteady beneath his weight. "Easy," Priestess Lyanna said gently, a hand touching his shoulder with practiced care. "Divine communion leaves mortals disoriented. Your consciousness has traveled distances that normal minds cannot comprehend." No kidding, Jack thought grimly, fighting down a wave of nausea that threatened to empty his stomach across the sacred floor. "I feel like I've been hit by a truck again." System activation, complete massive data integration, in progress. Draven's Pendant Level 2, achieved noble system expansion. Unlocked. The familiar blue screens materialized before Jack's eyes with unprecedented intensity, flooding his vision with information that made his already spinning head throb with additional confusion. "Oh great," Jack thought sarcastically, because what I really needed right now was more overwhelming sensory input. "Your sarcasm is noted and filed under ungrateful user responses. Would you prefer I remain silent while you stumble around like a drunk tavern patron? Did you just sass me while I'm trying not to throw up on a sacred floor? I prefer providing contextual commentary on user behavior. And yes, you do look rather pathetic at the moment." Jack would have laughed if his head wasn't splitting like someone was using it for hammer practice. Even in his disoriented state, the system's attitude was somehow comforting in its familiar irreverence. Jack Sierra's voice sounded impatient. "Are you planning to commune with the floor, or can we continue our journey sometime today?" "Give me a minute," Jack managed to say aloud, his voice hoarse and strained. Divine communion apparently comes with side effects no one mentioned. Analyzing user status. Physical condition, stable but disoriented. Mental condition, overwhelmed but functional. Divine essence integration, 97% complete. Urgent system notification. Analyze has reached maximum proficiency. Upgraded version available. Flawed sight cost, 250 skill points. Flawed sight, enhanced analysis. Allows you to see more information on powerful individuals. Jack blinked at the notification, his scattered thoughts slowly beginning to coalesce into something resembling coherent thought. His analyze skill had maxed out. "When did that happen?" "When you were busy blabbering with Charolette like a schoolboy." Flawed sight would be better than regular analyze, significantly better. True sight would allow you to see more details about certain creatures or people. Considering your tendency to stumble into dangerous situations, it might keep you alive longer. "Your confidence in my survival skills is overwhelming," Jack replied dryly, but he could see the logic. If gods and chosen ones were going to be targeting him, he needed every advantage he could get. Next system notification. New class available. Note, this unique class is stronger than the previous class despite the same rank. Lightning is a tier stronger than before. Unique trait, blue lightning. Jack's interest sharpened despite his lingering disorientation. That sounded considerably more impressive than whatever he'd been doing before. What's the difference between regular lightning and blue lightning? Lightning magic operates on a power hierarchy: purple, blue, red, white. Each tier represents exponentially greater destructive potential and magical complexity. And I can access blue lightning now. With the Archmage class, yes. However, you must choose between Archmage and Lightning Apostle. The system will not allow dual classing until higher levels are achieved. Jack remembered Lightning Apostle from his original class selection. He dismissed it at the time for being too religious sounding, but maybe it deserved reconsideration. What exactly does Lightning Apostle do? Lightning Apostle combines purifying magic with lightning affinity. Slightly less destructive than Archmage, it provides access to blessings, divine protection, and debuffs. That was tempting. His conversation with Draven had made it clear that divine politics were going to play a major role in his future. Having a class that enhanced that connection might be more valuable than raw destructive power. But then again, Sierra had just demonstrated the effectiveness of overwhelming violence in solving problems. Maybe raw destructive power was exactly what he needed. This is a tough choice, Jack thought, weighing his options carefully. Indeed, choose poorly and you may find yourself inadequately prepared for future challenges. Choose wisely and you might actually survive to see your 17th birthday. Your motivational speeches need work. I prefer brutal honesty to false encouragement. It builds character. Before Jack could make his decision, another system notification flashed across his vision with unusual urgency. Critical system, update noble expansion updated. New features unlocked. Suddenly, Jack's interface exploded with new information that made his head spin even more violently than before. Windows and menus cascaded across his vision like a waterfall of data, each one revealing aspects of his noble heritage that he'd never known existed. Noble System Dashboard activated. Territory Overview, City of Sorn. Population, 4,117 citizens. Overall approval rating, 72% economic status. Stable infrastructure rating. Okay, wait, what? Jack stared at the information with growing confusion. I have an approval rating. From who? Your citizens, obviously. Did you think being heir to a duchy was purely ceremonial? Social class relationships. Nobles, 35% approval. Merchants, 45% approval. Farmers, 72% approval. Guards, 65% approval. Loyal to Alaric, uncertain about Jack. Commoners, 68% approval. Mixed feelings about absent heir. Jack felt a sinking sensation in his stomach that had nothing to do with dimensional displacement. 35% approval from the nobles, 68% from commoners. These people barely knew him. Why is my approval rating so low? Jack thought with growing concern. I saved the city from that business crisis, didn't I? You've been unconscious for 10 years. Many citizens question whether someone who vanished during their formative years is truly prepared to lead. Also, you haven't actually implemented any policies or made any decisions yet, so I'm being judged for being in a magical coma. That's hardly fair. Life rarely is. Welcome to politics. Guard Captain Adrian. Respectful, 75/100. Marriage opportunities. Aurora Sunblade. Engaged. Unknown relationship status. 2 other potential matches available. I guess I should talk to Aurora at some point. Personal guards. 0/100. City Watch. 85/160, loyal to Duke Alaric. The military numbers were even more sobering than the approval ratings. He had 0 personal guards. The City Watch wasn't even fully staffed, and their loyalty was to his father, not to him personally. This is a disaster, Jack thought with growing panic. I'm supposed to be heir to one of the most powerful duchies in the kingdom, and I have no power base whatsoever. Correct. Your 10-year absence created a leadership vacuum that your father filled, but it also means you have no independent political standing. You'll need to build your own power structure from scratch. And how exactly am I supposed to do that? Start small. Help citizens with their problems. Make good decisions. Prove you're worthy of leadership rather than simply entitled to it by birth. The system's advice was practical, but Jack could feel the enormous weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a lead blanket. He'd gone from worrying about learning magic to suddenly being responsible for 4,000 people's well-being. Jack, Priestess Lyanna's voice cut through his internal crisis. You've been standing there staring into space for several minutes. Are you experiencing divine visions? More like divine reality checks, Jack thought grimly, but he shook his head at the priestess. No, just processing everything I experienced during communion. Brother Matthias stepped forward with eager anticipation, radiating from every pore. What did the Forgotten One reveal to you, divine avatar? What cosmic truths were you shown? Jack considered how to answer that question. The truth that he'd learned gods were mostly selfish manipulators who treated mortal lives like chess pieces. I learned that the supernatural world is far more complex and dangerous than I'd imagined, Jack said carefully, and that I have a great deal more responsibility than I'd realized. Sister Elena clasped her hands together with religious fervor. The burden of cosmic significance. You begin to understand the weight of divine purpose. Something like that, Jack agreed, though his concerns were considerably more practical than cosmic. Sierra pushed away from the wall where she'd been leaning. Fascinating as this theological discussion is. We should be moving. Jack nodded, grateful for the reminder, but before they could leave, Jack needed to make a decision about his class progression. The choice between Archmage and Lightning Apostle wasn't an easy one. System, if I choose Archmage now, can I still access Lightning Apostle later? Yes. However, advanced class combinations may become available at higher levels. Your choice now will determine your immediate development path. Jack weighed his options one final time: raw destructive power versus divine enhancement. In the end, the decision came down to practicality. He was about to venture into a world where gods, chosen ones, various supernatural entities would be trying to manipulate or eliminate him. He needed every advantage he could get, and that meant choosing the path that offered the most immediate power. Class selection: choose. New skills available. Lightning Mastery increased to advanced level. Static field creates a spider web of electrical currents that can paralyze and slow your enemies. Range, 2 meters wide, 3 meters tall. Slow/stun is determined by magic stat. The higher your magic, the more likely you will be able to affect someone or something. Arc Blast shoots out a blast of lightning in small streams. Range 3 meters. Damage is determined by magic times 4. Skill can be constantly used for long periods or the user runs out of mana. Okay, let's get both of these skill system. Confirm usage of 70 skill points. Damn, Jack thought with satisfaction. This feels incredible. Your power output has increased. Blue lightning is more unique than purple. All spells while class is equipped do an extra 20% damage. Try not to electrocute yourself or anyone you actually want to keep alive. I'll try to contain my enthusiasm, Jack replied, though he was already imagining the look on Sierra's face when she saw what he could do now. Priestess Lyanna noticed the change immediately, her eyes widening as she observed the blue lightning dancing around Jack's form. Remarkable, she breathed. Your divine blessing has evolved. Such rapid advancement is unprecedented. The cultists looked equally impressed, their religious fervor reaching new heights as they witnessed what they clearly interpreted as divine favor manifesting in spectacular fashion. The divine avatar grows in power, Brother Matthias proclaimed with obvious satisfaction. The cosmic forces align to strengthen their chosen instrument. If only they knew, Jack thought wryly, that this has more to do with RPG mechanics than cosmic destiny. Speaking of which, you should probably start thinking about building actual political power rather than just magical power. Your approval ratings suggest considerable room for improvement. Jack nodded internally. The system was right. Impressive lightning displays wouldn't mean much if he couldn't convince people to follow him. But that was a problem for later. Right now, just wanted to get back to civilization without being attacked by supernatural entities. As they prepared to leave the sacred site, Jack took one last look around the temple complex. The ancient stones seemed to hum with residual divine energy, and he could feel the weight of cosmic attention still pressing down on him from multiple dimensions. Somewhere out there, gods were making plans that involved him. Other chosen ones were positioning themselves for future conflicts. Political forces were gathering like storm clouds on the horizon. Let's go home, Jack said aloud, blue lightning crackling around his fingers with anticipation. I have a duchy to learn how to rule. Divine Avatar, surely you will come with us to Sanctorium now? Brother Matthias asked. I said I would listen to my God and decide. I will visit Sanctorium one day, but not now. There is too much I have to do now. But, Brother Thomas interjected, SHHH. Jack stuck up one finger. We had a deal and I honored it. Jack and Sierra walked away and retreated from the cultists. As they walked away from the ruins of divine convergence, neither of them noticed the shadow that detached itself from the temple's eastern wall and began following at a discreet distance. A week passed and Soren remembered how to breathe again. Jack sat alone in his study, with the window unlatched to the brisk air. The desk before him was crowded with wax-stubbed candles, a pair of brass dividers, and a leather-bound ledger whose pages smelled of ink and old sun. His fingers had smudged black along the edges from turning page after page. Names, occupations, household counts, streets and alleys labeled in tight clerk's hand. 4,117 lives inked into tidy rows. Serafina stood at his right shoulder in her sober gray dress, apron crisp, ribbon binding her hair into a simple tail that brushed the slope of her back. Her hands were folded, patient and steady. The same calm steadiness Jack had come to rely on. She did not fidget, she did not interrupt. When he wanted water, she placed the glass. Is this complete? Jack asked at last. It is, my lord, Seraphina said. Some households take in cousins or apprentices on seasonal work, I noted them. Jack closed the ledger gently and exhaled through his nose. The quiet in the study cradled him. Outside, a gull sent a lonely cry downriver and the breeze shook a spring rattle through the leaves. Sorn, in its modest way, was beautiful. Not gilded, not grand, but honest. All right, Jack told the glow that hovered just behind his eyes. I've stared at ink until I can taste it. Let's talk about what comes next. Request acknowledged. Seraphina tilted her head slightly. My lord. He angled the ledger back open to the first page and set the brass dividers aside. It's time we help our citizens. I'm thinking of helping them with what I've invented so far. She hesitated. How will you set the prices? Jack ran his thumb along the leather spine. Straightforward. Sorn doesn't have barons with vaults under their floorboards. It has decent folk with decent means, some have less than that, so we'll do what makes sense and what's fair. Seraphina's calm faltered by the smallest degree. Fairness, she said carefully, has a price. It does, Jack said. He looked up, caught her steady gaze, and nodded once. For those who can, we keep the usual 1 silver for matches and tinderbox, 5 gold for shampoo and imbersalt. For those who can't, they pay 1 copper, not 1 more. Seraphina blinked. 1 copper. 1 copper, Jack repeated. It's not free, it keeps the dignity of buying. But it doesn't force them to choose between hot food and a hot bath. Warning, dangerous precedent detected. You are 1 step away from starting a rebellion about taxes. Jack's mouth twitched. You really have a way of cheering a man on. Correction, nobles are usually judged by how much they can tax their peasants without starting a rebellion. Your proposal is unconventional. Unconventional keeps people fed, Jack answered. Besides, I can afford it. We all know I can afford it. Seraphina's lashes flicked as if she'd heard the thought anyway. My lord, forgive me for speaking plainly. This will not be well received by other houses. They don't live here, Jack said, letting the window's breeze cool the heat behind his eyes. We do. Seraphina dipped her chin. Yes, my lord. And before you start on margins, Jack added inwardly, let me guess, something about markets collapsing. No collapse predicted, however. Warning, this also sounds suspiciously like something called socialism. Congratulations, you've invented it 1,000 years early. Jack stared at nothing, then at everything, then rubbed his brow. You keep saying words that don't exist. He choked on a laugh. Seraphina's brows rose a fraction. My lord, nothing, Jack said, coughing into his fist. Just indigestion, put the runners out, we'll start before noon. By late morning, Sorn's square thrummed. Lord Jack called a woman whose sleeves were rolled to the elbow, flour stained in her hair. Is it true? The steward said. It's true, Jack said with a big smile. If you can afford the usual, pay the usual. If you cannot, you pay 1 copper. He gestured to the crates and baskets. Matches, tinderboxes, shampoo, imbersalt. A boy in a patched vest craned up on his toes, wide-eyed at the neat little sticks and the matte black tin that held them. Seraphina consulted her page. Mara of Tanner's Lane, she said softly. Husband injured in the mill 2 months past. 3 children, income irregular. Mara swallowed. My lord, you pay 1 copper, Jack said and offered his palm. Her fingers shook as she pressed a copper there. When he placed the small bundle of matches and the tin into her hands, she bowed her head so her hair hid her face. Small girl about 8 years old at her side stood on tiptoe and whispered, Mama, can I try one? Jack struck the match himself. SHFFFT. A thin flame licked to life, and the child's laugh was so bright it popped like a bubble through the crowd's tension. The crackle of applause and relief passed like a ripple through wheat. Plus 10 reputation points. Smith, with forearms like oak roots, approached with a respectful nod. My lord, I can pay full freight, he said. Wouldn't feel right otherwise, but... He cleared his throat, eyes fixed on the ember rock sachet Seraphina drew from the crate. I've never handled imbersalt. They say it makes food taste out of this world. It does, Jack said. The smith counted out 5 gold with care, each coin clinking like small bells. He tucked the sachet against his side as if it were a child he'd carry home. You'll have more of this. We will, Jack said. And if a month's thin, you tell Seraphina. She knows the ledger better than I do. The smith looked at Seraphina, looked at Jack, and then ducked his head, embarrassed by the sudden weight in his throat. I thank you, my lord. Plus 10 reputation points, plus 10 reputation points, plus 10 reputation points, plus 10 reputation points. The messages stacked over and over. Every name Seraphina checked drew another subtle bell from the air only Jack could hear. After most of the day had passed, the last crate was finally empty. Jack blew warmth into his hands and looked up into a sky that had polished itself to blue pewter. Total gained, plus 41,117 reputation points. Reputation points balance, 141, 144. Jack breathed out, long and low. That will build more than one thing. He turned his face toward the river for a moment and let the wind comb the white in his hair. And he looked at Seraphina. We're done for today. Yes, my lord. The faintest curve touched Seraphina's mouth. She closed the ledger with careful hands as if tucking the whole town in for sleep. They walked back to the estate. Inside, the house's evening hum wrapped around them. Somewhere deeper in, Octavia's laughter cut bright and victorious. At the study door, Jack paused. Seraphina, she stopped, hands returning to their folded patience. My lord, you can, Jack said. Rest anyway. You outworked me. A small, pleased light warmed her eyes. She dipped her head and withdrew, the soft hush of her steps swallowed by the long hall. All right, he told the only presence invited to this part of his life. Show me. Categories: Earth blueprints, infrastructure, defense, civic, unknown. All right, let's start with Earth blueprints. Blueprint: water pump 9,500 reputation points blueprint. Shower 18,000 reputation points blueprint. Cement 25,000 reputation points blueprint. Steel 50,000 reputation points blueprint. Factory improvements 22,000 reputation points. High capacity grain storage 15,000 reputation points. Public bathhouse 26,000 reputation points. Street lamps 19,000 reputation points. Sanitation 20,000 reputation points. 500,000 reputation points. Prototype 240,000 reputation points. Key 1 million reputation points. Tease, he told the system. He leaned back and laced his fingers behind his head. Castle expansion 70,000 reputation points. Sewage system 55,000 reputation points. Roads 24,000 reputation points. Okay, not bad. Let's check out defenses now. Magical sensors 18,000 reputation points. Castle 100,000 reputation points. Magic towers 50,000 reputation points. Giant ballista 45,000 reputation points. Moat 40,000 reputation points. Garrison 30,000 reputation points. Orichalcum combat instructor location 250,000 reputation points. 7-star magical instructor location 250,000 reputation points. Jack paused for a moment. Holy shit. That's a lot of stuff to choose from. I'm glad I went to see Draven now. After thinking and running things through his head, Jack had finally come up with an answer. I got it. Let's go with. The study was quiet save for the low hiss of candles and the scratch of Jack's quill. The air smelled of wax and parchment, of ink that had sat too long under lamplight. Before him floated the golden shimmer of the reputation store. Jack leaned forward, the weight of decision in his chest. All right, he told the system. Let's make this count. One by one, he highlighted the choices. High-capacity grain storage, 15,000. Reputation points. Roads, 24,000 reputation points. Public bathhouse 26,000 reputation points. Water pump 9,500 reputation points total. 74,500 reputation points deducted. Remaining balance 66,644 reputation points. The store pulsed once, as if stamping its approval. Then golden light spilled across the desk. Sheets of parchment manifested from the air, rolling themselves open with a crisp snap. They hovered for a moment, then settled in a careful fan across the desk. Jack blinked. His heart began beating a little faster. The grain storage blueprint showed towering silos, cylinders of stone, and reinforced timber sealed by magic. Marginalia explained how controlled ventilation would keep grain fresh for seasons instead of months. Jack glanced over the other blueprints, noting what caught his eye and how he could help his people. Congratulations, you have officially invented public infrastructure. Your peasants may now live longer than their chickens. Jack froze, staring at the glowing diagrams. Really? Chickens? Chickens will also benefit. He pinched the bridge of his nose, then smirked. Fine. I'll do it for the chickens. Egg prices back home were stupid high anyway. Motivational reason for helping your people. Save the chickens. Jack groaned, dragging a hand down his face. The parchment shimmered under his palm, soft and warm like fresh baked bread. He studied the maps until the hour grew late, candle wax pooling thick across the desk. His gaze kept drifting outside towards the slums. Jack leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The slums had been abandoned since the factory's housing opened. The hovels stood empty, beams sagging, shutters hanging like broken teeth. Once disease clung to those alleys like mold. Now the people had moved on, leaving only rot. There, Jack thought. He looked down again at the bathhouse blueprint, at the waterworks sketched in perfect strokes. We'll tear it down. Tear it down to the ground. Raise something new in its place. Bathhouse at the heart, the water system beneath it. He imagined the contrast, cracked wood and filth gone, replaced by white stone, steam curling from wide doors, children racing down clean streets. The ruin of yesterday turned into the pride of tomorrow. The decision was not hard to make. Night was thinning, dawn had not yet risen. The river fog pressed against the walls in pale sheets, torches sputtered with low flames. Jack stood in the corridor outside Seraphina's chambers, a roll of blueprints tucked under his arm. He knocked once, softly. The door opened almost at once. She was awake, already dressed in blue with her hair tied back. Her eyes widened a fraction at the sight of him. Jack handed her the plans. Take these to my father. Tell him I want men assembled before the sun clears the horizon. Masons, carpenters, diggers, anyone with strong backs. We're rebuilding the slums. This is my world to reshape. She unrolled one edge, scanning the impossible precision of the diagrams. Her breath caught in her throat. It was faint, but enough that Jack saw it. For a heartbeat, her careful calm faltered, replaced by awe. As you command, she whispered, bowing low. Jack's voice was firm. Before breakfast, she gathered the plans, hugging them to her chest as though she carried relics, and vanished down the hall. Her steps faded into the hush of dawn, leaving Jack alone with the echo of what he'd set in motion. Seraphina's footsteps echoed through the stone corridors as she made her way to Duke Alaric's study. The blueprints felt warm against her chest, as if they carried some residual magic from their creation. She had served the Kaiser family for years, but she had never seen anything like what Jack had shown her. The Duke's study door stood slightly ajar, lamplight spilling into the hallway. She knocked twice, then entered when his voice allowed her to. My Grace, she said, bowing low. Young Lord Jack sends these plans with urgent instructions. Alaric looked up from his correspondence, his golden eyes sharp despite the early hour. Plans. Seraphina spread the blueprints across his massive oak desk. He wishes to rebuild the slums entirely, my lord. Before breakfast, he said. Masons, carpenters, anyone with strong backs. Alaric's expression shifted from mild curiosity to stunned recognition as he examined the diagrams. His fingers traced the detailed engineering, the mathematical calculations that filled the margins, the impossible precision of every line. This is a massive plan. He looked up at Seraphina, his face grave. Send word to Master Builder Cross. Tell him to gather his crew immediately, and send runners to the Masons' Guild, the Carpenters' Hall, and the Day Laborers' Quarter. Jack wants his project started today, and if I know my son, everyone will be shocked. As Seraphina departed on her mission, Alaric continued studying the plans, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His son was thinking like a true ruler at last. First Lieutenant Talon led his patrol of 6 men down the muddy path toward the river, their boots squelching with each step. The morning mist hung thick between the trees, making visibility poor and nerves high. Anything? Marcus called quietly to his scout. Track, sir. Something big came through here recently, claws like daggers in the mud. Talon motioned for weapons ready. They advanced carefully, checking behind every boulder and fallen log. The river gurgled ahead, peaceful and inviting, but experience had taught them that water sources often attracted dangerous creatures. There whispered another guard, pointing to a massive pawprint near the water's edge. It's still wet around the edges. Mark it on the map, Marcus ordered. We'll need to post sentries here during construction. Whatever made those tracks, we don't want it interrupting the young master's water project. The patrol completed their sweep without incident. But the evidence was clear. The path to the river would need to be secured before work could begin. The training yard was loud despite the early morning. Torches still guttered along the walls, but the eastern sky glowed faint orange. Guards sparred with wooden swords, their shouts sharp, their movements crisp. Adrian stood like an iron post at the center, arms crossed, eyes cutting over each stance. He barked once to make a correction, and the clatter of wood answered in response. Jack shrugged off his cloak and strode onto the sand. The yard stilled briefly. Adrian arched one brow, then gestured toward the rack of practice blades. Jack selected one, spinning it in his palm. The weight was familiar, too familiar. He squared his shoulders, stepped forward, and slammed into the drills. He slammed the blade into the dummy's side, his breath heaving. If I'm building something worth protecting, I'll need more than myself to protect it. Observation: you are finally considering not dying in the first 5 minutes of an ambush. Progress? Jack grinned, teeth bared. He struck again, wood cracking under the force. I'll need people who answer to me, not to my father. You'll need people willing to die first. Preferably trained ones. Then I'll find them. The words sat like iron. He shifted into a sparring stance, driving himself harder and faster. A guard stepped in, meeting his blows. Jack welcomed the challenge. Adrian's bark cut through. Faster, he's not your lord here, he's your opponent. The guard pressed harder. Jack slipped, recovered, countered with a strike that knocked the man sprawling. Adrian's eyes flicked approval, just for a heartbeat, before narrowing again. Again. They went until the sun began to set, until Jack's arms burned, until his breath rasped like iron dragged over stone. He dismissed the men with a nod, sweat dripping into the sand. He leaned on the rail, towel draped over his shoulders. Watching the yard return to rhythm. His chest still heaved, but his mind was sharper than wider. These were good men, Jack realized. Professional soldiers who took pride in their craft and served his family with genuine loyalty. But they served the Kaiser name, the ducal authority that his father represented. If something happened to Alaric, if political winds shifted or enemies moved with sufficient force, where would their loyalty ultimately lie? The thought settled like a blade being sheathed. Then the glow came at the edge of his vision. Notification: a notable citizen has entered Sorn. Population increased, +4 citizens. Current total 121. Jack froze, towel still in hand. The words hung in the air as he smiled wide. The training yard had grown quiet. Most of the guards had already retired for the night, leaving only the faint hiss of torches guttering in the wall and the smell of sand turned dark with sweat. Jack rolled his shoulders, towel draped across the back of his neck, when the familiar shimmer of blue script slid across his vision. Notification: a notable citizen has entered Sorn. Population increased, +4 citizens. Jack froze mid-breath, staring at the glow until it faded into the night air. He muttered under his breath, "Notable citizen?" Before he could wonder further, armored footsteps approached from the gatehouse. A guard bowed stiffly. "My lord, we've just received word." A priest and 3 refugees came through the gates. They were exhausted but alive. They've been given a place to rest for now. Jack wiped the towel across his jaw, then nodded once. "Good, don't disturb them tonight. They've walked far, I'd wager." When the guard retreated, Jack made his way back toward the estate. The night air carried the scent of wood smoke and cooling stone, remnants of the day's heat still radiating from the cobblestones beneath his boots. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird called, its voice cutting through the gentle murmur of the river that wound past the city's edge. Serafina waited for him just inside the door, lantern in hand. Her gray dress fell to her ankles, ribbons in her hair pale as moonlight. She tilted her head. "My lord, 4 new faces in Sorn," Jack said, dropping the towel into her hands. "A priest and 3 survivors from wherever they came. Make sure they're fed, washed, and given bedding tonight. I'll meet them in the morning." Serafina dipped in a calm curtsy. "At once." "Good," Jack said, stifling a yawn. He turned toward the hall, already thinking of sleep. They've earned rest, and so have I. As he climbed the stairs to his chambers, Jack's mind wandered to the notification. A notable citizen meant someone with significant skills or importance, not just a trader or craftsman seeking work in a prosperous duchy. Whatever had driven these refugees to Sorn was serious enough to warrant the system's attention. Dawn came painting Sorn's roofs with a golden light. Jack walked toward the factory dormitories, the steady rhythm of his boots echoing across stone. The early morning bustle of the city was beginning. Bakers lighting their ovens, guards changing shifts at the walls, merchants preparing their stalls for another day of trade. Inside the common room, the air was thick with the comforting smells of porridge and fresh bread. A hush hung over the gathered townsfolk, curious faces peering from doorways to glimpse the survivors who had stumbled in the night before. Word traveled fast in a city this size, and the arrival of refugees always sparked both sympathy and concern. Jack found them near the hearth. 2 children sat curled together on a bench, porridge bowls clutched tight in their small hands. Girl of perhaps 8 years, with tangled brown hair and eyes that darted nervously at every sound. Beside her, a boy no older than 6, who pressed close to her side as if she were his anchor in a storm. Beside them lay an older woman, her arm bound in linen, face pale but breathing steadily. Gray streaked her dark hair, and even in sleep lines of pain creased her face. At their center stood a man. He was tall, broad in the shoulders, his robes torn and scorched. The fabric that had once been pristine white now bore the stains of smoke, blood, and desperate flight. A staff leaned against his palm, its surface blackened by fire and claw marks that gouged deep into the wood. His hair was silvering at the temples, though he could not yet be old, and his eyes carried a weight that made Jack pause. This was a man who had seen his world burn. Name, Father Kalen Affinity, fire, light status, exhausted, traumatized, protective. Jack raised his brows. Well, that explains the notification. Another glow followed. Quest received. Aid the refugees. Objective. Provide safety and assistance to the survivors led by Father Kalen. Reward. Plus 20 skill points. Your people apparently think priests count as important. Unusual. Jack's lip twitched. Saying it like you don't. I simply measure usefulness. Priests are not usually high on that list. However, this one appears to have practical applications beyond sermonizing. Jack ignored the commentary and stepped forward, noting how the priest's hand tightened on his staff at the approach. Battle instincts, even here in safety. You must be Father Kalen. The priest straightened, studying Jack with eyes that missed nothing. Despite his exhaustion, there was steel beneath the surface. The kind of strength forged in crisis. He bowed his head, voice rough with fatigue. My lord, we owe you thanks for your kindness. His gaze flicked to the children and the woman. You gave us shelter when we had nothing left. Jack waved it aside, pulling up a chair to sit across from them. The gesture was deliberate, meeting them at eye level rather than looming over them. You'll find no gates barred in Sorn. Sit, tell me what happened. Kalen drew a slow breath, his knuckles whitening against the staff. His words came measured, heavy with the weight of recent loss. We were a riverside village called Millhaven, small, quiet, perhaps 200 souls in total. We lived by the water, by the nets we cast and the fields we tilled. Nothing grand or important, just home. His voice caught slightly on the last word. Jack leaned forward slightly. What changed? Kalen's voice grew darker, and the children unconsciously pressed closer together. 3 nights ago, they came in the darkness, a pack of grave-howled jackals. The name made the children shiver visibly, the girl wrapping her arms protectively around the boy. Kalen laid a calming hand on their shoulders before he continued, his touch gentle despite the strength Jack could sense in those fingers. They were no ordinary beasts. Giant wolf-sized predators, bone masks fused to their skulls like the dead wearing each other's skulls. Their eyes burned red behind those plates, and when they howled. He paused, his jaw tightened with remembered terror. When they howled, it was like every bone in your body wanted to snap. Men dropped their weapons, mothers froze where they stood, my people scattered like frightened deer. Jack had read about grave-howled jackals in the estate's bestiary, but hearing about them from someone who'd faced them was different. The clinical descriptions hadn't captured the psychological warfare these creatures employed. They hunted in perfect coordination. Kalen went on, his priest's training helping him maintain composure even as he relived the nightmare. Like soldiers trained to flank and corral, houses were torn apart by claws like sword blades. Anyone who ran was herded back into the pack's killing ground. He exhaled harshly. I raised a barrier as strong as I could manage. My divine light held them back for some time, but only these 3 souls escaped with me. His gaze flicked to the woman and the children, love and guilt warring in his expression. Margaret here threw herself between the creatures and these little ones. I managed to heal her after we escaped, but I can't heal all wounds. The children, they're Thomas and Anna, siblings. Their parents, he shook his head. The rest, their screams still echo in my dreams. Silence settled over the room like a heavy blanket. Only the crackle of the hearth and the faint scrape of a spoon in a bowl broke it. Jack could see the way trauma lived in their postures. The constant vigilance, the way they startled at sudden sounds, the protective clustering that spoke of people who had learned that safety was never guaranteed. Finally, Jack said quietly, "Then we'll deal with them." Kalen blinked, clearly not having expected such a direct response. Jack straightened, his voice sounded sharp and strong. You told me what I needed to know. Dread-class jackals acting in a coordinated pack. Dangerous, yes, but not invincible. We'll kill them. The priest shook his head, leaning forward with the urgency of someone who had witnessed firsthand what they were discussing. My lord, forgive me, but packs of dread-class creatures are no trivial matter. Even seasoned adventurers fall before them. The coordination, the fear effects, the sheer savagery. We should gather more men, organize a proper expedition. Generally, when fighting a pack of dread-class monsters, unless someone is ranked at least a mithril or a 6-star mage, would need a team of platinum ranks with 1 or 2 diamond ranks. A platinum rank can kill a dread-class monster, but when faced with a pack, it is exponentially harder. Jack cut him off with a faint smirk that carried more confidence than any boast. No, you, me, and Corvin will be enough. Most nobles would send 30 to 50 men and several mages. You apparently think 3 constitutes an adequate force. 3's all I need, Jack answered inwardly. Any more and it's just wasted food and fresh graves, logged under concerning leadership decisions. Your tactical confidence continues to exceed your actual combat experience. Kalen's eyes widen. My lord, I appreciate your confidence, but surely you cannot mean to face such creatures with only. Trust me, Jack interrupted, and something in his tone made the priest pause. I've dealt with worse. Kalen's eyes flicked to Jack's shoulder where a small raven perched, preening its wings with apparent disinterest in the conversation. His brow furrowed in confusion. Surely you do not mean to count a bird among your fighting strength? Jack reached up and stroked Corvin's feathers once, feeling the familiar warmth of their bond thrumming beneath his fingers. The raven croaked softly, a sound of acknowledgement that seemed almost amused. No, Jack said with a grin that held anticipation of the priest's reaction. Walk with me, I'll show you exactly what I have. Corvin is not a simple bird. The raven launched into the air with a beat of wings that seemed perfectly ordinary for perhaps half a second. Then his body shimmered like heat waves rising from summer stone, feathers elongating into ink-dark blades that caught the morning light. His wings spread wider, far wider than any natural bird. His form grew, shadows stretching across the floor as he transformed from a simple raven into a giant beast. Kalen staggered back a step, staff gripped in both hands, his training warring with disbelief as he stared at the supernatural creature now circling the room. By the light of the divine, that is no earthly bird. Corvin settled back on Jack's shoulder with a satisfied croak, his form condensing back to that of an ordinary raven. Jack folded his arms, pleased with the demonstration. He'll scout ahead and identify their positions. You'll provide healing and support magic. I'll handle the killing, simple division of labor. The priest continued to stare at Corvin, clearly reassessing everything he thought he knew about the young noble before him. What manner of creature? A loyal friend, Jack said simply. One with very sharp talons when the situation calls for it. They stepped back into the building. Jack turned his attention back to the children and the injured woman, his voice gentling as he addressed their obvious fear. Serafina will continue to see that you have food and a roof over your heads, no more running, no more looking over your shoulders, you're safe in Sorn. Serafina, who had slipped into the room silently during the tale with the practiced invisibility of an experienced servant, inclined her head. I'll see to their needs personally, my lord. Clean clothes, proper meals, and beds that don't require sleeping with one eye open. The refugees bowed low, eyes wet with gratitude. Margaret, the injured woman, managed to speak despite her obvious pain. Bless you, my lord. Wait. We have nothing to offer in return. Your safety is payment enough, Jack replied. Rest, heal, and when you're ready, we'll find ways for you to contribute to Sorn's prosperity. Every person has skills worth nurturing. Kalen clasped Jack's forearm with a warrior's grip, his hand firm despite the exhaustion that shadowed his features. You have my strength until these beasts are ended, my magic, my staff, my life if necessary. Jack nodded once, appreciating the priest's resolve. Then rest, we'll set out tomorrow to take care of the problem. As the refugees settled into their temporary quarters, Jack found himself studying Father Kalen more carefully. Level 47 was nothing to dismiss lightly. This was a man who had seen real combat, faced genuine threats, survived them all until the Gravehowl pack had overwhelmed his village. His skills would be invaluable, but more than that, Jack sensed the kind of steady reliability that made for lasting alliances. Tell me about your abilities, Jack said as they walked toward the door. If we're going to work together, I need to know what you can do. Kalen's expression grew more confident as he discussed his strengths. Divine barriers that can turn aside claws and fangs. Sacred flame that burns particularly hot against creatures of darkness and shadow. Healing magic that can close wounds and restore strength. He paused. And if necessary, I can call upon the light for more aggressive interventions. Good, we'll need all of that. Jack's mind was already working through tactical possibilities. The fear effect is what makes these creatures so dangerous. Can your magic counter that? To some degree. Blessing of Courage can steel the mind against supernatural terror, though it requires concentration to maintain. Jack nodded. Then that's where we'll start. Fear is their greatest weapon. Remove that, and they are just large wolves with bone armor. As they reached the common room's entrance, Jack caught sight of the children once more. Thomas was showing Anna something he'd carved from a piece of wood, probably during their desperate flight. The simple act of childhood creativity in the midst of trauma spoke to the resilience of the human spirit. I'll make sure they never have to run again, Jack thought with quiet determination. The next day, dawn broke pale and cold, mist rising from the river like ghostly fingers reaching toward the lightening sky. Jack tightened his cloak around his shoulders as he stepped beyond Sorn's gates, his breath visible in the chill air. Kalen walked at his side, staff in hand, the priest's expression hard but resolute. He traded his torn robes for practical leather armor borrowed from the guard armory, and the change made him look less like a village priest and more like the battle-tested cleric he'd proven himself to be. Corvin circled above them, a dark shadow against the morning sky, his keen eyes scanning the forest ahead for any sign of the creatures they hunted. They followed the path toward the river where the guard patrol had found tracks. The woods whispered with sounds of birds, but beneath it Jack could feel a tension, a silence between them. Small animals had learned to avoid this area, their instincts warning them away from the hunting grounds of apex predators. Kalen finally spoke, breaking the companionable silence. "Are you certain of this approach? Packs like these, even diamond-ranked adventurers would organize larger expeditions, bring more equipment and plan for weeks." Jack's lips curved faintly, blue lightning sparking briefly at his fingertips before he controlled it. The display was casual but pointed. "They're just dread-class jackals with bone masks and fear magic. Trust me, this will be over quickly." Kalen paused as sweat beaded down his face. Lightning magic, he thought intensely. Not many people could wield lightning magic. Kalen's frown deepened as he studied the young man beside him, clearly trying to reconcile Jack's apparent youth with his supreme confidence. "You speak as though you've faced worse than a coordinated pack of supernatural predators." "I have," Jack said simply, and the certainty in his voice made further argument impossible. Above them, Corvin wheeled in a tight circle, his dark wings beating against the dawn air. Suddenly, his cry split the forest silence. The sound echoed through the trees like a war horn, sharp and urgent with discovery. Jack stopped mid-step, every sense sharpening to razor focus as his bond with the raven flooded his mind with images. Kalen's grip on his staff tightened, divine energy beginning to gather around him in a faint golden glow. He's found them. Jack's smile was grim, anticipation singing in his veins as electricity began to dance around his fingers. "Good. Then let's begin." In the distance, an answering howl rose from the forest depths. It was a bone-deep and terrifying howl, the sound that had frozen an entire village in helpless terror just 4 nights ago. Jack's grin only widened. It's time to level up. The mist clung to the forest floor like grasping fingers, swirling around ancient tree trunks as Jack knelt beside a fallen log. His breath came in controlled puffs, visible in the chill morning air as he accessed his status screen with practiced ease. System, let's distribute some stat points. 16 to magic, 12 to endurance, 12 to agility. Confirm usage of 40 stat points. Jack Kaiser, level 18, 19,910 over 27,500, class. Archmage, level 1, reputation points. 66,640 for the changes flowed through his body like electricity, finding new pathways. His magical reserves deepened, settling in his core like a reservoir of contained lightning. His muscles felt more responsive, his reflexes sharper, his stamina reserves expanded. Father Kalen stood nearby, his staff planted firmly in the soft earth as he prepared his own contributions to their battle readiness. The priest's voice dropped to a reverent whisper as he began his invocation. "Kalora, Lord of the eternal light, grant us your blessing in this dark hour. Let your radiance strengthen our bodies and steel our resolve against the creatures of shadow." Light gathered around Kalen's staff like captured sunlight, growing brighter until it pulsed with warm, golden energy. The blessing flowed outward, washing over Jack and Corvin in waves of divine power that made every nerve ending sing with enhanced capability. Light of Kalora activated, all stats increased by +50 for 900 seconds. Jack flexed his fingers, feeling the power course through him like liquid fire. His lightning magic thrummed in harmony with the divine enhancement, creating a resonance that made the air itself seem to crackle with potential energy. But there was more. Jack reached out through his soul bond, feeling Corvin's consciousness brush against his own like the touch of midnight wings. The connection between them deepened, strengthened by weeks of shared experiences and mutual trust. Soul resonance activated Corvin gains, plus 20% to all stats perched on a low branch above them. Corvin underwent his own transformation. The raven's form expanded slightly, muscle definition becoming more pronounced beneath his midnight feathers. His talons lengthened into curved daggers capable of rending flesh and bone with equal ease. When he spread his wings, they cast shadows that seemed somehow deeper and more substantial than mere absence of light. With his preparations complete, Jack focused inward and made the crucial decision that would define this battle. Class change. Lightning Mage Right Arrow Archmage Jack extended his hand and watched as blue electricity coiled around his palm like a snake wrapping its body around his arms. The energy felt different. It was sharper, more refined, infinitely more lethal. "Ready?" he asked, rising to his feet with fluid grace. Kalen nodded, divine energy still radiating from his form in gentle waves. "The light protects us." System, why does Kaelora sound so familiar? Kaelora is the sun god of Kaeloria, a god the elves worship because it is said he first brought light to Erebin. Wait, he worships elves? Father will not like that. Hold on, he chanted. Does that make him a chosen one? Corvin launched himself from his perch with a powerful beat of wings, circling overhead in a predatory pattern. He swept the forest ahead, searching for any sign of their quarry. Above them, Corvin's flight pattern changed abruptly. The raven wheeled in a tight circle, his cry splitting the oppressive quiet like a blade through silk. The sound echoed through the trees with urgent warning, carrying information that flowed directly into Jack's consciousness through their soul bond. Images flooded his mind. Shadows moving between distant trees, the glint of bone-white masks catching filtered sunlight, and red eyes burning with predatory hunger. 27 of them, positioned in a loose semicircle, using the forest's natural contours to approach from multiple angles simultaneously. Their coordination was flawless, each creature moving in perfect synchronization with the pack's collective will. "They're here," Jack said quietly, blue lightning beginning to dance around his fingertips in anticipation. The Gravehowl jackals emerged from the forest shadows like nightmares given physical form. Each creature stood roughly the size of a dire wolf. Bone masks had fused to their skulls in grotesque displays of unnatural evolution. Yellowed calcium forming plates and ridges that protected their heads while creating hollow eye sockets through which crimson light burned with malevolent intelligence. Their bodies rippled with dark muscle beneath coarse fur. Claws like curved daggers scraped against tree bark and stone as they moved, leaving deep gouges in their wake. They arranged themselves in perfect formation, creating an arc of death that encompassed nearly 200 degrees around Jack's position. Their movements were synchronized with military precision, each creature knowing its role in the pack's hunting strategy without need for visible communication. The sound that erupted from 27 throats simultaneously was like nothing that should exist in the natural world. It was the scream of souls being torn from bodies, the wail of the damned calling out from depths of despair, the very essence of terror given voice. The howl reverberated through the forest with supernatural force, seeming to emanate from the ground itself as much as from the creatures' throats. Waves of primal fear crashed over the clearing. This was weaponized terror, designed to freeze prey in place while predators closed in for the kill. The howl reached into the deepest parts of the human brain. But the crushing weight of supernatural dread met golden light and simply stopped. Blessing of courage. Kalen's blessing blazed around Jack and Corvin like armor made of concentrated light. Jack's grin was sharp as a blade's edge, utterly unimpressed by the display. "That's all." His voice carried clearly across the forest, cutting through the lingering echoes of the pack's howl with dismissive confidence. Several of the Gravehowl jackals seemed taken aback by his lack of reaction, their formation wavering slightly as they processed the failure of their primary weapon. Kalen stepped forward, his staff blazing with divine energy as he raised it high above his head. "By ash and flame be scattered." The priest's voice boomed with divine authority as he slammed his staff against the earth. Power erupted from the point of impact, boring deep into the ground before exploding upward in a column of superheated earth and sacred flame. The explosion sent a geyser of molten rock and burning earth shooting skyward, directly beneath the pack's front rank. 5 Gravehowl jackals were caught in the blast radius, their bone masks cracking under the sudden temperature change while their fur singed and smoldered. The creatures scattered with surprised yips of pain, their perfect formation disrupted as they scrambled to escape the rain of burning debris. Jack didn't waste the opportunity. His right hand came up wreathed in brilliant blue. Electricity, arc lightning coiling around his fingers like captured starlight. The power that flowed through him now was unlike anything he'd wielded before. The bolt that erupted from his fingertips was a masterwork of controlled devastation. Blue energy lanced across the clearing with the speed of thought, striking the lead Gravehowl Jackal center mass with devastating force. Double proc activated additional damage, 1,778 total damage, 3,556. The creature's bone mask exploded into fragments as the lightning tore through its body, the electrical energy cooking its nervous system in an instant. It collapsed without even a death scream, smoke rising from the blackened hole that had been its chest. Congratulations! You have defeated a Gravehowl Jackal. Jack had held the arc blast long enough that it cost double the mana, but it also caused double the damage. But Jack was just getting started. The arc lightning jumped from its first target to a second Gravehowl, then a third, each strike carrying the same lethal precision. Two more jackals collapsed in writhing heaps as their muscles seized and their hearts stopped, overwhelmed by the blue lightning. 3 down in the space of a heartbeat. Congratulations, you have defeated a Gravehowl Jackal above the battlefield. Corvin folded his wings and dove like a midnight arrow toward a jackal that had been stunned by the pillar of ash. The raven's form blurred as he activated his signature ability. Corvin's body seemed to dissolve into living darkness, becoming a projectile of pure shadow that moved at tremendous speed. He struck the disoriented jackal at nearly 100 miles per hour, his talons extended like spears. The impact drove the creature to the ground with bone-breaking force. Corvin's talons punched through the jackal's ribcage like it was made of paper, finding the heart with predatory precision. The creature convulsed once and went still, dark blood pooling beneath its ruined form. Corvin landed on a branch and threw the heart into the air. Before the heart could fall, Corvin swallowed it whole as it stared down at the jackals. The remaining 23 Gravehowl Jackals recoiled, their red eyes blazing with fury and something that might have been surprising. They had expected easy prey, terrified humans frozen by their howl, helpless targets to be torn apart at leisure. Instead, they faced opponents who not only resisted their fear effects but struck back with lethal efficiency. Suddenly, one jackal stepped forward. This beast was twice the size of the others. The pack's coordination began to reassert itself as the alphas will impose order on the survivors. The creatures spread out further, using the forest's natural cover to approach from multiple angles while avoiding clustering together where area attacks could devastate their numbers. Jack watched their repositioning with tactical interest, already planning his next moves. His arc blast had proven devastatingly effective against individual targets, but the pack was adapting to avoid giving him easy multi-target opportunities. Jack raised both hands, blue electricity crackling between his fingers as he prepared to unleash his new ability. The static field would level the playing field by disrupting the pack's greatest advantage: their coordinated movement. But before he could complete the casting, 6 jackals launched themselves forward in a coordinated assault. Their timing was perfect, each creature attacking from a different angle to overwhelm their targets through sheer numbers. Claws like curved swords whistled through the air toward Jack's position. One jackal leaped high, aiming to take him from above while 2 more flanked his left side and right side. Their bone masks gleamed in the filtered sunlight as they closed in for what they expected to be the killing blow. Jack's response was immediate and brutal. His left hand swept out in a horizontal arc, trailing blue lightning that formed a defensive barrier of pure electrical energy. The first 2 jackals struck the barrier and convulsed as thousands of volts coursed through their bodies. Their charge became a tumbling crash as their muscles seized and their coordination failed. Simultaneously, his right hand pointed skyward toward the leaping jackal. Another arc of lightning bolts lanced upward, catching the creature in mid-flight and cooking it from the inside out. The corpse fell to earth like a meteoric impact, creating a small crater where it landed. But the flanking attackers made it through. Claws scraped across Jack's ribs as one jackal slipped past his electrical defenses, tearing through both leather and flesh. Pain exploded along his side as 4 parallel cuts opened, blood soaking into his shirt. The damage was significant, but not crippling. Thanks to his endurance, Jack could keep going. He spun away from the follow-up attack, blue lightning already gathering around his wounded form like protective armor. Jack! Kalen's voice rang out with divine authority. Golden light blazed from the priest's staff as he channeled healing energy across the battlefield. Radiant heal. Warmth flowed through Jack's injured body as divine magic knitted torn flesh and restored lost blood. The pain in his side faded to a dull ache as his wounds closed, leaving only bloody tears in his clothing as evidence of the attack. But Kalen wasn't content with simple healing. Sacred energy gathered around the priest like a miniature sun, as he raised his staff toward another group of approaching jackals. Sacred barrier. A dome of golden light materialized just in time to intercept a coordinated charge from 3 more creatures. They struck the barrier with bone-jarring force, their claws scraping uselessly against the divine protection while holy energy burned at their flesh. The barrier held for crucial seconds, giving Jack time to reposition and launch his counterattack. Arc lightning leaped from his fingers toward the stunned jackals, double proxying into devastating damage that dropped 2 of them instantly. Meanwhile, Corvin had engaged another group of jackals in aerial combat. His speed and agility allowed him to stay airborne despite their attempts to leap high enough to reach him. He would dive down to scrape his claws across a jackal's back, then beat his wings furiously to gain altitude before they could retaliate. One jackal, cleverer than the others, had positioned itself beneath a low branch. When Corvin dove to attack, it leaped from the branch rather than the ground, gaining the extra height needed to intercept the raven mid-flight. Claws met talons in a brief but vicious exchange. Corvin's strength proved decisive. His talons punched through the jackal's reaching paws and found its throat. Both creatures crashed to the ground, but only Corvin rose again, dark blood staining his midnight feathers. The pack was learning, adapting their tactics with each exchange, but so were their opponents. 19 jackals remained, their formation more scattered now as they tried to avoid his area attacks while maintaining pressure. Several bore burns from their encounters with Kalen's magic, while others showed the scorched fur and cracked bone masks. Jack planted his feet in a wide combat stance and raised both hands, blue electricity beginning to gather between his palms. An expanding web of blue electricity that spread outwards like a spider's web made of pure lightning. The electrical network expanded rapidly, covering a wide area. 6 clustered jackals found themselves caught in a cage of crackling death. Static electricity arced between the trees, across the ground, through the very air they breathed. Each creature that tried to move triggered additional discharges that locked their muscles in place. Static field activated 6 targets affected movement speed, reduced by 75%. The jackals convulsed as electrical pulses disrupted their nervous systems. They weren't being killed, they were completely immobilized. Jack was already moving, arc blast charging around his right hand as he closed distance with the trapped creatures. The first jackal tried to snap at him, but moved with the sluggish desperation of prey caught in amber. Double proc activated additional damage, 1,778 total damage, 3,556. The creature's bone mask exploded as lightning tore through its nervous system. Jack pivoted smoothly to the next target. Another jackal fell, its body smoking from the concentrated application of blue lightning. The static field continued to hold the remaining 4 in place, making them easy targets for systematic elimination. But Jack's concentration on the trapped group left him momentarily vulnerable to the pack's remaining members. From his peripheral vision, he caught movement. 3 jackals approaching from different angles. Their timing coordinated to exploit his focus on the static field targets. "Jack, behind you!" Kalen's warning came with immediate action. The priest raised his staff high, divine energy blazing around him like a miniature sun. Searing chains. Golden flames erupted from the ground beneath 2 of the approaching jackals, forming into chains of pure fire that wrapped around their limbs and torso. The creatures howled as the divine flames burned through fur and flesh, binding them in place while dealing continuous damage. 2 targets immobilized by searing chains fire. Damage over time applied, but the 3rd jackal made it through. Leaping high to avoid Kalen's binding spell, it descended toward Jack's exposed back, claws extended for a killing strike that would have opened him from shoulder to hip. Corvin intercepted it mid-flight. The raven's form blurred as he activated Shadow Strike again, his body dissolving into living darkness before reforming directly in the jackal's path. The collision was devastating. Corvin's talons punched through the creature's chest cavity while his momentum carried both of them away from Jack's position. They crashed into a nearby tree with bone-jarring force. The jackal convulsed once as Corvin's beak found its brainstem, then it stopped moving. Jack used the breathing room to finish clearing his static field. 2 more arc blasts eliminated the remaining trapped jackals, each strike precise and lethal. The electrical web dissipated, leaving only smoking corpses and the scent of ozone in the air. Kalen's searing chains continued to burn their bound targets, the divine flames gradually cooking the jackals from the outside in. Their struggles grew weaker as the holy fire did its work, until they too collapsed in smoldering heaps. "Judgment flame," Kalen called out, pointing his staff toward a jackal that had been circling the edge of the battle looking for an opening. A focused beam of divine fire lanced across the clearing, striking the creature's center mass with concentrated holy energy. Unlike Jack's lightning, which killed through electrical shock, Kalen's magic burned with righteous purpose. The jackal's bone mask cracked and melted under the intense heat before the creature fell, its body reduced to charred remains. 11 jackals remained, but their coordination was beginning to break down as the pack's numbers dwindled. Individual creatures made desperate attacks rather than coordinated assaults, making them easier targets. Corvin provided aerial support, diving down to finish off wounded creatures or intercept jackals that tried to flank Jack's position. The Raven's enhanced strength made him capable of killing even healthy gravehowl jackals in single combat, his talons punching through bone and flesh with equal ease. The battle was becoming a slaughter. Without their fear aura and coordinated tactics, the remaining jackals were just oversized wolves with decorative bone masks. Dangerous individually, but not nearly dangerous enough to threaten Jack's party. 8 jackals left, then 6. Then 3 more jackals fell in rapid succession, their bone masks shattering under the precise application of blue lightning. Jack moved through the battlefield like a force of nature. Arc blast after arc blast, eliminating targets with surgical efficiency. The survivors tried to scatter, but Kalen had been waiting for exactly this moment. The priest raised his staff with both hands, divine energy gathering around him in a blazing aura that made the morning sun seem dim by comparison. By the eternal light of Kalora, let none escape judgment. The spell that erupted from Kalen's staff was unlike anything Jack had witnessed before. A massive circle of golden light blazed into existence, centered on the priest but expanding outward until it encompassed the entire clearing. The radiant barrier rose 20 meters into the air, forming a dome of divine energy that pulsed with inescapable authority. Final Edict activated arena created no escape possible. All enemies within range slowed by 50% continuous holy damage applied to hostile creatures. The fleeing jackals struck the barrier and recoiled as if they'd touched molten metal. Holy fire burned their flesh wherever they made contact with Kalora's judgment, driving them back toward the center of the clearing, where Jack waited with blue lightning dancing around his fingers. "Nowhere to run," Jack said with grim satisfaction. "Let's finish this." He began moving through the trapped jackals with methodical precision. Arc blast after arc blast lit up the golden arena as he eliminated the survivors one by one. The final edict's continuous damage weakened them, while its barrier prevented escape, turning what had been a pack of coordinated predators into helpless prey. Crack. 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 The last 4 jackals fell within seconds of each other, their screams echoing off the walls of divine light before fading into sudden silence. The arena held for a moment longer, its golden light gradually fading as Kalen's spell reached its conclusion. And the barrier finally disappeared. Only Jack, Kalen, and Corvin remained standing in the clearing, surrounded by the smoking remains of their enemies. But before Jack could fully process their victory, movement in the deeper shadows caught his attention. Something massive was approaching through the trees, its footsteps heavy enough to make the ground tremble with each impact. The real Alpha hadn't been among the 26 they'd just slaughtered. Had been watching, waiting for them to exhaust themselves against its expendable pack. Now it was ready to hunt. The creature that emerged from the forest depths was twice the size of the largest jackal they'd faced, one large crack running down the center of its mask. This wasn't just an alpha gravehowl jackal. This was an enraged gravehowl jackal. The sound that emerged from its throat was deeper than any howl. The fear aura that emanated from its presence was exponentially more powerful than what the pack had generated, pressing down on their minds like a physical weight. But Kalen's blessing of courage still held, deflecting the worst of the supernatural terror, even as sweat beaded on the priest's forehead. From the effort of maintaining his protective spell. "Well," Jack said, blue lightning beginning to gather around both hands as he faced the true threat. "This should be interesting." The Alpha's response was immediate and devastating. It moved with impossible speed for something its size, crossing the clearing in a single step that carried it directly toward Jack's position. Claws the size of greatswords swept through the air where Jack's head had been a split second before, missing only because his agility allowed him to dodge at the last possible moment. Jack rolled away from the follow-up strike and came up with Arc Blast already charging. Static field. The electrical web erupted outward, seeking to entangle the massive creature in the same manner that had trapped its smaller kin. But the Alpha was ready for such tactics. It leaped skyward, avoiding the ground-based electrical network entirely. For a moment, the creature hung suspended in midair, silhouetted against the morning sky like a nightmare given wings. Then it descended toward Jack with the force of a falling meteor. The impact shook the entire clearing as the Alpha landed where Jack had been standing moments before. Claws gouged deep furrows in the earth, throwing up clouds of dirt and shattered stone. Jack rolled to his feet 15 feet away, arc blast already charging in both hands. The creature's speed was incredible. Even with his agility, he'd barely managed to avoid being crushed. "Kalen," Jack shouted as he unleashed twin bolts of blue lightning. Both arc blasts struck the Alpha's flank, but instead of the devastating damage they dealt to the smaller jackals, the creature merely staggered slightly. Smoke rose from singed fur, but its bone mask showed only superficial cracks. Enraged Alpha, 50% damage reduction, damn, Jack thought, already moving as the Alpha whirled toward him with impossible speed. It's tougher than I expected. The Alpha's response was immediate and brutal. It lunged forward and Jack threw himself sideways, feeling claws whistle past his ear as he hit the ground hard. But the Alpha was already adjusting, its massive paw sweeping horizontally to catch him mid-roll. This time there was no escaping the attack entirely. Pain exploded across Jack's back as claws raked through leather and flesh, sending him tumbling across the forest floor. Blood soaked through his shirt as 4 deep gashes opened from shoulder blade to hip. Jack gasped, the world spinning as shock and blood loss threatened to overwhelm him. That single attack had nearly killed him outright. If he didn't upgrade his stats, he'd already be dead. Sentence of flame. Kalen's voice boomed across the clearing. Divine fire blazed around the Alpha as the priest's marking spell took hold. The creature's form became outlined in golden flames. Sentence of flame. Applied, all damage increased by 25% for 30 seconds, radiant heal. Kalen followed immediately. Golden light washing over Jack's mangled form. Warmth flowed through Jack's body as divine magic worked to knit torn flesh and restore lost blood. The healing wasn't complete, the wounds were too severe for that, but it was enough to keep him fighting. Jack struggled to his feet, blue lightning crackling around his bloodied form with renewed intensity. The pain sharpened his focus, turning fear into cold calculation. The Alpha was already moving toward him again, but this time Jack was ready. Instead of trying to dodge, he planted his feet and raised both hands. The electrical web erupted outward. The Alpha found itself caught in the center of a crackling cage of blue lightning. Static field activated movement speed reduced by 75%. The massive creature's charge slowed to a crawl as thousands of volts coursed through its nervous system. Its roar of fury became a strangled growl as the static field disrupted its coordination. Jack didn't waste a single second. Switch class to lightning mage now. Blast after blast, Jack repeatedly used thundershock. Enraged Alpha, 50% damage reduction, the creature's bone mask began to show serious cracks. Smoke rose from multiple impact points while the static field continued to burn at its nervous system. Congratulations, you have slain an enraged beast. Slowly, the Alpha's bone mask exploded into fragments as lightning tore through its skull and into the brain beneath. The creature convulsed once, its massive form shuddering as electrical death coursed through its nervous system. Then it collapsed, smoke rising from the blackened crater that had been its head. Silence fell over the clearing. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the distant crackle of dissipating electrical energy broke the sudden quiet. Jack swayed on his feet, exhaustion and blood loss finally catching up with him. The fight had pushed him. Corvin landed on his shoulder with a satisfied croak, dark blood staining his midnight feathers, but his eyes bright with triumph. Kalen approached slowly, divine energy still radiating from his staff as he maintained readiness for any additional threats. But no further enemies emerged from the forest depths. The pack was finished, their Alpha dead. A territory claimed by those who had proven themselves stronger. All enemies defeated. Total EXP gained plus 67,500. You are now level 20, 29,910 over 35,000. Reward 26 Dread Cores. Reward 1 Enraged Dread Core. Quest complete, aid the refugees. Rewards plus 20 stat points plus 10 strength. Hidden quest complete, cull the pack. New title earned, Pack Hunter effect, plus 20% damage vs. Pack Monsters. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Reward, Dual class system unlocked. You may now equip and maintain two active classes simultaneously. Jack's eyes widened so much. His eyes would have fallen out of their sockets if they could. Dual classing meant he could access both Archmage and Lightning Mage abilities at the same time. Or he could keep Spearman on just to keep his spear work up. This changes everything, Jack muttered, already planning how to optimize his new feature. But before he could fully process the milestone reward, another notification materialized with urgent priority. Environmental analysis complete. Territorial displacement detected in the local ecosystem. Gravehowl jackals are not native to this region. Assessment. Pack was driven from their primary habitat by a superior predator. Warning. Unknown apex threat remains in the region. New quest available. Territorial investigation objective. Discover what drove the Gravehowl pack from their natural habitat. Reward. Plus 10 stat points. 1 rare skill tome. The system never offered me an optional quest before. That's weird. Something smells fishy here. Jack's thoughts churned as he stared at the notification floating in his vision. Yes, what's the worst that can happen? Kalen approached, divine aura still crackling around him as he swept the forest for threats. What troubles you, Lord? You look like you've seen a ghost. Jack chose his words like a man walking through a minefield. Explaining the system would make him sound completely insane. The Gravehowl jackals, they don't belong here. Something bigger forced them out, something nastier. That's why they came here and tore through your village. The priest's face went stone cold as he realized the truth. Then the light didn't just guide me to jackals, whatever drove them from their territory. He paused, scanning the tree line with new wariness. It's still out there. Yeah, Jack agreed, his voice grim as he swept the tree line one last time. But first things first, Sorn comes before chasing whatever beast is out there. The refugees need to be taken care of, and we need to have a serious talk. Kalen nodded, understanding flickering in his eyes. The immediate needs of the living must take precedence over hunting monsters that may not surface for months or years. As they began the journey back toward Sorn, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that accepting this quest had just started a countdown to something far more dangerous than a pack of displaced jackals. 3 weeks later, Jack stood on the highest balcony of the Kaiser estate like a king surveying his domain. The transformation that 2,500 gold pieces had bought for Sorn sprawled before him in all its glory. The investment had been staggering. Enough to buy a small army or outfit several mercenary companies. Steam rose from elegant vents scattered throughout the city as the bathhouse operated at full capacity. The magnificent white stone structure dominated what had once been rotting slums. Its domed chambers and flowing water channels creating an atmosphere that reminded Jack of ancient Roman baths from his previous life. Multiple levels accommodated different social classes while maintaining the principle that clean water belonged to everyone. The roads were the real prize. Where muddy, rutted paths had once made transport a nightmare during rainy seasons, smooth avenues of fitted stone slabs now stretched in perfect lines. The roads formed a grid pattern connecting every district from the merchant quarter to residential areas to the front gates of the Kaiser estate. Jack watched a merchant caravan navigate the new main thoroughfare, their heavily laden wagons rolling like silk over stone that would last centuries. No more broken axles from hidden potholes. No more delays while oxen or horses struggled through knee-deep mud. Commerce flowed as smoothly as the water he'd collected. The grain storage silos rose like white towers near the mills, 4 of them, each 15 meters wide and 12 meters tall. Each one could hold roughly 60,000 bushels depending on the crop. Assuming grain made up 75% of their diet, each silo could feed the citizens of Sorn for almost 2 years. The sight of those towers had already begun drawing merchants from neighboring regions, eager to establish trade with a city that could guarantee food security. Clean water fountains graced every major intersection, their constant flow creating a pleasant background melody. Hey, don't splash me, you can't catch me. The sound of children playing made people smile left and right. Notification. Infrastructure complete plus 12 reputation points, earned plus 12 reputation points, earned plus 12 reputation points, earned notification after notification flooded Jack's vision, until he couldn't see anything but the cascade of rewards. Reward, 49,452 reputation points current total, 116,096 reputation points. Damn, that's a mountain of points in such a short time. System, any reason why I got more this time? The higher your people view you as a ruler, the more reputation points you will gain per citizen. My lord, a voice boomed from the street below. Jack looked down to see Clarence the baker standing outside, flour still dusting his apron from the morning's work. The man was grinning so wide it looked like his face might crack in half. My lord, I had to tell someone, Clarence continued, his voice carrying clear as a bell in the clean air. My customers are telling me the bread tastes better now. They say it's because the water's so pure. Other citizens began gravitating toward Clarence like moths to flame, their faces bright with excitement and gratitude. An elderly woman Jack recognized as Martha the seamstress stepped forward, her weathered hands clasped together. Lord Jack, my grandson hasn't been sick once since you built the water system, she called up, voice cracking with emotion. 3 months ago, he was coughing every night from bad air and dirty water. Now he runs around like a proper child should. A merchant named Henrik pushed through the small crowd, his fine clothes marking him as one of the more prosperous citizens. The roads, my lord. Yesterday I moved a full cart of goods from the storage area clear across town to the market square in half the time it used to take. My horses aren't exhausted, my wheels aren't broken, and my merchandise arrives without a scratch. More voices joined the impromptu testimonial session. A young mother holding a toddler spoke about how the bathhouse had become the beating heart of her social life, where women gathered to share news and support each other while their children played safely in clean water. An elderly blacksmith described how the reliable water supply had revolutionized his forge operations, allowing for more consistent quenching and superior quality products. Jack felt warmth bloom in his chest, spreading through him like good wine. This was what leadership was supposed to feel like. Serafina materialized from the shadows, having climbed the stairs with her usual ninja-like silence. The citizens have been gathering like this every day, she reported quietly. They want to thank you personally, but they don't want to presume to demand an audience. Set up a weekly public forum, Jack decided without hesitation. Every 7 days I listen to them in the market square. Anyone can bring concerns, suggestions, or just share how the improvements are affecting their lives. A lord should know his people. Very good, my lord. Oh, you should know. Serafina hesitated, which was as rare as snow in summer for her. There have been visitors asking questions. Merchants from other cities, noble representatives, even what appeared to be foreign diplomats. Word of Sorn's transformation is spreading like wildfire. That was both good news and bad news wrapped in the same package. Economic attention would bring prosperity, but political attention would bring problems that could strangle them all. Jack made a mental note to discuss security measures with his father. Jack strode inside the mansion and found his family clustered in the hallway like conspirators. Come with me. I have something important to show you. Jack led his family to his private chambers, where he'd installed the crown jewel of his new inventions. Duke Alaric examined the silver showerhead protruding from the wall with the intensity of a scholar studying ancient texts. The engineering alone is remarkable. It's revolutionary, Octavia finished, her voice carrying notes of both admiration and concern. Every noble house in the kingdom will want to understand how this works. Celeste interrupted before her sister could continue spiraling into political implications. Think of the trade opportunities, she said, with a merchant's calculating smile dancing on her lips. We could sell the engineering knowledge, license the construction techniques, maybe even export the components. Annabelle simply stood in the center of the space, turning slowly like a dancer to take in every detail. When she spoke, her voice was soft with wonder. It's beautiful. Jack gestured toward a silver mechanism, mounted to the wall like a piece of art. Let me show you how it works. Instead of hauling buckets from wells, or relying on water mages, Jack explained, his hand resting on the control lever like a conductor preparing to launch a HSR system train. The river feeds directly into our pump system. All you do is turn this lever, and water flows straight from the pipes and rains down from above. He demonstrated with a smooth motion that had become as natural as breathing. Clean water immediately began pouring from the spout overhead, creating the effect of gentle, warm rainfall within the marble chamber. The water fell in steady, controlled streams, heated by its journey through sun-warmed pipes and regulated by a system of valves that prevented either scalding or cold shocks. The reactions hit like lightning strikes. Octavia laughed with pure, unbridled delight, stepping directly under one of the streams and letting the water cascade through her elaborately. Ranged hair. This is civilization, she declared, spinning with her arms outstretched as water droplets caught the light filtering through high windows like tiny diamonds. Who needs court entertainments when you can have this? It's like bathing in a controlled rainstorm. Celeste's eyes lit up with mischievous look as she examined the bronze fixtures and intricate tilework with the focus of a master appraiser. Think of how many gambling debts I could wash away in. Here, she joked, though Jack noticed her evaluating every valuable component in sight. When she thought no one was looking, she ran her fingers along a golden towel rack with obvious appreciation for its craftsmanship. But it was Annabelle's reaction that stopped everyone dead in their tracks. His youngest sister stepped under the falling water and immediately burst into tears. Out of sadness, but of overwhelming emotional joy to the beauty and luxury she had never imagined possible. "It feels like the world itself forgives you," she whispered, her voice thick with wonder as clean water ran down her face, mingling with tears of joy. "Like every mistake, every regret, every moment of feeling dirty or unworthy just washes away. How did you know we needed this?" Jack's chest swelled with pride as he watched his sister experience something he'd taken for granted in his previous life. Even Duke Alaric stood speechless for a long moment, his usual composed authority cracked by the sheer audacity of what his son had accomplished. "Even the greatest water mage would have a hard tome matching this consistency," he finally said, shaking his head in disbelief. "No mana requirements, no fatigue, no limit to duration. This operates independent of any individual's magical ability." Jack felt a surge of pride, but also the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a mantle. "And this same system will serve every citizen of Sorn," he said firmly. "The bathhouse uses identical infrastructure. Clean water isn't a privilege to be earned, it's a basic right of civilized society." The statement drew approving nods from his family, though Jack caught his father's slight frown. The Duke understood the political windfall that would come from it. Other noble houses might view Jack's egalitarian approach as a dangerous precedent that threatened the established order. Serafina, who had been quietly observing from the side like a shadow, raised her hand hesitantly. "My lord, how does the water actually reach the estate from the river? The distance alone seems impossible to manage without magic. Let me walk you through exactly how it works." Jack's voice took on the tone of a master craftsman explaining his life's work. "Step 1. Jack began, gesturing as if the river itself were before them. "We have a carefully engineered intake from the river. Copper grates enchanted against rust and corrosion filter out large debris, dead fish, and floating waste before the water even enters our system. Step 2. The water flows into large underground settling basins where mud, silt, and heavier particles naturally sink to the bottom over time. I've employed workers to clean these out on a rotating schedule, so the system never becomes clogged with accumulated sediment. Step 3 is where the real magic happens." Jack continued, his enthusiasm building. "The water passes first through charcoal to absorb impurities and remove odors, then through increasingly fine sand layers to trap microscopic particles, and finally through gravel beds for drainage and aeration." Octavia leaned forward, genuinely intrigued. The precision required for this layering. "How did you calculate the optimal ratios?" "Trial and error, combined with some theoretical knowledge," Jack replied diplomatically, unable to explain that in his previous life he'd seen detailed explanations on television and engineering documentaries. The key insight was that different materials filter different types of contamination, so layering them creates cumulative purification effects. "And the magical components?" Octavia pressed curiously. "Father Kalen has been invaluable," Jack said, nodding toward the priest who stood quietly in the corner, still somewhat overwhelmed by the grandeur surrounding him. "He inscribed purification runes throughout the system and feeds divine energy into them monthly. The magical purification eliminates biological contamination that physical filtering might miss." Kalen stepped forward, his weathered face glowing with pride. "It has been an honor to contribute to such righteous work. The light of Kalora blesses water that serves all people equally, regardless of birth or wealth. We also add crushed silver filings at several points in the process," Jack continued, warming to his subject. "Silver has natural properties that complement the magical purification beautifully." "Finally," Jack said with a smile that could have lit the room, "the clean water gathers in sealed reservoirs built throughout the city. Underground water wheels powered by the river's current create pressure that pumps the water wherever we need it. The bathhouse, the public fountains, private homes, and yes, the estate itself. While his family marveled at the engineering marvel Jack had created, his father pulled him aside. The Duke's expression was grave enough to kill the celebration instantly. "Tomorrow, important guests will arrive in Sorn," Alaric said, his voice so hard it made Jack's stomach clench with dread. "Some have decided to come specifically for you." Jack felt his comfortable satisfaction evaporate like morning mist. "What kind of guests?" "Merchants who see profit in your innovations," Alaric continued grimly, each word dropping like a stone into still water. "They'll want to purchase your engineering knowledge, license your construction techniques, maybe even hire your workers away from you. Some will offer partnership deals that sound generous, but would ultimately give them control over your inventions." The Duke's expression grew even darker. "If that were possible, noble representatives from other duchies who want to understand how you've achieved such rapid urban development. They'll study your methods, copy what they can, and then potentially use their resources to implement similar projects that could undermine Sorn's competitive advantages." "And," Jack prompted, sensing there was worse news lurking like a predator in tall grass. "And some have decided to come with offers of marriage for your sisters," Alaric finished heavily, the words landing like hammer blows. "Your success has elevated our family's profile considerably. Octavia, Celeste, and Annabelle are now seen as highly desirable matches, not just for their own qualities, but for the political and economic connections to your innovations." Jack's gaze snapped back toward his sisters, who were still enjoying the novelty of the shower system. Octavia stood calm and poised, already aware of her value as a marriageable noble daughter, and probably calculating the advantages different alliances might offer. Celeste was attempting to pocket a decorative soap dish when she thought no one was looking, her opportunistic nature shining through even in moments of wonder. "I feel bad for whoever tries to court Celeste. She'll out-drink them, and then spend all their money gambling." Annabelle continued dabbing at her eyes, still emotionally overwhelmed by the simple miracle of unlimited clean water and the human dignity it represented. The sight of his sisters were brilliant, capable women who deserved to choose their own futures. Being treated as political commodities made Jack's jaw clench with barely suppressed rage. The territorial investigation quest is still sitting there, Jack thought, his mind drifting back to the system notification that had appeared after the jackal hunt like an ominous shadow. "It's got to be at least nightmare rank. At least with monsters, you know where you stand," Jack mused grimly, his hands clenching into fists. "They want to kill you, they try to kill you, and you either win or lose. Nobles want to control you, and they smile while they do it." "Tomorrow's going to be a bloodbath," he said aloud, already dreading the complications that political attention would bring to his carefully planned city improvements, and the family life he was only just beginning to understand and cherish. From the upper veranda of the Kaiser estate, Jack watched Sorn as everyone began to start their day. Carts rattled softly across fitted avenues. A baker's bell rang at the hour. He let himself breathe it all in. His city, his people, the subtle thrum of a place where Jack finally felt at home. Imagine this will all be mine one day. Optional quest. Forge the future secure at least one strategic alliance today. Reward plus 3,000 reputation. Failure, 10,000 reputation. Your family's opinion of you will worsen. Jack blinked at the blue script and felt his shoulders tense the way they did before a fight. Second optional quest ever, he thought. And it threatens my family's opinion. Is this going to be more frequent? Force me to do your bidding or I will suffer. Another chime clipped the air. New title earned. Cluck Whisperer description. Your benevolence and farm-friendly policies have endeared you to the feathered population. Chickens find you irresistible and are 100% more likely to follow, cuddle, or gift you eggs. He read it twice, then a third time because there are some things a man simply doesn't expect at sunrise. System, are you drunk? No intoxication detected. You have achieved maximum poultry appeal. Jack dragged a hand down his face and very quietly said, "I'm the Chicken Prince of Sorn." A glossy raven cocked its head from the balustrade, obsidian eyes bright with amusement. Orvin croaked once, the sound suspiciously like a laugh. Down below, a pair of kitchen maids carried baskets toward the back steps. They hadn't even reached the door before a trio of fat hens waddled out of the shrubs. The birds spotted Jack on the veranda, froze, and then, utterly smitten, raised a chorus of approving clucks. "Don't you dare," Jack murmured. All three hens trotted for the veranda stairs. Seraphina stepped into the morning light beside him. "My lord, you asked to be reminded. The first carriages are due within the hour." "Right. Yes." He nodded, then angled his head toward the hens now clambering up the wide steps like tiny, determined mountaineers. Why are the chickens smiling at me? Serafina, to her eternal credit, did not blink. Perhaps they appreciate the new grain storage, my lord. A fourth hen appeared, this one with ridiculous plumage like a powdered wig. Stared at Jack, made a contented churr, laid a warm egg on the step, and nudged it toward his boot with evident pride. Jack stared down at the gift. This can't be my life. Tidal effect functioning as intended. Accept the offering. He reached into his coat, produced a handkerchief, and because nobility demands dignity in all things, solemnly collected the egg. Tell the kitchens they have. An early delivery. Yes, my lord. Serafina's mouth did not curve into a smile. Jack sighed. Fine. If destiny insists on pageantry, we'll give it pageantry, and maybe not die in the attempt. He tucked the egg into the hands of a Serafina, charmed a path through the adoring hens with an apologetic smile. No, ladies, I can't hold you right now. And moved for the front steps. By mid-morning, a herald's trumpet announced the first names as each noble or merchant made their way into the Kaiser estate. Jack stepped down the stairs with care. He was dressed in midnight blue jacket with silver thread. Simple pin at his throat, the Kaiser sigil understated rather than ostentatious. Boots polished enough to see a man's insecurity reflected in them. Welcome to Sorn, Jack could hear his father talking. He was meeting with the first wave of guests. The courtyard swelled with silk and velvet, furs and jewels, the measured arrogance of old houses and the sharp hunger of new fortunes. Merchants craned for a glimpse of the bathhouse domes peeking above rooftops. A marquis pinched the bridge of his nose as if the very efficiency of the roads offended him. Scholar in gray stared at a public fountain like it had just recited poetry. Octavia appeared at Jack's shoulder, a blade disguised as a smile. Elegant bun, pearl pins, a ledger tucked under one arm. Don't forget to breathe, she murmured without moving her lips. I won't, dear sister. On his other side, Annabelle glowed with that fragile, luminous softness that made people confide their cruelties to her without realizing they were confessing. She clutched a small sketchbook like a talisman, eyes roaming everywhere. They're beautiful, she breathed, like a garden full of dangerous flowers. Try not to pet any, Octavia said. What if they have thorns? Then especially don't pet them. What about the ones with thorns and smiles? Those are the worst. There was a minor commotion near the gate. A cart's wheel threw a spray of mud, and then the first cluster of nobles peeled free of their carriages and swept toward Jack like a tide that presumed itself welcome. Jack went bead first into the nobles. How's Liren, how's Vera, how's something that sounded like a cough. He accepted compliments about the roads with a gracious nod, answered questions about water pressure with simple diagrams and simpler words, because nothing ruins diplomacy like public arithmetic, and deflected 3 separate attempts to buy exclusive rights to the bathhouse design with the efficiency of a well-oiled hinge. No exclusivity, he said to a merchant prince whose ring collection merited its own tax bracket, but licensed construction at fair rates that we can discuss. Fair rates, the man echoed as if the words were exotic fruit. Jack smiled. The kind that makes everyone wealthier. Corvin drifted to the top of the estate and considered the assembly with a tilted head. Jack followed the raven's gaze to a cluster of servants at the far edge of the courtyard, a polite swarm of forgettable faces. One of them lingered too long at the edge of the steps, eyes skimming the estate grounds as they scribbled something on a piece of parchment. Ah, someone drawled, rich and nasally. So this is the modern air of Sorn I've heard so much about. Jack turned his gaze to meet the man who spoke. The man wore a wine-red cloak trimmed with silver, mustache sculpted like handlebars. He carried a cane that had never supported his weight. The sort of person who thought wars were fought for the pleasure of improving his view. Lord, Jack asked mildly. Bartram, he said, flicking his cloak just so. How's Dorian? Welcome, Jack said. I hope the roads treated your wheels kindly. They are orderly, Bartram conceded. One can appreciate a straight line even when it leads nowhere interesting. Octavia grabbed Jack's elbow, a warning that read no blood on the pavers before luncheon. Bartram offered an anemic smile. I confess I expected someone, taller and perhaps less provincial. Frontier duchies breed sturdy stock, I've heard, but refinement, well, that's another matter entirely, isn't it? It was so quaintly insulting Jack almost applauded. He imagined he practiced this insult in front of a mirror for weeks before coming here. Jack let his expression soften into amused pity. Perhaps I could simply outdrink you, he said pleasantly, and buy the refinement with your coin. Conversation skittered outward in a ripple, Heads turned, even the fountain looked alert. Bartram laughed, a brittle thing, a drinking contest here before dinner, unless you're afraid. Jack let the words fall, feather light and razor sharp. Color rose like a bad sunburn up Bartram's neck. Name your wager. 200 gold, Jack said. Winner takes all. Bartram's chin lifted. Accepted. Jack glanced past him, caught a little bird trying to pick someone's pocket. Then meet your opponent. Celeste arrived like a toast to bad ideas, bottle in hand, eyes full of trouble, grace like a knife tucked in silk. She was luminous in a gown that said count the cards and a grin that said you already lost. She vaulted a low chain of potted cypress and landed at Jack's side with ease. Someone said wager. She sang, popping the cork with a twist that sent it arcing into the sky like a fleeing thought. The cork smacked a herald's plume at 20 paces. The herald did not flinch, because heralds are carved from the same wood as gallows. Lord Bartram of House Dorian, Jack said, as if presenting a roast. Celeste Kaiser of House, you're going to regret insulting me. Bartram made a sound that was technically polite. A lady, Celeste's smile sharpened, occasionally. A table appeared, as tables do when servants smell a spectacle. So did a forest of glasses and the sort of bottle that would strip varnish. The ring of observers widened into an eager crescent. House rules, Celeste said, sloshing both glasses full to the rim with horrifying generosity. We drink until one of us forgets their name. If you pass out, you lose. If you cry, you lose. If you apologize to your mother, we'll call that a neutral event and continue. Bartram's lips thinned. I hardly think. First round, Celeste chirped and appended hers like a saint drinking sunlight. He followed because pride is a terrible bartender. The liquor hit them both like a hammer wrapped in velvet. Celeste's eyes shone. Bartram's did too, but mostly with tears he pretended were from the breeze. Second, Celeste said. Second, Bartram echoed, because the audience had expectations and somewhere deep in his soul. An 8-year-old boy could still hear an uncle calling him a coward. By the fourth, Bartram's cheeks remembered the existence of gravity and attempted escape. By the sixth, he had begun telling an elaborate story about a boar he once hunted that, under cross-examination, turned out to be a piglet that fell asleep in a cellar. Celeste listened with rapt attention and asked devastating follow-ups like a polite executioner. Did the piglet snore? She asked after the seventh. Did you fear for your life? I. Sniff. Course not, hic. Brave, Celeste breathed. Another. Jack stood to the side, hands clasped loosely, a host at his ease. He caught Octavia's eye. She was smiling ear-to-ear at the spectacle unfolding before him. Annabelle had drifted to the fringe of the ring, absent-mindedly sketching Bartram's slow collapse with the reverence of an artist chronicling an eclipse. Third. No, eighth, Celeste corrected cheerfully. Numbers are a colonial construct, they don't exist. Bartram laughed too loudly, which is to say like a man whose laughter had come unmoored from dignity. He raised the glass, tilted, swallowed, blinked. And then his head thunk to the table with the soft finality of a book closing. Silence, then a thundering cheer rolled through the courtyard like theater applause at a very satisfying beheading. Celeste lifted Bartram's limp hand and let it drop. Name, MNFF, said Bartram. Incorrect, Celeste declared. Winner, the people. Jack stepped forward, swept the heavy purse into his hand, weighed it thoughtfully. He turned, flipped it to Celeste in a clean arc. She caught it one-handed like a promise. For your trouble, he said. For civic development, she corrected with a wink, tucking the purse into an improbable pocket. I believe in investing in local culture. Do not gamble that entire purse before lunch, Octavia said. Celeste's eyes widened with the innocence of a cat sitting beside a broken vase. Of course not. She kissed Jack's cheek, the swift, familial kind that says we're a problem and we know it. Celeste grabbed another bottle of wine before she made her exit. She vanished into the milling guests like a fox whose only predators are boredom and sobriety. Ripple of laughter, then the conversion began. Men who had arrived to test Sorn's heir now recalculating their decision. Women hiding smiles behind fans because humor is currency and Jack had just printed a great deal of it. Even the skeptical Marquis by the fountain conceded a fraction of a nod, which in Marquis speak is essentially an oath of fealty. Bartram stirred, lifted his head, blinked like a man peering through history at his own poor choices. I protest. You did very well, Jack said kindly, clapping him on the shoulder. It's not easy to be part of civic culture. Bartram squinted. You are provincial. Undoubtedly, Jack agreed, smiling, and yet, he gestured to everything around him. It seems to work. Bartram's mouth opened, then closed. He regarded his empty glass with suspicion, as if it had conspired with gravity to humiliate him. "Refreshments are inside," Jack added. "Water, bread, citrus. Tell them to send the bill to education." Artram tottered away with 2 retainers and a dignity ambulance. A man in scholar's grey leaned toward his colleague and murmured, too quietly for most ears but not too faintly for Corvin's. The raven's head tilted. Jack felt the soft brush of curiosity along their bond. Mark him. Jack thought. Corvin's attention pinned the scholar like a map pin. Successful spectacle. Octavia murmured, "Next stunt." "I'd prefer diplomacy," Jack said, "possibly cake." Octavia flicked a page. House Vera seeks bathhouse licensing in 2 coastal ports. The Merchant Consortium wants a 10-year exclusivity on your shampoo in Cordelia. "No exclusivity," Jack said again. "We don't bottleneck our own prosperity." And the envoy from Sanctorium keeps asking whether Father Kalen blessed the water with rites of his patron. "Tell them Kalen blessed it with clean pipes and a filter bed," Jack said. "If they require incense, we can sell them ash, 5 silver a handful." Octavia's mouth almost smiled. "You're enjoying yourself." "Only because I haven't signed anything." He took the next cluster of introductions, smiles, bows, and names. He made a point of asking each visitor about their journey, their trade conditions, and the state of roads in their own territories. People will tell you who they are if you ask about what they love. They'll tell you what they want if you ask about what hurts. "Your bathhouse," said a woman in cobalt silk, voice like polished steel. "Is it truly open to all?" "It is," Jack said. "There are hours reserved for privacy by rank, but the water flows for everyone. And the nobles accept this." "They bathe faster," Jack said pleasantly. "They have more plans to make." The woman's mouth quirked. "Pragmatic heresy. I prefer effective heresy." A youth in an embroidered doublet piped up from the back, cheeks pink, courage trembling in his throat. "My lord, is it true that you once killed a dragon?" Jack's smile thinned for a heartbeat. "It is true that a dragon died while I was present." "I was not alone," Jack said, and the boy wisely heard the end of that conversation. A page pressed in at his elbow, bowing low. "My lord, the kitchens ask about the unexpected egg deliveries." "Send them to the public hall," Jack said without missing a beat. "First come, first served. Label it a civic gift and don't ask questions." "You're enjoying this," Jack told the system as he moved to greet another caravan just rolling through the gate. Positive feedback loop detected. Tidal synergy with agricultural reforms is improving public sentiment. And my poultry Q rating. He felt someone stare like a pinprick between the shoulder blades. The prickle of intent, not curiosity. He pivoted, letting the motion be a courteous sweep, to introduce a merchant to a noble. In the same spin found the source. A lean man in servants gray near the far wall, gaze cataloging the courtyard's vantage points, the line of sight to the estate study windows, the junctions where pipes entered stone. He wasn't admiring, he was counting. Jack looked at him deeper this time. Annabelle had slipped nearer, a small, quiet satellite. "Your hands are shaking," she murmured. He looked down, his fingers were steady. "I don't shake." "You do inside," she said, as if reporting the weather. "You're holding too many conversations at once." "Just 2, Jack said lightly. "Theirs and yours." "And the other one," she added, tapping gently at her own temple in the vague place where system messages tend to live. He glanced at her. She wasn't wrong. He had learned to keep 30 pieces of himself spinning, one for each guest, one for the city, one for the soft voice that told him where the cliffs were. He wondered what it cost. He wondered if it mattered. "You did well," Annabelle said after a breath. "With the rude man, you chose something funny instead of something cruel." She paused. "Mother would be proud." He swallowed once against a throat that had abruptly decided it was made of old rope. "I'll settle for father not sighing. Annabelle considered this, then brightened. "Would you like a sketch of Celeste beating that man to hang in the hall?" "Yes," Jack said immediately. "Large with angels." "Angels are extra," she said deadpan. "Put it on Bartram's account." Annabelle giggled, small and silver. The hour brightened, the courtyard swelled. Word of the contest had flown faster than any pigeon and returned with friends. People wanted a story, and nothing feeds a story like a city that looks like it knows what it's doing. Duke Alaric appeared at the top of the steps. His presence doing what it always did to a crowd. Turning volume into attention, he did not have to speak to be heard. His gaze found Jack, took his measure in a glance that held both appraisal and something like pride he would deny under torture. "Father approves," Octavia murmured. "He approves of the results," Jack said. "That's what approval means here." A pair of foreign envoys approached, one with desert silk and coal around his eyes, the other with the layered wool of northern marchlands. Jack greeted them in polite phrases borrowed from their tongues. They wanted tours, demonstrations, and numbers. Jack gave them just enough. When the northern envoy asked about the bathhouse's daily capacity, Jack led them to the edge of the steps, gestured to the domes in the distance, described shift rotations and heated pipes and how water moved through a city's body like blood. "You speak of cities," the desert envoy said softly, as if they were people. "They are," Jack said. "And like people, they live longer when clean." A murmur of approval. A merchant nearby mentally repriced his offer for exclusive pump rights, then thought better of approaching the boy who had humiliated Bartram with a smile. Jack paused to drink water. "Your lordship," a footman said carefully, "House Reinhardt's carriage approaches." Octavia's eyebrows lifted a fraction. "Should I know them?" Jack asked. "You might know her," Octavia said. "Lady Eveline. Articulate trouble." The carriage rolled through the gate with understated wealth, the kind that never asks if you've noticed because it knows you have. The door opened and a young woman stepped down. Dark hair addressed the color of the ocean, eyes that took a place apart, and filed it so quickly you could hear the whisper of paper. "Lord Jack," she said, as if they were resuming a conversation he had forgotten starting. "I've come to see whether you're a revolution or a fashion." "Both," Jack said. "On good days." "Ambitious," she murmured, amused. "Do you always begin with public humiliation of rivals?" "Only when they volunteer." Her smile was deadly. "I approve." "Concerning," Jack said cheerfully. "Accurate," she returned. They exchanged the kind of pleasantries that are actually fencing lessons. She praised the bathhouse, then asked questions to keep the conversation moving. She placed a compliment exactly where it would feel like a favor. She laughed at the right moments and watched at the others. Octavia drifted near enough to intercept and protect. Eveline's attention flicked to Corvin, still watching like a patient constellation. "Your raven is handsome." "He thinks so," Jack said. "Only when it's inconvenient." "Again," she said with that thin smile, "I approve." A page arrived with a tray of small cups and tiny tarts. Citrus and cardamom, the kitchen was showing off the ember salt. Celeste reappeared at Jack's side, looking inappropriately fresh for a woman who had just poured 8 shots of varnish remover down her throat and weaponized the experience. She had acquired a new ring. It looked suspiciously like a prize. She waggled her fingers. "How goes the diplomacy?" "Everyone wants a piece of us," Jack said. "Give them cake instead," Celeste advised. "It's harder to weaponize." "Not impossible," Octavia said, eyes never leaving Eveline's smile. "True," Celeste conceded, "but whoever weaponizes cake first gets to name the war." Jack breathed in and then out. "All right," Celeste said conversationally 5 minutes later, appearing at Jack's elbow with the uncanny stealth of a bandit saint. "How married are you to your current purse weights?" "I'm not loaning you more money." "It's for art," Celeste lied. "That makes it worse." She patted his arm. "You're doing splendidly. I saw you talking to Lady Razor Fan over there. She'll either marry you or tax you." "Or both," Octavia said. "In that order." "Romance," Celeste sighed. "Don't you have a table to ruin?" Jack asked. "Oh, I ruined 3, I'm pacing myself." She checked the sun's angle like a sailor tasting wind. "By the way, Mother sent a note. If anyone offers to adopt Annabelle into their house for artistic patronage, I am allowed to bite them." "You are not allowed to bite nobles," Octavia said without looking up. "We'll call it a local custom," Celeste suggested. "Fine." Celeste's eyes danced. "Maybe I'll just marry a baron, steal his winery, and come home." "You're not marrying a baron for a winery," Jack said. "I said maybe," Celeste sang and was gone again. A soft weight brushed Jack's boot. Glanced down. A particularly fluffy hen had escaped and crossed half a courtyard of nobility to stand on his foot like a proud medal. It looked up with round, adoring eyes and made a small, adoring sound. "Don't," Jack whispered. It laid an egg on his shoe. "You're the worst," Jack told the system and very carefully did not kick the egg. "You are loved by poultry. Accept your destiny." He stooped, lifted the egg, and because there was nothing else to be done presented it like a gift to the nearest astonished noble. "For you," he said gravely. A symbol of Sorn's fertility. The man accepted it with a reverence normally reserved for relics. Corvin made a sound so close to laughter it might have been an actual language. Octavia pinched the bridge of her nose. "We are never going to live this down." "On the contrary," Jack said, straightening, "we're going to sell commemorative pastries." House Vera's factor approached with a polite bow and a paper that smelled faintly of fresh ink. A merchant consortium representative lingered near a column, calculating at a speed that made his eyes glossy. Somewhere near the servant's fringe, the man in gray turned just enough to show his face, then vanished into the deeper shade by the side doors. Eveline's gaze lingered on the bathhouse domes visible. Beyond the courtyard. You built all of that in months. Either you're a miracle worker or a very polite tyrant. Jack tilted his head. Why choose? I find efficiency a more attractive form of tyranny. She laughed. It was low and genuine, spoken like a man who intends to rewrite every old rule. Rules are suggestions, Jack said. Tradition is just peer pressure from dead people. Her eyes glinted. And you, do you plan to be remembered as a builder or conqueror? Whichever history finds more entertaining, he replied, letting the words hang. Octavia shifted closer, ready to redirect the conversation, when a tall merchant in impeccably cut sapphire robes approached with a bow that was part challenge and the other half an invitation. Lady Octavia, might I steal a moment? Your insights on Sorn's trade routes are already legendary. Octavia's eyes narrowed a hair, her interests and calculation flickering in the same breath. She glanced at Jack, silently asking if he'd be fine alone. I'll manage, Jack said, a small, wry smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Don't start a revolution without me, Octavia warned and let the merchant guide her a few steps away. Eveline watched her depart, then turned back to Jack with a smile sharp enough to cut silk. So, Lord Kaiser, it seems we're unsupervised. Tell me, what empire are you really building? Jack heard a soft chime before a notification popped. In front of his eyes. Your reforms have sharply increased your political desirability. Strategic marriages and allied oaths can accelerate city growth, reduce hostile actions, and expand economic growth. Jack didn't even sigh. He just felt the subtle click of some old-world narrative trying to put a saddle on his back. If you're about to pitch me a harem, I'm going to uninstall you with a rock. Effective rulers commonly maintained multiple spouses or concubines. This practice diversified alliances, stabilized succession, and increased, not trying to catch 'em all, collectible relationship sets. No, I want something meaningful. Not one of those stories where every woman is in love with the MC because fate stapled plot armor to his jawline. Do you want truly? Eveline asked, her voice cutting through Jack's talk with the system. What empire are you really building? Jack measured the silence the way a commander sizes a battlefield before giving the order. Jack looked past Sorn to the trees and mountains in the stance before looking at the sky. The reign of Jack Kaiser will begin soon enough. He said quietly, I want an empire that endures. He said at last, soldiers enough to defend every border, grain enough to feed every child. Eveline's eyes sharpened, intrigued. That sounds less like philosophy and more like strategy. It is, Jack replied. A city that can raise an army and keep its people safe doesn't bow to anyone, and since you asked what I want, he paused for a moment. I've thought about it longer than is healthy. I intend to rule. She tilted her head. Rule as a duke or as a king, as in responsibility, he said. And the leverage to shape a generation, to move rivers and men when it matters. Leverage tends to break things, Eveline murmured. Sometimes yes, but I've thought about this question for quite some time. I don't want anyone to have the power to make me kneel. That is quite the statement, my lord, Eveline said with a smile. They held each other's gaze long enough for nearby conversations to drift politely elsewhere. Half the courtyard came to buy a monopoly and are going to leave without anything in their pockets. I prefer suppliers who need me to succeed over one who can starve me, Jack said. If someone can hold my city hostage, my people will have to pay the ransom. That isn't something I'll allow. So tell me about your business. How are your profit margins? Healthy enough to sleep at night. I like my pillows without teeth. She gave a low laugh. It was genuine. You know this won't win you many friends among the old houses. I'm not auditioning for their approval. What do you want from Vera? She asked as she stared directly into Jack's eyes. I don't need anything from Vera. And what would Vera want from you? Predictability, contracts you can bank on, and knowing that no matter what happens you'll always have top-quality products to sell. She studied him like a new constellation. Do you flirt with everyone like a watchdog? Only the ones I deem worthy of my products, he said. Dangerous, she murmured, but she didn't step back. They paused at a small fountain. Eveline reached but didn't touch. You're not going to sign anything tonight, she said. No. Night is for measuring appetites and counting knives. Tomorrow I feed the appetites I can live with, Jack said. Her fan flicked once, acknowledging the duel without drawing blood. Rumor says you're already engaged. Rumors tend to spread quite quickly. I was supposed to make you a marriageable proposition, something tasteful with the word alliance in it. Likewise. But if I ever marry for politics, I still intend to pick the person. Eveline tilted her fan in a silent toast. Rebellious. Responsible, Jack said. If I plan to rule, I won't outsource the throne next to mine. She gave a curtsy, precisely deep enough to be respectful, and shallow enough to be a dare. "Very well, Lord Kaiser, let's see if your vision can come true." "Let's," he answered. She left a cool wake and sharpened attention behind her as dangerous people do. Jack watched it dissipate. Jack drew a slow breath and turned toward the side at the moment the servant in gray vanished through it. Jack had watched the man in gray circle the grounds 3 times. He never ate anything and never spoke to anyone. "Seraphina," he said, not loudly. They entered from the service corridor without turning heads. She slipped down the narrow stair and found the scribe pausing on the landing to glance at a slotted door that led to the old cellar hinge. "Good evening," Seraphina said pleasantly, which is how vipers whisper when they are about to swallow their prey. The man flinched. He tried a weak smile and a weaker bow. "My lady, I'm lost." "Of course," Seraphina said. "The kitchens are 2 floors up and to the left." He pivoted the wrong way. Seraphina's hand touched his sleeve as lightly as a falling eyelash. The next 3 seconds were quiet and definitive. A turn, a wrist folded, a blade kissed from his palm and sent to the stones. Kalen's staff met the back of the man's calf with a golden flash. Chains erupted from the ground and tied the man up. "I suggest," Father Kalen said gently, "that we practice honesty before you run out of good lies." They took him down, through a door and into the stone hush where conversations could be as long as patience. Meanwhile, the party continued its elegant dance above. A small tide of laughter rolled through the front. Celeste again, almost certainly, vandalizing propriety with the same cheer she used to vanish purse weights. Octavia's laugh followed, softer but edged, the sound of a knife that likes its scabbard. Somewhere a hen escaped the garden and waddled across a sunstripe. It stopped beside Jack's boot, newly convinced that stone pavers were merely an inconvenient field. It looked up, reverent. Then plop. "If I step wrong and break one of these gifts, am I going to get a penalty? Breaking an egg yields no malice. Breaking public trust yields severe malice. How many times is this going to happen?" Annabelle appeared at his elbow with a small sketch. "I finished it," she said quietly, offering him the parchment. "Celeste beating that rude man, with angels as requested." Jack accepted the drawing, studying the delicate lines that somehow captured both Celeste's triumphant grin and Bartram's dignified collapse. Small cherubs hovered in the margins, looking inappropriately pleased with the proceedings. "Perfect," Jack said. "I'll have it framed for the hall. And labeled a civic gift," Annabelle added with a rare smile. "Oh my sisters are screwing with me, aren't they? Is that him, my dear?" A raw, coarse voice said through the hundreds of people at the banquet. "It is father. I'm surprised you wanted to see him. It's not very often you get to see a lightning user outside of our kingdom, especially not a chosen one." "Is he the dragon slayer?" "I think so, father. But he only had purple lightning when I saw him last time, dear child. They say the dragon slayer slayed the dragon with white divine lighting from chanting. I want to meet the boy who can use lightning like me." White lightning began to crackle around his eyes as he smiled wide. Jack returned to the courtyard. The marriage frenzy had begun in earnest. Flood of nobles and their daughters approached like a well-dressed tide. He fielded layered conversations, compliments wrapped in coy proposals, subtle negotiations disguised as casual chat, and parents who managed to make innocent questions sound like dowry negotiations. "Lord Kaiser," said a matron whose jewelry could fund a small war, "you must meet my daughter. Such a cultured girl. She speaks 4 languages and plays the harp divinely." The daughter in question stepped forward with a curtsy so precise it could have been measured with calipers. "My lord, I've heard such wonderful things about your innovations." Jack inclined his head graciously. "Innovation requires curiosity. What interests you most?" "The bathhouse, naturally," she said, then blushed prettily. "Though I confess I'm more interested in the mind that conceived it." Subtle, Jack thought, filing away another compliment. "Do you read?" he asked, which startled her not because she couldn't but because men didn't usually ask. "Poetry, mostly," she admitted. "And philosophy." "Philosophy's rarely quiet for long," Jack said. "We'll need advisors who think beyond the next harvest." He had the system file her information for later. Every sharp mind that served Soren honestly made the city stronger than a dozen wedding contracts. Lady Marcella, her mother interjected with a practiced smile, also embroiders beautifully. She created the altar cloth for our family chapel. Practical skill, Jack acknowledged. Beauty that serves a purpose lasts longer than decoration. Another young woman approached, this one with diplomat's training written in her perfect posture. "Lord Kaiser, my aunt says your roads would benefit from artistic embellishment. Beauty matters." Food matters more, Jack said, not unkindly. But if your artists can create joy that survives. Winters, I'll invest in joy. Joy, she repeated, clearly startled by his inclusion. Cheap investment with remarkable returns, Jack said. People fight less when they like their lives. A third girl, barely out of childhood, was pushed forward by an ambitious father. Lord Kaiser, my daughter is most accomplished at mathematics and accounting. The girl looked mortified. Father, please. No, that's genuinely useful, Jack said gently, addressing her directly rather than her father. What's your favorite type of problem to solve? Resource allocation, she said quietly, then grew bolder. I've been helping manage our estate's crop rotations. Father thinks it's beneath me, but I like making the numbers work. The numbers are what keep people fed, Jack said firmly, shooting a pointed look at the father. Mathematics applied to agriculture is what will keep your people fed for winters to come. The girl's face lit up like the sunrise. Her father looked surprised but pleased. Marriage/alliance possibilities. 10 public sentiment. High 10 marriage prospects, Jack mused internally. I'm not running a collectible relationship game here. Quality over quantity remains the optimal strategy. A merchant's daughter with calculating eyes studied him like a particularly promising ledger. My lord, father says you've revolutionized trade logistics. I'd love to discuss things more. Now that was interesting. What's your experience with inventory management? I've been running our family's warehouses since I was 16, she said with pride. Reduced waste by 30% and improved delivery times by coordinating with river transport schedules. Jack's attention sharpened. Here was someone who understood that romance built on shared competence lasted longer than romance built on shared poetry. Would you be interested in consulting on our grain storage? He asked. We're always looking for ways to improve efficiency. Her smile became genuine rather than diplomatic. I'd be honored. Have some ideas about moisture control that might interest you, if you want to talk in private. The conversations multiplied like spring flowers. A weaver's daughter who'd invented a new loom design, a vintner's niece who'd improved wine storage, a silversmith's child who'd found a way to prevent tarnish. Each had been pushed forward by ambitious parents, but several had genuine skills worth cultivating. A cluster of foreign visitors pressed closer, drawn by the spectacle of Sorn's eligible young lord being diplomatically besieged by marriageable nobility. Jack caught fragments of their conversations in various tongues, speculation about dowries, trade agreements, and political changes that could happen. The crowd swirled around them, parents hovering like weather systems, daughters performing various degrees of charm and competence. Some genuine, some calculated, all part of the elaborate dance of noble courtship and alliance building. Serafina materialized at his elbow when the crowd finally thinned. Report, she murmured, her voice barely audible above the music. The scribe is downstairs. Father Kalen is keeping him quiet. Quiet, Jack repeated, hearing what it meant. Is he hurt? Breathing, Serafina said. Unharmed enough to keep talking when properly motivated. Second, she continued, House Vera is testing how many contracts we're willing to give out. Of course they are, they have their hand in everything. Third, that marriage interest surge, it's not accidental. Someone's been spreading very specific rumors about your availability and prospects. Jack felt his jaw tighten. Political or economic motivation, both. Several houses are coordinating approaches. They want to lock you down before you become too powerful to court and too dangerous to ignore. And Serafina added quietly, Father Kalen requests your presence below when you can be spared. He thinks our talkative scribe's tongue is tied to a much larger throat. Soon, Jack said, when the sun no longer looms on the estate, I'll be there. She nodded and dissolved back into the crowd, already becoming someone else for someone else's benefit. The herald's base rolled across the marble, House Sunblade. Even before the herald finished, Jack felt the courtyard's curiosity tilt like a field before wind. Conversations paused mid-syllable. Fans snapped shut. Even the servants stopped pretending not to eavesdrop. The ivory and gold banner turned at the gate. The carriage door opened. Aurora Sunblade emerged with her father Cassius and her little sister Violet. She was always eye-catching. She would turn heads just by walking somewhere. The Sunblades were blessed with good genes. Every single one of them was beautiful. But it was her silence that commanded attention. In a courtyard full of chatter and performance, she simply didn't speak. She walked directly to a room with few people and an easel. He reined it in. A different man might have interpreted this moment as fate whispering destiny. Jack Kaiser didn't believe in ghost-written romance. But still, He watched and followed her. Aurora lifted a stick of charcoal and began to draw, the quiet around her settling like snowfall. Analyze, Jack thought, almost without meaning to. The blue script opened like frost on glass. Name, Aurora Sunblade Affinity. Light, water. The final word pulsed once, stark and cold as winter moonlight. Aurora looked up as if she felt the invisible touch of his analysis. Her gaze found him across the room. She gave a small, courteous nod, nothing more. No smile, no flutter of fan, no performance of availability. Then she returned to her painting, silent as moonlight on water, leaving Jack with 1,000 questions and the echo of that single, ominous word. Cursed. What do you mean she's cursed? Explain this right now, system. Source. Divine interference detected status. Cursed by a god, by a god. He thought, anger arriving before fear could dress itself. Which one? You're telling me a deity gagged a girl. Why? He looked at Aurora again. The anger grew a second root. You want me to see this as an opportunity, he told the system. Clarification requested. Convenient. A fiancé who doesn't speak. A house that can't swear binding oaths without her tongue. A puzzle I can solve to win points. 242. Aurora glanced up again, and in the soft distance between them, something like recognition balanced on a wire. Jack inclined his head. Just enough. And he stepped back. New quest available. Title, Quell the Silence. Objective, identify the god and break the curse. Reward, Sunblade Affection plus 100%, plus 250,000 reputation points. Jack stared at the words affection plus 100% until they blurred. She is a person, not a slider, he said, aloud in his head. Rewards would be beneficial. You can keep your schema. I'll do it because someone put a boot on her voice and called it holy. You may still decline. He didn't touch the air as if pressing a button. He didn't need to. The decision was a clean weight, dropping cleanly. Quest accepted. Well, the silence. Time left. 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 53 seconds. He exhaled once, steady and firm. Lady Sunblade, he said, his voice pitched low. If you need quiet, I can make sure you aren't disturbed. She met his gaze. She gave a slight nod like she knew what Jack had set his mind to. Then you have the room, he said. He stepped aside, leaving Aurora to her silence and her art. Hours later, when the moon had climbed high enough to cast silver threads through the estate's windows, Jack found himself walking the quieter corridors. Night air pressed damp against his face through an open archway. The sound of voices drifted down from above. They were low, trying to make sure no one heard them. On the broad balcony that overlooked the lower courtyard, Duke Alaric stood with his weight settled into his left heel, spine straight as a sword. The man opposite him held stillness without effort. Chiron Stormblood was a tall and broad-shouldered man, with the kind of presence that made people wet themselves. Animal pelts draped his shoulders instead of silk or velvet, and his dark hair fell in waves. Everything about him spoke of power held in check, like a storm cloud choosing not to rain. At the edge of the light stood Charlotte, her dark blonde hair coiled in an elaborate arrangement that made her look taller and older than her years. Her posture carried the confidence of someone who had been taught to fear nothing, and hadn't yet met the thing that would teach her otherwise. Jack had heard Chiron's name when he was announced earlier, but now, seeing him in a quiet conference with his father, he understood this was no casual visit. Jack stopped in the archway's shadow. You're far from home, Alaric said, his voice dry enough to strike sparks. Chiron answered with a smile. A man should walk different roads before he grows bored of his own reflection. You didn't come to admire Sorn's architecture, Alaric said. Say what you want. Charlotte's chin lifted the tiniest degree. Amusement flickering in her eyes like distant lightning. Chiron's gaze drifted to the river beyond the estate walls. Your son, he said simply. What of him? Alaric didn't move, but something in his stillness sharpened. I want to see if the stories are seeds or weeds, Chiron said. They say he killed a dragon with divine lightning. They say power fell into his hands and chose not to burn him. They say, Alaric replied, many things when drunk on novelty. Charlotte's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. Sorn certainly has a taste for novelty tonight. Whose fault? Alaric asked mildly. Do you imagine that is? Fault? She pretended to consider, head tilted like a bird studying prey. Credit, perhaps. Chiron took one deliberate step closer to the balcony rail, arms folded behind his back. Once long ago the gods changed their minds about which tools mortals should wield, as they do when the mood takes them. Alaric's jaw flexed. You're here to recruit. I'm here to observe, Chiron corrected. Recruits recruit themselves when they see something they wish to become. You will not pressure him, Alaric said, not bothering to disguise the order. Chiron's laugh was soft and carried the weight of years. Duke, if your power weren't locked away like a relic in a shrine, perhaps you could have protected the boy properly when it mattered. Perhaps he would have surpassed you already if he'd had 10 more years of proper training. The words hit Alaric hard. His chest tightened. Memories of the past began to surface in his mind. Alaric did not flinch. Men like him had certain reflexes burned into them at the academy, replaced with harder disciplines later. But Jack saw the cost of that stillness in the slight tightening around his father's eyes. Jack's fingers curled and uncurled against the stone archway. Alaric had never spoken of locked power, never hinted that he was anything other than what he appeared to be. Locked, Jack thought. His powers are sealed. Leave him be, Alaric said, voice pitched low enough to carry warning. I will. Chiron said, so quickly it might have been pity. I came to learn what wind is blowing through your streets. I won't steal the breath from your son's lungs before he's chosen how to use it. He looked back at Alaric. Studying the Duke's face like a map of old battlefields, he will choose his masters. He said at last, or he will become one. Chiron turned to go. Then paused as if remembering something. Locked power rusts when treated like a shrine. Old friend, but you know that already. Charlotte, perhaps bored with adult circumspection, offered a fractional curtsy toward the shadows where Jack stood hidden. She knew exactly where he was. Father and daughter walked away, their footsteps somehow making no sound on the stone. Alaric remained at the rail, staring out over the river. His right hand opened and closed once, like a man testing whether it still remembered how to hold weight. Jack considered stepping forward, but decided against it. His father would come to him when ready, or he wouldn't. Either way, the moment didn't need bruising with misplaced sympathy. He turned and walked back the way he'd come, collecting himself like a man gathering a cloak against the changing wind. A whisper of movement at his back as he reached the main corridor. Report, he said without turning. Seraphina materialized from behind a pillar, as if she'd been carved from the shadows themselves. The scribe is secured, she said simply. He keeps thinking he has dramatic secrets. He does not. Her mouth almost smiled. Father Kalen has prepared questions that feel like prayers if you're the faithful sort. The man will talk because he lacks the spine for true silence under pressure. Your mother is always eager to spend time with a prisoner, Seraphina said. If we require nothing more than his conscience, she can make him speak. Jack felt a chill run down his spine. Let's leave mother out of this for now. Seraphina nodded once, and glanced past him toward the estate's towers where light still flickered in a few windows. Anything else I should know? How Stormblood didn't come for the bathhouse tour, she said dryly. Charlotte has been asking careful questions about your training, your teachers, and your methodology. That you're very thorough and prefer to work alone. She seemed to find that intriguing rather than disappointing. He drifted back toward the main hall, where the last of the evening's guests were taking their leave. His father stood near the great hearth, accepting final courtesies with the same composed grace he'd shown all evening. Jack nodded to Alaric across the hall. His father's face was perfectly composed again, showing no trace of the conversation on the balcony. But Jack's thoughts kept circling back to the word locked. His father was already formidable. He was politically astute, tactically brilliant, respected by allies and enemies alike. But if his powers were sealed away, just how dangerous had Duke Alaric been in his prime? And more importantly, what had happened to require locking that power away? The air cooled as Jack descended into the lower reaches of the Kaiser estate. The smell of wet stone and the faint tang of iron was thick in the air. Candles guttered in the wall along the stairwell left just enough light to reveal the narrow path. The hush down here was a different species of quiet, not absence of sound, but the eerie quiet that came before something important happened. At the final landing, a guard straightened, his fist slammed against his chest in a crisp salute. Jack inclined his head and pushed through the heavy oak door. The chamber beyond was a square room, a table scarred by old knives, 3 chairs, a clay jug of water, and a single lantern whose light pooled like molten gold. Father Kalen stood by the far wall, his staff upright, both hands folded over the polished head. The nervous, half-frenzied priest Jack had first met was gone. In his place stood a man tempered like iron. You look tired, Jack said quietly. Kalen's lips softened. Tired, my lord, is a blessing. It means there is work yet to be done. In the next room, Kalen replied. He believes his secrets make him valuable. I'm letting him steep in that belief. Fear seasons the tongue. Jack almost smiled. You sound like Seraphina. Seraphina is effective, Kalen said, allowing the smallest glint of humor. Jack paced once around the table, fingertips brushing the cool wood. And the room, If you require Lady Genevieve, say so, Kalen said after a pause. Not yet. I'd like the truth from his lips before we bring my mother in. A wise choice. Kalen's thumb idly stroked the staff's rim. Fear speaks faster when it imagines mercy is still possible. Jack's gaze flicked to the priest's hands. You've gotten comfortable with my lord. I have decided it is true, Kalen said simply. Then, without warning, he went to one knee, not a theatrical bow, but a deliberate submission. His spine was straight. Eyes raised so there could be no mistake that this was witness, not groveling. I have had time to think. Kalen said, his voice dropping low just above a whisper. I've numbered the times I mistook terror for prudence. If you will have me, Jack Kaiser, I submit my staff, my rights, and my stubbornness to your service. Jack neither flinched nor feigned surprise. Triumph would have been an insult. I'll have you, he said, for life. Kalen's head dipped once, a door closing softly. Then your line grows by one old fool. Personal guard established role, pending assignment invigorate. Boost the courage and stats of your personal guard and soldiers by 25%. The number burned in Jack's vision. I finally got one. He had told Eveline he wanted soldiers enough to defend every border. This was the first brick in that wall. Up, Jack said, allowing a touch of warmth. You'll scuff your knees and Serafina will claim it was my fault. Kalen chuckled, a clean, unhurried sound. She would win the argument. She always does, Jack agreed. From the next chamber came the faint scrape of a chair leg and a muttered complaint about fees and fools and idiot cities that give water away as if disease were free. Shall we? Kalen asked. In a minute, let him stew in his own importance a little longer. The priest nodded. Wise men knew that superstition often served strategy. Soft tread whispered behind them. Octavia entered first, carrying a ledger and a brass lamp that painted her in molten gold. Behind her, Lady Genevieve glided like the shadow of a blade, every step unhurried, every breath a quiet threat. Jack's thoughts flicked, dry and wry. Perhaps tonight I will learn why people fear mother more than father. Is the worm in there? Genevieve asked, her voice almost gentle like a lullaby. He waits. Kalen said, good. Her smile held the elegance of a dagger unsheathed. Let's see what kind of pest dares to tread in my home. Jack's eyebrows lifted a fraction. She sure is different than I've ever seen her. Genevieve's eyes gleamed. Jack absorbed that with a slow breath. After an hour of waiting, Jack finally spoke. Kalen unlatched the iron door. The captured scribe jerked upright, eyes wide with the desperate hope that amateurs mistake for courage. He was younger than Jack expected, gaunt from travel, cuffs frayed but ink-stained. A man who thought words would shield him. When he saw them, panic flared. He lunged for the nearest object, a loose chunk of stone from the wall, and swung clumsily at Jack. Jack didn't bother to move aside. His spear flashed into being with a shimmer of white light, the haft settling into his palm. The point kissed the man's throat, a single bead of blood blossoming. The spy froze, breath sawing. Lady Genevieve stepped forward, unhurried, the air bending subtly as if darkness itself was making space for her. Enough games, she said, and her voice slid across the stone like velvet. The words struck like a hammer. The room's candles guttered and died in the same heartbeat. The air turned cold. Jack could see his breath in front of him. It continued until even the sound of breathing felt brittle. Pitch blackness swallowed them. At first, there was only the scrape of the man's frantic breath. Then came the whimper, a child's sound torn from a grown man's throat. What? Where? His voice cracked, too loud in the sudden void. I can't, a ragged gasp, I can't see. Something unseen pressed against the room like a tide of ink. The man's words dissolved into frantic syllables. He stumbled, fell, scrambled against the stone. A sob became a scream. Please, stop, no more. Get them out of my head. He clawed at his own face as if trying to rip his own eyes out of his head. Jack stood utterly still. This was not any darkness. This was darkness his mother created, a power that devoured the mind's last illusions of safety. The spy thrashed now, begging shadows to give back the light, to give back his thoughts. Every plea tumbled into incoherence until only a hoarse repetition remained. Make it stop, make it stop, make it. The final word broke into a raw keening that hardly sounded human. Genevieve did not move. She simply stood there, and her presence was enough to deliver the blow needed. At last she spoke again, calm as ever. Tell me who holds your leash. The man convulsed, the words tearing free like splinters. Marcus Thorne, Phalanax Solutions. He sent me, said to copy your blueprints, mark anything I could find. Please, I told him it was suicide. Why? Jack's voice was ice. He wants your system, your water rights. He said if he couldn't buy you, he'd control the source, please. Gods help me, just let there be light. Genevieve's fingers flicked once. Flame leapt back to the candles, their sudden glow almost violent. The spy lay shivering, eyes wild, tears streaking the grime on his face. Jack lowered his spear and regarded him with a calm that was nearly mercy. Blood dripped down from his face into a small pool beneath his feet. He had tried to claw his way into his head through his eyes. The priest nodded once. Genevieve regarded the wreck of a man on the floor. "You will write down every name," she said. "Every contact, every courier. If you lie, I will know, and the darkness will welcome you again." The man collapsed into nods and broken promises. Holy shit. Just how dangerous is my mother? Jack sat alone in his chambers 2 nights after the interrogation, surrounded by the detritus of governance. Reports and maps of Sorn's districts lay scattered across his desk like fallen leaves, marked with notations of things needed to be done. His fingers traced the edge of a report Octavia had left him labeled Marcus Thorn/Phalanax Solutions. The spy had broken completely under his mother's touch. Jack had watched a man's mind shatter like glass dropped on stone. The terror into his eyes was real. Whatever exactly Jack's mother did, it made a grown man want to kill himself, and it left Jack feeling hollow. When did I become someone who stands in a room while a man screams? He wondered. He thought of Kaelin's oath. The priest kneeling in that stone chamber, offering his life with the quiet dignity of a man who'd found his true calling. That had felt clean, a choice made in light, witnessed by honor. The interrogation had felt like something else entirely. Jack rose and walked to the window, pressing his palm against the cool glass. Simple things that made him feel full, things that people needed to live life comfortably. That's what Jack had set out to do. But what his mother did was on another level. I guess it makes sense. Those in power determine everything. And if I'm not willing to do the same, one day someone will do those things to me. The weight of it pressed against his shoulders like a mantle made of lead. Is this what ruling actually means? Jack thought. Trading pieces of your soul for pieces of power until you can't remember what you started with. Kaelin's voice echoed in his memory. I have had time to count the nights I took terror for prudence. Perhaps that was the real question. Not whether the methods were clean, but whether the choices were made from fear or from something better. The spy would have sold Sorn's secrets to Marcus Thorn. Thorn would have used those secrets to choke the city's prosperity, to make citizens pay twice for water that should flow freely. Sometimes mercy was just fear wearing noble clothes. Jack picked up a quill and began writing orders for the morning. The final day of the grand banquet passed like a whirlwind. Merchants circled like well-dressed vultures, each hoping to secure exclusive contracts for grain silos, Jack's products, or bathhouse blueprints. Jack received them in the great hall with Octavia at his side, her ledger open and her smile sharp as winter steel. Terms that favored Sorn's long-term interests over short-term profit. But Lord Kaiser protested, a silk merchant whose rings could have fed a village. Surely a man of your vision understands the value of strategic partnerships. I understand the value of competition. Jack replied pleasantly. My blueprints will be available to any house that meets our standards and pays our prices. Excellence should be accessible, not hoarded. The man left disappointed but contractually bound. Envoys gossiped in corners about the Aurora and Jack, if they were actually engaged or not. Jack ignored the gossip because he could care less who knew. The minor nobles tested him with small intrigues, hints about grain shortages that might require emergency purchases, whispered concerns about foreign merchants undercutting local suppliers, suggestions that certain trade routes needed protection from bandits who coincidentally operated near their lands. Jack deflected each probe with the skill of a master swordsman, acknowledging their concerns while committing to nothing that would give them leverage over Sorn's independence. By the final evening, patterns had emerged. Alliances had been offered and declined. Contracts had been signed and witnessed. The political landscape around Sorn had shifted in subtle but significant ways. Jack stood on his balcony watching everyone who pressed him leave through the estate gates, returning to their own lands with stories to tell of the young Lord Kaiser. The late afternoon sun painted the courtyard in shades of gold and amber when Jack found his sister holding up men beneath the flowering trees. 5 suitors had arranged themselves around Octavia, each trying to appear casual, while clearly having spent hours preparing for this moment. Lord Garrett, heir to a shipping fortune, spoke earnestly about trade routes while gesturing with hands that had never touched a rope. Sir Marcus, a knight whose armor looked suspiciously new, recited poetry about her eyes like a man who'd memorized verses the night before. A young baron whose name Jack hadn't caught brought rare books, A foreign envoy offered spices from distant lands, and a merchant prince's son displayed a necklace that looked like night stars. Octavia received each offering with gracious politeness, and the kind of smile that revealed nothing while acknowledging everything. "How thoughtful," she said to the knight, accepting a scroll of his verse. "I'll treasure this always." The knight beamed. Octavia's eyes found Jack's across the courtyard, and he caught the slight lift of her eyebrow that meant "Rescue me before I die of boredom." "I think your sister is annoyed." Jack approached with the casual stroll of a protective brother who'd been sharpening knives. "Gentlemen," he said warmly, "I hope my sister is entertaining you appropriately." "Lord Kaiser," the Baron stuttered, "we were just admiring Lady Octavia's, that is, discussing the finer points of literature," Octavia finished smoothly. "These gentlemen have such fascinating perspectives on poetry." "Poetry," Jack repeated in a serious tone. "Potential alliances detected. Marriage contracts could increase the influence of the Kaiser name. She's my sister, not a bargaining chip," Jack told the system firmly. "Lord Garrett was just talking about something tidy with shipping. I didn't quite understand it, though." Octavia continued in a sweet, subtle tone. "Were you?" Jack asked with genuine interest. "That sounds complex." Lord Garrett opened his mouth, closed it, and began to sweat despite the cool afternoon air. "Perhaps," Jack suggested gently, "you gentlemen might join my father for wine in the hall. He'd love to hear more about your various expertise." The suitors recognized a quet to leave her alone. They made their gracious farewells to Octavia, who accepted each with the same radiant smile. When the courtyard had cleared, Jack settled onto the bench beside his sister. "Enjoying yourself?" he asked. "Immensely," Octavia replied dryly. "Nothing quite like watching grown men compete to demonstrate their ignorance in increasingly creative ways." "The books were nice," Jack offered. "The books were expensive," she corrected. "Nice would have been if he'd actually read them first." "And my brilliant sister, pretending not to understand the relationship between trade logistics and poetry." Jack's mouth quirked in amusement. "You might as well have claimed the moon was made of cheese." Octavia's laugh was like sound of silver bells. "They expected intellectual frailty. I simply gave them what they were looking for." They sat in comfortable silence, watching servants clear away the scattered gifts and flower petals. "Any of them interesting enough to consider?" Jack asked eventually. Octavia gave him a look that could have cut glass. "Brother dear, if I wanted a pet, I'd choose something with better conversational skills, perhaps a horse." "You're terrible," Jack said, grinning. "I learned from the best," she replied sweetly. Jack rose to continue his rounds, wondering what other mischief his sisters might be orchestrating. "Oh my, what have you done, Celeste?" Jack found Celeste in the garden, cornered by Lord Bartram, who had apparently decided that losing a drinking contest was actually an elaborate form of courtship. "My lady," Bartram was saying, swaying slightly, "I brought you roses, red ones, because you're red. No, that's not right. Beautiful, you're beautiful like a very attractive rose." Celeste accepted the flowers with the grave dignity of a queen receiving a state gift. "How poetic, my lord. I'm particularly impressed by your metaphorical sophistication." Bartram beamed, apparently missing the gentle mockery entirely. "I've been practicing, and I wrote you a song." "A song," Celeste repeated, glancing over Bartram's shoulder to where Jack had just appeared around a corner. "How wonderfully ambitious. It's about your hair," Bartram continued, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment, "and your eyes, and the way you drink like a very thirsty person who drinks well." Annabelle popped up at Jack's elbow, sketchbook in hand. "He's been following her around all morning," she whispered. "I've drawn him from 6 different angles. He's remarkably consistent in his foolishness." "Should we intervene?" Jack asked, "and deprive Celeste of her entertainment?" Annabelle looked scandalized. "She's been toying with him like a cat with a particularly slow mouse." "Watch," Celeste tilted her head with apparent fascination. "A song about my drinking technique. How innovative. Most poets focus on traditional subjects like love or loss, but drinking methodology, that's practically revolutionary." "Exactly," Bartram cried, delighted that someone finally understood his artistic vision. "Would you like to hear it?" "I wouldn't dream of interrupting you," Celeste said solemnly. "Perhaps you should practice a bit more, maybe in the privacy of your own chambers, for several hours." "Of course." Bartram clutched his parchment to his chest. "I'll rehearse until it's perfect. You deserve perfection." He wandered off, humming tunelessly to himself. Celeste turned to where Jack and Annabelle stood hiding behind the hedge. "You can come out now," she called. "The danger of accidentally hearing original poetry has passed." "That was cruel," Jack said, though he was smiling. "That was mercy," Celeste corrected. I could have let him actually sing it. Annabelle held up her sketchbook, revealing a perfect rendering of Bartram mid-declaration, roses wilting in his grip, and his expression vacant with romantic determination. I'm calling it Portrait of a Man Who Has Never Met. Mira, she announced. Frame it, Jack said immediately. We'll hang it in the hall next to your Angels and Drinking Contest masterpiece. A matching set, Celeste agreed. We can label them before and after, a study in dignified defeat. I suppose it's time for those meetings now. Representatives from 3 major merchant houses had requested private audiences, along with envoys from a dozen minor noble families. Jack sat behind his father's massive oak desk, Octavia at his right side, and Seraphina stood on his left. House Meridian, announced a herald, seeking water purification contracts for the coastal cities. The merchant who approached was middle-aged, prosperous, and nervous to talk with Jack. Lord Kaiser, he began, we're prepared to offer substantial compensation for exclusive rights to your bathhouse designs in the Meridian territories. No exclusivity, Jack replied pleasantly, but I can offer you fair licensing terms, 20% of construction costs, plus ongoing maintenance consultation at standard rates. The merchant's face fell. My lord, surely we could discuss more beneficial arrangements. Perhaps a partnership that would give House Meridian certain advantages in exchange for guaranteed volume purchases. The terms are fair, Jack said simply. They are also final. The merchant glanced nervously at his aide, who whispered urgently in his ear. My lord, the merchant tried again, these contracts would traditionally be ratified by the Duke. These contracts are mine, Jack interrupted, his voice carrying just enough steel to cut through any remaining confusion. My innovations, my terms, my agreements. The Kaiser family name carries weight, but this business belongs to Jack Kaiser. The merchant opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded slowly. Your terms are acceptable. Then swear it, Jack said, standing. Your personal oath to honor the agreement. What followed was not the casual handshake the merchant had expected. Jack required each contractor to kneel, place their hand on a ceremonial blade, and swear personal loyalty not to House Kaiser, but to Jack Kaiser himself. Some balked. A few walked away rather than submit to what they saw as excessive formality, but most recognized the shift in power dynamics and adapted accordingly. By evening, the tally was substantial. Contracts sealed. 5 major houses, 20 minor houses, army strength updated, 10,647 new quest available. Jack dismissed the quest notifications without reading it. The system's constant attempts were getting tiresome. Impressive, Octavia murmured, reviewing her ledger as the last petitioners departed. Though I noticed you're not building the traditional alliance web. I don't want allies who serve the Kaiser name, Jack replied. I want people who choose to stand with me. When this gets complicated, and it will, I need to know who's loyal to me. And when father asks why you're building a personal army instead of strengthening the family position, Jack was quiet for a long moment. Then I'll tell him I learned a lesson from Aurelius. I can't rely on him forever. You should go now. Dear Miss Eveline is waiting patiently for you. Octavia said with a smile. The private room felt intimate after hours of public ceremony. Candles cast shadows across the room. Eveline sat across from Jack, her usual fan replaced by a simple wine glass that she turned absently between her fingers. Your reputation has grown inconveniently large, she observed. 3 months ago you were just a noble who had woken up from a coma. Now you're someone kings notice. Is that a problem for House Vera? Jack asked. I see it as an opportunity. Jack leaned back in his chair, studying her face in the candlelight. What kind of opportunity? House Vera wants exclusive distribution rights for your innovations in Cordelia. Eveline said simply, in exchange for handling logistics, storage, transport, and local negotiations, we take a reasonable percentage of profits. Jack laughed short and sharp. 10. Eveline's eyebrows rose. That's hardly worth the effort. Then don't make the effort, Jack said pleasantly. I can find other distributors. You could, she agreed. But you won't find better ones. House Vera has connections throughout the coastal territories. We have warehouses, ships, and established relationships with every major port. All excellent reasons why 10% of a guaranteed income stream should be more than adequate compensation, Jack replied. You handle logistics, I provide the products that people actually want to buy. Without my innovations, your warehouses and ships carry empty air. Eveline set down her wine glass with deliberate precision. You're asking us to be your employees. I'm asking you to be my partners. Junior partners, but partners nonetheless. Jack's voice remained friendly, but something in his eyes had hardened. The alternative is that House Vera becomes irrelevant when every other major house starts building their own bathhouses and grain silos. You would flood the market. I would ensure that innovation spreads as widely as possible, Jack corrected. But I'd prefer to work with people I trust, people who understand that some opportunities require swallowing their pride. The silence stretched between them like a drawn bowstring. Finally, Eveline smiled. It was the expression of a chess player who just realized her opponent had been thinking 3 moves ahead the entire game. 10%, she agreed. With the understanding that House Vera maintains exclusive distribution rights in our agreed territories. Agreed, with the understanding that those rights depend on meeting quality standards and maintaining the prices I set. Of course, Eveline raised her wine glass. To a partnership that will make us both wealthy and our enemies nervous. Jack raised his own glass, to the future. They drank. The contract was sealed with handshakes and witnessed oaths. House Vera was now bound to the Kaiser's rising star. Jack walked back toward his chambers through corridors that seemed longer than usual, his mind still processing the evening's negotiations. The weight of sworn loyalties felt heavier than he'd expected. It didn't feel burdensome, exactly, but substantial. Serafina appeared from the shadows near his door, silent as moonlight and twice as pale. Jack, she said, using his given name instead of his title. That alone was enough to stop him cold. Her eyes were darker than usual. There's something you need to hear before you sleep. Jack felt his chest tighten. Marcus Thorne is hiring mercenaries, she confirmed. Thousands of them. Our contacts in Phalanx report they're hiring companies of swords for hire moving toward the border. Jack's hand found the door handle, gripping it like an anchor. He's planning an actual war. He's either brave or foolish. He's planning to take Sorn, Serafina said quietly. Yeah, that will not happen, Serafina. If he tries to harm my people or family, I will kill him myself. Threat advisory, Marcus Thorne / Phalanx Solutions estimated timeline, 30-45 days until hostile action. Jack stared at the notification until it faded, leaving only the weight of impending violence pressing against his thoughts. How long do we have? He asked. Weeks, maybe a month, Serafina replied. Maybe less if he's willing to move because he feels confident. Jack opened his door and stepped inside. Serafina followed. Send word to everyone who swore oaths today. We have a war to prepare for. Corvin, I think it's about time we do something about your rank. The moon over Sorn hung like a burnished silver coin, casting silver light through the estate's shadowed gardens. Jack slipped from the gates without escort, boots whispering against dew-slick grass as he made his way toward the old oak trees in the distance. The carrion raven perched on a low branch, eyes glimmering faintly in the moonlight. As Jack approached, Corvin spread his wings in response to Jack. You are sneaking out of your own estate. I'm taking a midnight flight, Jack replied inwardly, swinging himself onto Corvin's back. A midnight stroll to a secluded lake with nefarious plans. Very casual. Nefarious, I'm just going to feed Corvin. There's nothing nefarious about it. Jack smirked as Corvin launched them toward the sky. Within moments, they were soaring over pine-scented woods, following deer trails that threaded between ancient trees. The flight was exhilarating in ways Jack would never tire of. Flying on a bird that could go up to 100 mph was exhilarating. Not having to worry about monsters and just enjoy the flight made it more special. Wind rushed past his face, carrying the scents of moss and cold water. Estimated arrival time, 43 minutes at current velocity. Perfect. No one will think to look for us out there. Your definition of no one is optimistically narrow. After nearly an hour of flight, the lake was in sight. Corvin descended in a controlled spiral, landing softly on the mossy shore. Jack dismounted, stretching his muscles before they got to work. System, let's consume 324 vile cores consumed, 324 vile cores skill points gained, 164 purchase flawed sight, consume 250 skill points. You will see truths others cannot, including ones you may regret. Story of my life, buy it. Skill purchased, flawed sight. Existing skill analyze has merged and advanced. New skill flawed sight. Reveals more attributes, potential weaknesses, and existential fine print. Side effects may include headaches, existential dread, and unsolicited enlightenment. Jack's vision flickered. He tested the ability on a nearby pine tree. Translucent text appeared. A faint pressure behind his eyes promised future headaches. Jack opened his system inventory and withdrew the enraged dread core. A sphere of crystallized fury that pulsed with crimson veins. Heat shimmered around it despite the cool night air. Corvin hopped closer, pupils dilating as they fixed on the prize. "Let's see what this does for you," Jack said. Offering the core. The raven struck like a black shadow, swallowing the core whole. Power rippled outward from the point of contact, sending waves across the lake's surface and making the very air tremble. Evolution to dread rank 50% what? 50%? Holy hotcakes. So an enraged core does 50 times what a normal core does. That's wild. Jack then fed Corvin 27 dread cores from his inventory. Jack placed them on the ground for his raven to eat. Corvin's form began to blur at the edges as energy coursed through him, feathers rising like storm clouds gathering for a tempest. Evolution to dread rank 77%. Finally, Jack materialized 330 vile cores directly onto the moss beside the water. They smoked like dying stars, their combined malice creating a miasma that made breathing feel thick and metallic. The scent mixed with the cool air until the air tasted like dark magic. Corvin dove into the pile with ravenous hunger, devouring core after core. Dark mana swirled around him in widening gyres, the smell of endings becoming beginnings. Hours passed. The moon climbed and fell, and frost formed on the moss. The forest went silent as if every living thing could feel the magnitude of what was occurring. Your companion's mana density is approaching a critical threshold. Good. He needs to break through to reach the next level. Critical can also mean explosive. He can handle it. You're the one who told me that I have his soul, and he can't actually die unless I say so. Jack had just outsmarted the system when it tried to make him nervous. Evolution to dread ranked 98%. The lake trembled continuously now, reflecting not just moonlight but the violet radiance emanating from Corvin's body. Static prickled Jack's skin. When the last core vanished, Corvin spread his wings wide. Evolution to dread rank 100% dark. Energy, like concentrated shadow, crackled along his feathers. The transformation accelerated. Feathers darkened, becoming more black as midnight, but the tips of the feathers were now purple. His body swelled, wings stretching nearly twice their former span. When he turned toward Jack, his eyes had become pools of violet fire that seemed to pierce through Jack's soul. Companion evolution complete skills: flight, death sense, scavenging, shadow strike, carrion swarm, summon spectral ravens to aid in battle. Wait, he learned a new skill. That's awesome. Wait. Why is he still level 32? Corvin will remain the same level until you level him up with death tokens. Potential class advancement available. Requirement: 25,000 death tokens to initiate. Corvin ruffled his wings and released a single, resonant core rolled across the lake like a promise of darker things to come. 25,000 death tokens, Jack mused. That shouldn't take too long. Greatness is rarely on discount. Well, it seems like either you, or whoever gave me this system, really want me to climb the Tower of Tartarus. No answer, huh? Figures, answers would not be that easy. Jack sat on a fallen log, the cold of the moss seeping through his boots. Enraged cores give 50 times the value when feeding. 2 nightmare creatures might be enough to push him to the next rank. Smart thinking, hunting nightmare ranks would be beneficial. Careful, that almost sounded like approval. I merely calculate. Approval is a human bug, he chuckled despite the chill. Corvin's shadow loomed larger now, stretching across the water. Above, the stars seemed to dim around the carrion raven's aura. Corvin opened his beak, and a ripple of darkness poured forth. Dozens of spectral ravens burst into existence. They circled the lake in perfect silence, their eyes glimmering like dying stars. Jack shivered as their chill passed through him. Impressive, he said. The lake reflected the eerie procession. Moonlight fractured by the ghostly wings, ripples catching violet highlights from Corvin's new aura. Pine boughs creaked in the rising wind. Corvin settled beside him, feathers rustling as he landed. The great carrion raven lowered his head until his burning eyes were level with Jack's. For a moment, they simply regarded one another. Man and beast, partners bound by more than instinct. You've earned the power, Jack murmured, brushing his gloved fingers lightly over the raven's crown. A low, rumbling caw vibrated through Corvin's chest, almost like agreement. Jack stretched his legs toward the water, the cool mist beating on his boots. The system flickered in his vision. Lines of blue code scrolling like frost. Remaining inventory, 286 vile cores. A faint pressure pulsed behind his eyes from flawed sight, but he kept the ability simmering at the edge of his brain. Its new layers of truth were too tempting to silence. The lake felt alive, like it was seeping mana. You feel that too, don't you? He asked quietly. Corvin tilted his head, violet embers glinting under the heavy moon. Suddenly, Jack felt something stirred from behind him. The pines swayed though no wind stirred. Moss trembled on stones as if disturbed by steps too heavy for sound. Corvin's head snapped toward the tree line. His spectral swarm dissolved instantly, fading into black mist that curled back into his feathers. The great carrion raven's talons dug into the earth, wings half open, body tense as a drawn bow. Jack rose, heart ticking faster. He let flawed sight flare. Warning, high-level entity detected. Extreme bloodlust detected. Jack's body went stiff. He had never seen a monster with a level so high. Magic talent rank, martial talent rank, affinity. Something scary is coming and I have zero data. Have fun dying. Wait, class, it's a human, it's not a beast. Why can't I see this person's stats or even their name? Entity is too strong to see. A chill crawled across his skin. An invisible tide of pressure caused his hair on his arms to rise, and he forgot to breathe for a split second. Jack scanned the tree line. Mist smothered everything beyond a few yards, but the presence kept getting heavier, like a storm building right before it was about to be released. Recommend immediate retreat. Jack just kept staring, ignoring everything the system was saying. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, broke the silence. It was just a silhouette thickening inside the fog, tall and broad, moving toward Jack. Jack lifted a hand, lightning buzzing under his skin. Error. Data overflow. Jack rubbed his eyes because he thought he saw someone, and even a system message popped up saying something was approaching. A quick pop cracked in the air. Jack barely registered motion before a blur slammed into his chest. He felt lightning crackled around his chest as he was hit. Jack felt his bones splinter. His ribs cracked from the pressure. His back arched as he flew across the grass. He hit the ground hard enough to rattle his teeth and felt something in his ribs give with snap. His lungs couldn't inhale properly. It felt like someone stabbed him in the chest, making it hard to breathe. Blood filled his mouth. Jack's vision pulsed black and white. Through the haze he caught a single shape approaching. They walked calmly and unhurried. The mist parted to reveal a man built like a war statue brought to life, bare-armed, cestus gleaming dark against his scarred skin. Lightning fizzed at Jack's fingertips on reflex, but the system pinged again. Entity power output. 1% of maximum. Jack tried to sit and nearly blacked out. 1%, you're telling me he can do 60,000 damage in one hit? Who the fuck is this? If that had been 2%, he'd be a smear on the grass. The old warrior stopped a stride away, shadow falling across Jack like the edge of a blade. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The air itself bowed under his presence. Jack coughed a thread of blood onto the pebbles and forced a rasping whisper through his shredded lungs. Okay, he wheezed. That hurt. Corvin shuffled closer, wings half spread, a low croak vibrating in his throat. Jack managed a crooked grin for the bird's benefit, though each breath felt like he drank fire. Chiron's eyes studied him with an unreadable calm. He didn't gloat or apologize. He just stood there silently. Jack sagged back against the cold ground, pain rippled across his body. Each inhale felt like broken glass grinding between his bones. Blood pooled in his mouth. It tasted metallic and warm. Corvin edged closer, wings mantled in a protective fury. The raven's talons scraped against the dirt, feathers puffed to twice their normal size in a display of aggression that would have been laughable if it was against anyone else. Chiron crouched so smoothly, it barely disturbed the mist swirling around his boots. He rested his scarred forearms on his knees and studied Jack. The silence stretched until the very air felt heavy. Even the lake had gone still, as if the water itself held its breath. Have you ever taken a life? The words were soft as falling snow, but they struck like a war hammer against Jack's chest. Jack swallowed, tasting his own blood as he struggled to form words. No. Chiron's white eyes didn't waver, he didn't blink, didn't offer even the smallest mercy of looking away. By this point, Jack had gotten a good look at his face. He knew it was Chiron. Then you don't know war, not yet. He shifted his gaze to the lake. War isn't banners snapping in the wind or crowds cheering your name. It's the sound a man makes when steel finds flesh. Just this wet, surprised gasp like he can't understand why breathing suddenly costs so much. Jack stared at the ground. His heart beat so loud in his skull, it nearly drowned out Chiron's words. The first kill marks you forever, Chiron continued. The smell of iron moves into your lungs and makes itself at home. You taste it when you wake, when you eat, when you kiss your children goodnight. You hear that last breath again and again until you stop pretending you can wash it off your hands. The words settled into Jack's bones like lead weights. Each sentence made Jack reel. I've seen men cheer as they died because they were finally done hearing the ghosts. I've watched children pick up swords heavier than they were because their fathers never came home and someone had to stand watch. War doesn't care about your noble intentions or your grand plans for civilization. Chiron's gaze met Jack, pinning him like a butterfly to a board. You don't win a war, boy, you survive it, and survival changes you more than death ever could. Quest received. War without casualties objective. Win the coming conflict without losing a single soldier under your command. Reward plus 10,000 reputation points, notable citizens attraction bonus failure condition. Each death under your command reduces reputation points by 1,000 points. Wow. Inspirational and terrifying. 10 out of 10 pep talk, would not recommend it to friends. How the fuck am I supposed to win a war with no deaths? Jack forced a shaky laugh that tasted like blood. You came all the way out here just to tell me that? Chiron's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. No, he said simply, to see if you could stand after the first real hit. Jack coughed, grimacing as the motion sent fresh fire through his ribs. Barely. Chiron gave the smallest nod, like a teacher acknowledging a student who'd grasped a difficult lesson. Barely is still standing. Barely means you didn't break. Jack wiped blood from his chin with the back of his hand, thoughts tumbling over each other like stones in an avalanche. I heard you before, he rasped, each word scraping his throat raw. With my father. About his power being locked away. Why? Chiron didn't feign surprise or pretend ignorance. His weathered face remained impassive, but Jack caught the slight tightening around his eyes. So you listened from the shadows like a proper spy. Good, you're improving little by little. He shifted his weight, his gaze sliding toward the horizon where the moon was going down. Your father once stood shoulder to shoulder with me on battlefields that would make grown men weep to remember. We carved our names into the history books with darkness and lightning. But his strength never stopped. Year after year, battle after battle, until no mortal body could contain what he'd become. Jack held his breath as Chiron's voice dropped to barely. Above a whisper. Long after the Civil War ended, after the false queen and her demon-touched lover fell to his blade, his own power threatened to consume him from within. His power would leak out of his body and cause him such massive pain he couldn't move for days. The sealed blade of Alaric Kaiser. Apparently, I inherited the family gift for excessive ambition. I can't believe he killed the king's wife, and he sealed his own powers away. He's already strong. When Spireless invaded, he killed a dread rank with one hit. Jack's voice came out as barely more than a whisper. He did all that for the kingdom. Chiron's laugh was like wind through a graveyard, cold and full of old grief. For all of you, his wife, his children, the people who looked at him like he hung the moon and stars. His expression softened just enough to seem human. Greatness demands a price, Jack Kaiser. Your father paid it in silence while the world called him hero or monster depending on which way the winds were blowing that day. All those times his father had seemed distant, preoccupied, carrying weight that bent his shoulders despite his strength. The careful way he moved around his family, like he was afraid of breaking something precious just by being too close. They sat in that heavy silence for a long moment, morning mist curling around them. At last Chiron rose to his full height, his shadow stretching across the lake like the wing of some enormous predator. I'll be watching this war of yours, he said, voice carrying like distant thunder rolling across empty plains. Marcus Thorne and his mercenaries will test every lesson. You think you've learned. Show me you have what it takes to step forward instead of falling back when the blood starts flowing. New quest, prove your worth. Chiron Stormblood will observe your conduct during the coming conflict. Performance rating will influence future opportunities and threats. Just impress the man who casually deals 60,000 damage while holding back 99% of his actual power. Chiron turned without another word and walked into the retreating fog. With each step, the oppressive weight of his presence lifted. As he walked away, Jack could see tendrils of white lightning coming off his body. He can use white lightning. How fucking strong is this guy? And my father was as strong as him. Jack remained motionless on the cold ground, ribs aching with each breath, the system's faint electronic hum the only sound disturbing the morning stillness. Recommendation: train a lot. Chiron Stormblood should be your ceiling when training. Orvin croaked softly, the sound almost gentle after the violence that had preceded it. The great raven hopped close enough for his wing to brush against Jack's arm, a gesture of comfort that somehow made the pain in his ribs seem less important. Jack let out a ragged breath, eyes fixed on the brightening horizon where dawn was burning away the last of the night's shadows. The question was what kind of man he would choose to become. When the killing started. Quest received. The war to come objective. Define yourself through the choices you make when everything you've built is threatened. Reward. Plus 25,000 reputation points. Warning. This quest will have permanent consequences for your morals and available future paths. Some bridges, once burned, cannot be rebuilt. 5 days had passed since the lake. Jack woke before dawn, his ribs no longer screaming when he breathed. Next time maybe don't let someone so strong punch you in the chest. The memory of that single strike made his skin prickle. He rolled his shoulders to make sure he wasn't in any more pain. The palace corridors were silent as a tomb, guards stationed at their posts like statues. Jack's boots made no sound on the polished marble as he made his way to his study. Chiron's words, "I'll be watching this war of yours," still burned behind his eyes with the persistence of branded memory. Jack didn't know why, but Chiron was interested with Jack. The key slid into the lock with a satisfying click. Reality bent around the edges, shadows deepening until they became doorways. Darkness folded inward like a giant piece of origami, slowly disappearing after Jack went through. The air smelled of scorched metal and blood. A deep vibration hummed beneath his boots as if the spire itself had a heartbeat. Local gossip, off the charts. Good to be missed, Jack said dryly, though he could already feel the difference in the atmosphere. The eternal Colosseum opened around him like the maw of some primordial beast. Last time he'd left the crowd buzzing with curiosity and unease. Conversations stuttered and died as hundreds of heads snapped in his direction. The whispers started immediately, rolling through the stands like wildfire through dry grass. Multiple entities, acknowledge your presence. Jack caught fragments in a dozen different languages. A few demons actually turned away, suddenly finding their claws or the arena floor fascinating. Others leaned forward, hunger naked in their inhuman faces. The attention felt like standing in a spotlight with 1,000 knives about to drop on his head. He climbed toward the spectator's tier he'd used before. Corvin perched on his shoulder. "Think they missed us?" Jack asked. Corvin only gave a low croak. "Yeah, I'm sure we're famous. Probability of ambush, moderate. Also, you have fans now. Try not to sign autographs." Jack snorted and settled into an empty row overlooking the arena. The seats around him remained conspicuously vacant, creating a buffer zone around him that was louder than any conversation or altercation would be. Below, 2 hulking creatures fought below while the crowd roared approval, but Jack could feel a tension like heat on his back. The denizens of the 3rd tier were a motley collection of nightmares, scaled humanoids with tails. They were green, scaly, and slightly slimy. Spikes went down their back and tail. Beyond the empty space around Jack, the 3rd tier were primarily in the stands around him. Most kept their distance. Word had spread about what happened to creatures foolish enough to challenge a soul warden directly. Unlike Jack, they remembered the last soul warden. The binding ritual wasn't just death, it was spiritual slavery, consciousness trapped and compressed until free will became a memory. For beings who valued their independence above almost everything else, it was a fate worse than death. But fear, Jack had learned, could cut both ways. Some creatures were smart enough to stay away. Others were stupid enough or desperate enough to test their luck. The sulfur tang in the air grew stronger as more spectators filed in for the next match. Thunder rolled up from the arena as the current combatants tore into each other with primal fury. Blood spattered on the obsidian sand. Jack let the chaos wash over him, using the noise as cover while he observed. The spire operated on rules he was still learning, politics written in violence and respect earned through demonstration of power. His reputation was growing, but reputation without backing was just a target painted on his chest. A cluster of imp-like creatures in the rows below kept shooting glances his way, their whispered conversation too quiet to overhear. They were debating whether approaching him would result in profit or dismemberment. "You're becoming a local celebrity. Congratulations on your newfound fame among interdimensional murderers. Every career has its perks," Jack replied, watching a particularly bold demon actually point in his direction before his companion slapped the gesture down. The duel in the arena ended with a hiss of molten stone and a roar from the stands, but the energy around Jack felt different now. A ripple of silence spread outward from around him. Conversations faltered. Clawed hands tightened on railings. Jack could feel them staring at him now. Corvin shifted on his shoulder, feathers rising on instinct. "Alert, unregistered medium-level presence approaching you. Wait, medium, so it's not a strong presence." A sharp pop cracked the air like breaking glass. Shadow pooled in the aisle. 2 rows back. The crowd drew a collective breath, some beings actually scrambling away from the manifestation. The creature that stepped forward was 7 feet of scorched iron muscle etched with ember-bright runes on his body. Each stride made the obsidian floor creak ominously, his grin bared teeth like broken daggers. "Well, well," he drawled. His voice was like grinding stone on stone. "Look what wandered into my house. A little human soul warden, sitting pretty where he doesn't belong." He jabbed a clawed thumb into his chest. "Name's Daddy, Daddy of the 3rd tier. Remember it when you're begging for mercy. I ain't gonna give you." Scan complete. Terra class entity, self-designated alias Daddy of the 3rd tier. Intellect questionable. "Daddy, is this guy a joke?" Jack didn't rise from his seat. Around them, the crowd was starting to take notice. Conversations were dying as spectators realized they were about to witness either a binding or a slaughter. "Really, Daddy?" Jack asked the system. "Regrettably, local naming appears to favor psychological intimidation over creativity." The terror swaggered closer. The stench of scorched metal and sulfur rolled off him in waves. Up close, Jack could see that the runes carved into his flesh were still weeping what looked like molten copper. "Stand up when Daddy talks to you, meat," the creature snarled, close enough now that Jack could feel the heat radiating from his skin. "Or are you scared, little warden? Maybe I heard some stories about what happens to pretty boys who think they can play with the real monsters." The insult hung in the air. Everyone was waiting to see how the soul warden would respond to such blatant disrespect. "Wow, even his insults are bad." Jack tilted his head. His expression was as flat as winter stone. The silence stretched until it became uncomfortable. "Corvin," he said without moving his lips. The raven gave a low, dangerous croak. His feathers shimmered with violet light, shadows seeming to bend toward him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. "Not even going to draw a weapon?" Daddy sneered, spreading his arms wide in a mocking gesture of vulnerability. "Pathetic. Guess I'll have to break you in front of all these fine folks. Show them what a real predator looks like when he's done playing with his food." Jack exhaled slowly, a faint smile ghosting across his lips like the first crack in ice. "Handle it." Corvin launched skyward in a black blur. The air detonated with the sound of tearing silk as the ravens began flying out of Corvin's mouth. They filled the aisle in a swirling cyclone of death, a living night that blotted out the torchlight. Each spectral raven moved together, their violet eyes burning like stars in the sudden darkness. Gasps rippled through the stands. Some spectators scrambled backward, suddenly remembering urgent business elsewhere. Others leaned in, hungry for blood and the chance to witness power exercised without restraint. Daddy's grin faltered for the first time since he'd materialized. "The hell is this supposed to?" The swarm dove down at Daddy. Ravens dove in coordinated fury, talons like hooked razors. Their beaks struck his eyes and throat. Daddy roared and swung massive fists, each blow scattering only a handful of birds before 10 more replaced them. Blood sprayed in arcs, painting the obsidian stone before vanishing into the churning mass of feathers and fury. The terror's confidence collapsed into panic as his bravado met the reality of overwhelming force. "Get off me!" His voice cracked into a scream as the ravens drove him to his knees. Their assault was relentless. Feathers and flesh blurred into a single pulsing knot of motion that hurt to watch. Jack observed without moving. The violence was immense. Screams coming from him were all throughout the stadium. 14 seconds later, the noise cut off. Silence echoed through the stadium. Enemy defeated. Daddy of the 3rd tier, death tokens acquired. 350. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Archmage, level 3, 950/1000. New skills available. Local reputation, +20. The black storm slowed, condensed, then coalesced back into one sleek raven that landed lightly on Jack's shoulder. A single crimson droplet clung to Corvin's beak for a moment before he shook it free. Jack flicked a speck of blood from his sleeve with the casual gesture of someone removing dirt. "Well, Corvin, that was surprisingly quick. Carrion swarm will overwhelm any monsters ranked Terra or lower. Well, this makes farming easier. I wonder if I get another companion if they'll be as useful as Corvin." A ripple of uneasy laughter ran through the nearby spectators. "Glad that piece of shit is dead. I got dibs on his wife." The whispers started again, but Jack could tell. What he did earned him respect. Jack leaned back in his seat, utterly calm. The arena's normal roar slowly reclaimed the space. Good bird, he thought. The roar of the arena returned in uneven waves. Below, new combatants had entered the arena. Small imp-like creature. When Jack looked for the other combatant, he couldn't see anyone. The ground began to rumble ominously. Suddenly, a massive bone dragon erupted from the arena floor. Its skeletal frame stretched nearly 60 feet from nose to tail, empty eye sockets blazing with fire. Wait, a bone dragon? Does that mean I could have a dragon as a bound creature? Corvin tilted his head, black eyes gleaming with what might have been amusement. The raven seemed to understand his dramatic display. Don't get cocky, Jack added, though a thin smile betrayed his amusement. The great raven gave a single throaty croak, more amused than admonishing, before folding his wings down. Jack's gaze wandered back to the blood-stained arena floor. The new fight was picking up intensity. A soft voice cut through the background noise. Good to see you again. Jack turned, his hand instinctively moving toward where his spear would materialize if needed. Melania sat gracefully 1 seat away, serpentine tail coiled beneath her like a throne of emerald scales. Moon-pale skin shimmered and her midnight hair spilling across her shoulders. Her forest-green eyes caught his gaze. She stared intensely as she bit her bottom lip. She hadn't been there moments before. Jack was certain of that. Melania, Jack said, the name slipping out before he could stop it. Impressive display, she said, gesturing toward the bloodstain on the floor with one pale hand. Though I'm not surprised. Soul wardens do tend to make quite the entrance. As she spoke, Jack felt something brush against his back. Her serpentine tail moved slowly up his spine. He reached back and gently but firmly brushed it away. Boundaries, he said mildly. Her smile widened, showing teeth that were just slightly too sharp. How refreshingly direct. Most beings here either cower or try to impress me with crude displays of power. And which category do I fall into? Neither. Which makes you considerably more interesting. She leaned back, though her tail continued to move restlessly. You don't know how the tower operates, do you? Jack nodded slowly. I'm learning as I go. Then allow me to educate you, Melania said, as she nuzzled closer to Jack. Below the 10th floor, it's mostly chaos, individual creatures fighting for scraps and territory. From floor 10 upward, we have order. Clans determine everything in this tower. Clans, Jack replied with a puzzled look. My own faction, the Risard, controls the 24th floor. Each major clan holds territory, makes alliances, and wages wars. It's civilization of a sort. Her eyes glittered with amusement. Though I suspect your definition of civilization might differ from ours. Take the 3rd tier, for example. Their leader was so stupid, he couldn't come up with a name. They control the 12th floor, the 3rd worst clan, the bottom of the barrel. What makes you so certain everyone's afraid of soul wardens? Jack asked, genuinely curious. Melania's expression grew more serious. The last one, his name was Mordecai, and he was thorough. At his peak, he commanded nearly 10 million bound souls. The entire tower bent to his will for over 30 centuries. Jack felt a chill that had nothing to do with the spire's ambient temperature. 10 million, give or take a few 100,000. He ruled with absolute authority. No clan dared oppose him, no floor could operate without his approval. The tower became his personal kingdom. She paused, watching his reaction. When he finally met his end, it was like a dam breaking. Suddenly, we were all free to pursue our own ambitions, cause whatever chaos we wanted to. What happened to him? That, she said with a mysterious smile, is a story for another time. But his death is why you're getting such cautious reactions. No one wants to be the fool who challenges the new soul warden and ends up bound for eternity. Jack absorbed this information. His mind was racing, trying to piece the information together. If the previous soul warden had controlled 10 million beings, his contemplation was interrupted as he idly scanned the arena. The bone dragon was still engaged with the imp, but something else caught his attention. In the announcer's booth, a figure in elaborate robes was commentating on the fight. Jack activated flawed sight almost without thinking. Name: Valdoran the Magnificent. Threat level: extreme special ability, necromantic dominion. This entity commands significant authority. No way, this is Valdoran. Rage flooded through Jack's veins as the pieces clicked together. Valdoran, the assassin from 10 years ago. The bastard who nearly killed him with that cursed blade was sitting right there. The crowd's roar dipped into a strange, electric hush. Up in the announcer's booth, a figure leaned casually over the ornate railing. Skeletal fingers wrapped around a black iron microphone. The figure's hollow eyes swept across the arena before settling on Jack. Valdoran the Magnificent, the Lich Lord who had once left Jack bleeding in a forest, mercenaries scattered around him like broken dolls, locked his burning gaze on him and waved. It was as if he was saying hi to an old friend. Jack could feel the veins in his forehead about to burst from the rage. A rush of memories flooded Jack's brain. the flash of steel as his father defended him, the burning agony as the blade bit deep, the taste of his own blood as he fought for consciousness while his would-be killers closed in, the memory of his father losing control and destroying a good chunk of forest in his rage. Entity identified. Valdoran the Magnificent. Warning. Entity displays hostile attention towards you. Lightning prickled along Jack's skin, responding to the surge of rage that threatened to overwhelm his brain. His hand moved instinctively toward where his spear would materialize. Muscle memory was taking over. Jack wasn't thinking clearly. Corvin just looked at Jack. Through their bond, he could feel the rage building up inside of him. He forced himself to pause and snapped open his quest log. Quest, learn who tried to kill you. I'm literally staring at the bastard who tried to murder me, Jack snarled internally. Why is this still incomplete? Objective incomplete. Additional conditions required for quest completion. Jack's jaw tightened until his teeth ached. Additional conditions. That could mean Valdoran was just the weapon or someone else had been holding the handle. Or perhaps the system needed more than just visual identification. The idea that the cultists could have lied didn't surprise Jack, just that he was annoyed with the outcome. Did he really try to kill Jack? What was a level 89 Lich Lord doing on floor 2 of Tardara Spire? There were just too many questions Jack had, and he couldn't answer. Valdoran tilted his skull-crowned head with theatrical curiosity, the grin in his dead eyes daring Jack to make the first move. The Lich's free hand drummed against the booth's railing in a rhythm that seemed deliberately taunting. Around them, the crowd began to notice the tension crackling between the Soul Warden and their announcer. Conversations died as beings sensed predators sizing each other up. A soft hiss of scales against stone broke the moment of deadly stillness. Impressive self-control, Melania murmured from the seat beside him. Most mortals would already be scared shitless at a Lich Lord or stupid enough to charge right at him. Jack forced a slow breath, trying to calm himself. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't. Because he'd relish it, she replied smoothly, her serpentine tail coiling with lazy grace. Valdoran feeds on chaos and violence. Attacking him here would be exactly what he wants. A public spectacle that establishes him as the victim of an unprovoked Soul Warden assault. If he acted on impulse, he'd be playing directly into whatever game Valdoran was running. Besides, Melania continued, leaning closer so her voice wouldn't carry to nearby spectators, you'll need your strength for more important battles. Rumor has it that Malachai's hidden chamber, your Soul Warden predecessor's sanctum, lies somewhere within his castle on the 25th floor. That snapped Jack's focus away from Valdoran. Wait, his castle was on floor 25. Are you certain about this? A small, knowing smile played across her lips. Why would the god of death nudge him toward that very floor? Almost as if certain entities wanted him to find what Malachai left behind. There was no way it was a coincidence. The thought made Jack's head spin. If there really was a divine hand guiding his path, then this encounter with Valdoran might be just another piece on a board he couldn't yet see the edges of. How do I even reach the 25th floor? Jack asked, his mind already working through possibilities. Two choices, Melania said, settling back with the confidence of someone who held valuable information. Travel as an escort with someone already attuned to a lower floor, though that might be hard because not everyone wants a Soul Warden or a human on their floor. It's too dangerous. Her tail brushed against the stone railing. Or, she continued, defeat the current floor's champion to unlock the next gate downward. Dangerous, but it would leave you in control. Her words coiled around him. Either get an invitation or challenge floor by floor to see what was on floor 25. Before Jack could respond, a deafening roar split the air like the world was cracking open. The arena floor erupted in clouds of bone dust and necrotic energy as a massive skeletal form slammed against the obsidian sand. Spectators in the lower tiers scrambled backward as debris rained down from the impact. The dread-class bone dragon spread its wings so wide that it cast shadows across half the arena, its hollow eye sockets blazing with green fire. Each bone in its massive frame was etched with runes that pulsed with dark energy. Across from the dragon, a lone imp darted and shrieked in terror, hopelessly outmatched, but apparently too paralyzed with fear to flee. Valdoran's amplified voice boomed across the Colosseum. Behold the dread of the deep. The bone dragon returns to claim another challenger. Necrotic flame hissed between the dragon's ribs like trapped lightning. Each step sent tremors through the arena floor that Jack could feel from high up in the stands. Jack's fury at Valdoran crystallized into a cold, Tactical decision. The Lich wanted a show? Fine. He'd get one that would be remembered for centuries. Warning, current combatants are fighting. Interfering is not recommended. Arena protocols suggest waiting for official challenge period. Yeah, well, I'm not here for recommendations or protocols. Before Melania could react, before the crowd could process what was happening, Jack vaulted the stand. Space folded around him as he teleported, landing hard on blood-soaked sand directly between the dragon and the cowering imp. The crowd's reaction was instantaneous and overwhelming. A tidal wave of cheers, screams, and inhuman sounds that had no names in any mortal language. Unauthorized entry detected. Audience enthusiasm plus 35%. Arena betting odds recalculating. Local reputation, volatile. The dragon's massive head swiveled toward this new threat. It reared back on powerful haunches, wings spreading to their full intimidating span. Jack activated a skill in response to the proximity of such concentrated malevolence. Soul Resonance activated all bound creature stats, plus 20% for 10 minutes. Corvin burst from shadow with a piercing cry that echoed off the arena walls, violet aura wreathing against his feathers as their bond strengthened and deepened. Jack felt the surge as their souls resonated, raw power threading through his veins like liquid lightning. The dragon's massive head tilted, studying this smaller opponent that appeared before him. Then its jaws began to unhinge, revealing rows of bone teeth that were twice the size of Jack. Green flames began building in its throat, growing brighter and more intense with each passing second. Jack could feel his body telling him to move. The slight twitch in his leg as the dragon was about to roast him alive. He dove left in a roll that sent sand spraying, just as necrotic breath seared the air where he'd been standing. The dragon's attack turned the obsidian sand into blackened glass that hissed and popped from the heat, releasing wisps of toxic vapor that made nearby spectators gag and retreat. Jack was getting better with his skills by this point. Didn't need to shout his skills in his head anymore. Static field deployed. Jack's response was overwhelming. Arcs of blue lightning erupted from his position, creating a crackling web of electrical energy 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. The dragon's next charge slowed visibly as electricity crawled across its skeletal frame, bone joints locking and grinding against each other as it was slowed. Jack raised his hand, mana flooding to his fingertips in a torrent of barely controlled power. Lightning roared from his palm in a continuous blinding stream that turned the arena into a miniature thunderstorm. Splintered beams carved a molten line across the dragon's massive ribcage, ancient bone hissing and cracking under the relentless electrical assault. The dragon shrieked in fury and pain, a sound like tearing metal mixed with the screams of the damned. Its massive wings beat frantically, creating a cyclone of bone dust that reduced visibility to mere feet. Jack gritted his teeth and held his ground, sustaining the arc blast for another full second while electricity danced around his form. Total damage dealt: 3,408 bone dragon HP, 11,592 over 15,000 left. Corvin struck simultaneously, turning into a shadow that struck like a well-placed blade as he dove toward the dragon's exposed neck vertebrae with speed and precision. The great raven's talons wreathed in dark energy as scraped the ancient bone, leaving deep gouges that glowed with dark energy. Bone dragon HP, 10,092 over 15,000. The dragon's retaliation was swift and vicious. Its massive tail, each vertebra the size of a warrior's shield, whipped around like a bone-spiked club capable of pulverizing stone. Jack rolled desperately across the sand, feeling the wind from the massive appendage as it passed close enough to ruffle his hair. The impact where he'd been standing left a crater 3 feet deep and sent cracks like a spider's web across the arena floor. Too slow, Jack snarled, electricity crackling around his body more than it had ever done before. It was so intense that some creatures in the arena had a hard time looking at Jack directly. The dragon's response was to rear up on its hind legs, foreclaws spread wide, and bring both massive appendages down in a devastating slam that could have flattened a building. Jack teleported in a flash, peering behind the creature's left wing in a maneuver that drew gasps from the crowd. Another continuous stream of lightning carved into the dragon's spine, vertebrae cracking and splitting under the focused assault. This time, Jack held the beam for 2 full seconds with both hands, but the dragon was learning from each exchange. Its instincts were adapting to Jack's tactics. It spun faster than something that massive should be able to move. The bone dragon's neck snaking around to breathe necrotic fire directly at Jack's new position. Jack cursed creatively and dove behind a bone fragment the size of a small boulder, feeling supernatural heat wash over his improvised cover. The ancient bone began to dissolve under the corrosive breath, edges bubbling and smoking. Corvin, time for the swarm. The raven's response was terrifying. The denizens of the Tardara Spire had just watched Jack kill a Terra-class monster without even getting out of his seat. Corvin's beak opened impossibly wide, defying anatomy and physics as shadow ravens began pouring out like a pitch-blackness storm. Dozens of birds flew out until 50 spectral birds filled the air above the dragon, their violet eyes creating a constellation of malice. Carrion's swarm activated 50 ravens, summoned the swarm descended in perfect coordination, each spectral raven striking at the joints and the vertebrae in the dragon's body. Carrion's swarm damage. The dragon thrashed wildly as 50 sets of shadow talons raked across its bones. But the ravens were relentless. Suddenly, green fire exploded from where the impact heart would be. All of the ravens were gone, fading into Jaw's smoke before it returned to Corvin's body. Bone Dragon HP, 780 over 15,000, but the dragon had reserves of power that one wouldn't expect. With a roar that shook the entire Colosseum and sent several spectators fleeing in terror, it unleashed a pulse of pure necrotic energy that scattered the weaker denizens away. The wave of death magic washed over the lower tiers, causing plants to wither, metal to corrode, and several demons to actually age visibly before the energy dissipated. The dragon's eyes glowed brighter as it focused on Jack. This time it didn't charge or breathe fire. Instead, it began to chant in a language that Jack couldn't process. "What is going on, system? I can't understand it." That would be Dragon Tongue. Dragon Tongue, can you translate? Warning, enemy casting high-level necromancy estimated completion. 3.7 seconds recommended action, immediate intervention not happening. Jack sprinted forward, white lightning, coating his entire body as he pushed his speed to the limit. The dragon's chanting grew more urgent as he closed the distance, its words tumbling together in desperation. At the last possible second, Jack leaped, white lightning exploding around him as he materialized his spear mid-air. Time seemed to slow as he drove the weapon toward the dragon's skull with every ounce of strength and power he possessed. Lightning's embrace lightning and steel drove through the dragon's skull. The spear punched through bone like a hot knife through butter. Light flared inside the dragon's skull like a dying star achieving supernova, then winked out completely as the animating force fled back to whatever hell had spawned it. With a thunderous crash that sent tremors through the arena floor and brought dust raining from the upper levels, the dread-class bone dragon collapsed. Bones scattered across the obsidian sand like dice. Thrown by gods, each fragment still radiating traces of necromantic energy. The sudden silence was deafening, as if the entire spire held its breath. Then the crowd erupted in a roar that could have woken the dead, shaking the very foundations of the arena with their approval. Jack stood among the scattered remains, chest heaving as adrenaline slowly faded from his system. The dragon's skull lay at his feet, still smoking from the lightning that had ended its undead life. "Let's see if I can bind this thing," he thought, already envisioning having a bone dragon roast Marcus Thorn alive. Attempting soul bind. Failure, no true soul detected. Entity is a necromantic creature, unable to establish binding with an artificial consciousness. Jack's expression darkened, the strongest potential companion he'd encountered yet, and it was nothing more than an elaborate puppet. The frustration left Jack fuming. All that power, all that potential, wasted because some necromancer had animated bones instead of capturing a true dragon's soul. Movement in the announcer's booth caught his attention. Jack looked up, still crackling with residual electricity, to find Valdoran leaning casually over the railing. The Lich Lord met his gaze without a trace of concern, utterly unfazed by the display of power he just witnessed. Then, Valdoran raised one skeletal hand and offered a second wave. "Entity fully aware of your identity. No hostile action detected. It seems he respects you." Jack's hands clenched into fists, his fingernails digging into the palms of his hand. The bastard was studying him like a specimen, cataloging his abilities for the future. A high-pitched squeal broke the tense moment. The imp, forgotten in the chaos of the dragon battle, was attempting to flee across the arena sand on stubby legs that weren't designed for speed. Corvins reacted immediately. After every battle, he always got hungry. The great raven swooped down with its beak opening wide. In one fluid motion, he swallowed the imp whole. Grotesque display that sent several spectators scrambling away from the railings. Valdoran's amplified voice boomed across the Colosseum, and the raven cleans up the scraps. Give our soul warden a scream of approval. The crowd's reaction was overwhelming, half awed at Jack's power, half terror at the casual brutality they just witnessed. The sound crashed over the arena in waves. A symphony of inhuman voices that spoke of respect earned through violence. Enemy defeated. Dread-class Bone Dragon enemy defeated. Terra-class Imp experience gained. 4,250 EXP death tokens acquired. 850 local standing. Significantly elevated. Multiple entities now recognize you as a legitimate threat. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Archmage, level 5, 2,200 over 10,000, new skills available for purchase. Jack stood amid the dragon's remains, blue lightning still dancing around his form like a living aura. Bone fragments crunched under his boots as he surveyed the destruction. Soft slither dragging across the sand announced Melania's approach. She had somehow descended from the stands without him noticing, moving with the fluid grace of a predator in her element. Impressive, she said, emerald eyes glittering with intrigue as they swept over the battlefield. Though I notice you didn't make it your pet. Disappointed, frustrated, Jack admitted. That much power would have been useful. True dragons are rare in the spire, Melania replied, coming to stand beside him among the scattered bones. Most are too intelligent to be trapped here. What you'll find are undead, and the occasional wormling foolish enough to seek power in the depths. Her words carried weight, but Jack's attention kept drifting back to the announcer's booth. Valdoran was still there, still watching, still radiating that infuriating calm that suggested he knew something about Jack. The Lich Lord raised his microphone and spoke directly to him, voice carrying clearly across the arena. Until next time, Soul Warden. I do hope our paths cross again soon. Tell me, Jack, do you want to meet the patriarch of the Rizard clan? Jack kept his gaze on the serpentine woman. Electricity still faintly humming across his skin, like a barely restrained aura. What would the patriarch want with me? He asked flatly. Melania's smile didn't falter. Not even a flicker of uncertainty crossed her features. Only the patriarch knows that. Her answer was as evasive as it was useless, but some opportunities demanded risk. After all, power rarely knocked twice. New quest available. Forgotten Castle. Enter Malachi's Castle. Warning. Quest difficulty unknown. Jack ignored the system ping and forced a casual shrug. The notification could wait. I was just hunting, he said. Careful not to mention leveling or the strategic value of death tokens his system offered. I'm looking for a challenge. Melania's emerald eyes gleamed with something that might have been amusement. If it's a challenge you want, there's a place on the 24th floor where you could hunt nightmare-class creatures, but you'd need the Patriarch's permission. The designation alone made Jack's pulse quicken. How many tokens could creatures like that yield? Would he find allies worth recruiting on such a dangerous floor? He hesitated, weighing possibilities against unknown dangers. The smart play was always gathering more information. If I go, can I come back here? He asked, glancing around the Colosseum. This place is useful for training, of course. Her tail flicked in an elegant curve. The spire will always remember a soul warden. You'll be able to return whenever you wish. The assurance settled something in Jack's chest. Retreat was always an option. Smart warriors kept their escape routes mapped. Fine, Jack said, the decision crystallizing. Let's meet your patriarch. Melania's grin widened until it showed those slightly too sharp teeth. With sinuous grace, she traced a circle in the air with one pale finger. Shadowed light flared into existence, forming a swirling violet portal that seemed to bend space around its edges. Stay close, she said, stepping through without hesitation. The transition felt like stepping through liquid starlight. The instant his boot hit the stone on the other side, the system erupted with alerts. Alert environment scan complete current location. Tartarus spire floor 24 atmospheric pressure. Elevated ambient monodensity. Extreme warning. Extremely dangerous zone detected enemy count. 300,000 majority dread class estimated nightmare class entities. 47,000 disaster class entities. Unknown number. Jack's breath caught. 300,000 hostiles. That's manageable with the right approach, given enough time. The next ping froze the air in his lungs. Additional threat. Sovereign class entity present within 50 kilometers power level. Immeasurable recommendation. Extreme caution advised. Sovereign class, Jack thought, the designation sending ice through his veins. That's new territory entirely. Jack's pulse steadied as the numbers sank in. 300,000 creatures that could kill him, and something beyond what spiralus was roaming on this floor. The air here was different, heavier. Each breath felt thick with power that made his skin prickle and his nerves sing warnings. The pressure wasn't just atmospheric. It was the weight of concentrated malevolence that had been allowed to grow unchecked for centuries. Floor 24 stretched before him like a fever dream painted in shades of twilight. The landscape was stark and unforgiving. Rolling hills of ash-gray grass swept toward distant mountains that clawed a sky the color of old blood. Twisted trees dotted the terrain like arthritic fingers, their branches bare despite no apparent season governing this place. The ground beneath his feet was hard, packed earth mixed with what looked suspiciously like bone fragments ground to powder by countless years of violence. When the wind picked up, it carried the metallic tang of spilled blood and something deeper. The smell of things that had died badly and been left to rot. In the middle distance, perhaps 10 kilometers away, a castle rose from the desolate landscape like a monument to forgotten nightmares. Easily 10 stories tall, its black stone walls were as dark as the night sky. Towers spiraled skyward at irregular intervals, each one crowned with spires that looked more like weapons than architecture. The entire structure squatted on a raised hill, surrounded by what appeared to be a moat filled with something that definitely wasn't water. It glowed with sickly green phosphorescence and seemed to move of its own accord. Drawbridge stretched across the supernatural moat, though from this distance Jack couldn't tell if it was raised or lowered. Banners hung limp from the battlements, their colors too faded or too dark to make out clearly. The castle looked like it had been built by someone who wanted to ensure that visitors understood exactly how unwelcome they were. Impressive, isn't it? Melania's voice carried a note of pride as she gestured toward the imposing structure. The patriarch has ruled from there for over 800 years. Every stone was placed with purpose, every tower designed to remind visitors of their place in the hierarchy. Jack studied the fortress, noting sight lines, potential approaches, and the complete absence of obvious weaknesses. "How many live there?" he asked. "Live." Melania's laugh was like silver bells filled with poison. The patriarch doesn't keep living retainers exactly, but there are perhaps 300 servants of various classifications. Most are bound spirits, some are elevated demons, and a few are former challengers who chose service over destruction. The way she said former challengers made Jack's jaw tighten. He was walking into the lair of something that collected failed heroes like trophies. But the alternative was remaining weak. And weakness never lasted long in places like this. "The journey will take approximately 2 hours on foot," Melania continued, beginning to slither across the gray grass with fluid grace. "I should warn you, this floor has its own rules. The nightmare-class entities here hunt in packs, and they've learned to coordinate their attacks over the centuries. Don't assume your previous victories guarantee anything here." Jack fell into step beside her. Corvin was a familiar weight on his shoulder. The great raven's feathers were raised, violet eyes scanning the horizon with predatory alertness. Even Corvin sensed the danger saturating in this place. As they walked, Jack noticed details that made his unease grow. The ash-gray grass crunched underfoot with a sound like breaking bones. Occasionally, larger fragments would surface. A skull here, a ribcage there, all bleached white by exposure to whatever passed for weather on this floor. This wasn't just a dangerous place. It was a graveyard that happened to host the living. "Tell me about the patriarch," Jack said, keeping his voice level despite the growing weight of supernatural attention pressing against his consciousness. Melania's tail swished thoughtfully as she considered her answer. "Ancient, powerful, patient." Each word dropped like a stone into still water. "He's seen empires rise and fall from this castle. The current hierarchy of the Spire's political structure exists largely because he allows it to." She paused, green eyes glinting. Jack could hear the fear in her voice. "He doesn't grant audiences lightly. The fact that he's requested your presence means you've done something to earn his attention. Whether that's fortunate or catastrophic remains to be seen." In the distance, something howled. Sound like metal tearing combined with the screams of the damned. The noise echoed off the mountains and seemed to go on forever before finally fading into the oppressive silence. Jack's hand moved instinctively toward his spear. "Nightmare-class pack," Melania observed casually. "Probably hunting something in the eastern valleys. They rarely venture this close to the castle approach. The patriarch discourages unauthorized visitors to his domain. The local predators have learned to respect his territory boundaries." Jack filed that information away. If the nightmare-class entities avoided this area, It meant the Patriarch's power was substantial enough to make apex predators think twice. That was either very good news or very bad news. As they continued across the desolate landscape, the castle grew larger and more imposing. Details became visible. Murder holes in the walls, oil cauldrons positioned above the gate. What looked like siege weapons mounted on several towers. Whoever the Patriarch was, he'd built his home for war. Almost there, Melania said as they crested a low hill that brought them within a kilometer of the castle walls. I should mention when we meet the Patriarch, let him speak first. He considers interruption to be discourteous. Jack nodded, though inwardly he was calculating just who this Patriarch was. Whatever waited in that black castle, he intended to be ready for it. The gates of black iron opened on their own, exhaling a breath of cold air. Jack stepped through first, Corvin a silent shadow on his shoulder, Melania gliding behind. Blue-white torchlight flickered along the vast corridor ahead, throwing restless shadows against walls carved with scenes of forgotten wars. No guards, no servants, only the echo of their steps. The hall stretched like the throat of an ancient beast. Murals showed warriors mid-strike, armies frozen in triumph and ruin, but none of the painted faces bore joy. The silence was complete, so deep Jack felt it pressing against his eardrums like water. His breath turned to mist. The temperature dropped with each step forward, as if they were descending into winter itself. Frost began forming along the edges of the murals. Jack noticed his fingers were going numb, despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Finally, a pair of immense doors parted without a touch, groaning like the earth itself was splitting apart. The throne room swallowed them whole. A single shaft of silver light fell from the domed ceiling, illuminating a throne carved from midnight stone shot through with veins of silver that pulsed like a slow heartbeat. The very walls seemed to breathe around them, shadows shifting without any source of movement. A man lounged across the throne, long dark hair spilling over one armrest, a boot hooked over the other as if he had merely paused mid-thought and forgotten to rise for 800 years. Jack's breath caught. The air itself felt different here. It was thicker, charged with something that made his skin crawl and his pulse stutter. It looked like someone left a dead corpse on the throne. The faint pulse of power in the air told him this figure was anything but dead. Power radiated from the still form like heat from a forge, ancient and utterly overwhelming. Then the man opened his eyes. They glowed like distant stars caught behind storm clouds, and the weight of his presence crashed across the room like a tsunami. The temperature plummeted another 10 degrees in an instant. Every torch in the chamber guttered simultaneously, flames bending away from the throne as if even fire feared to burn too close. Jack's knees nearly buckled. His body betrayed him. His hands trembled, despite every effort to maintain control, cold sweat beading on his forehead, even as his breath turned to visible mist. The rational part of his mind screamed warnings while his legs refused to respond to his commands. And he detected warning, extreme psychological pressure detected recommendation, do not make sudden movements, welcome, Soul Warden. The voice didn't just fill the chamber, it rewrote the air itself. Low, resonant, heavy with oaths as old as the spire itself. Each word pressed into Jack's bones like a 10-ton weight, making him feel suddenly, desperately small. Jack's mouth went dry. When he tried to speak, his voice cracked slightly. Patriarch, I presume? Something that might have been amusement flickered behind those star-bright eyes. You presume correctly. The man sat up with unhurried precision, planting both boots on the black stone floor. The simple movement sent ripples of pressure through the room. The silver veins in the throne flared brighter, pulsing in rhythm with what Jack realized was the being's heartbeat. Frost spread across the floor in delicate patterns that looked almost like writing in a language Jack couldn't read. It has been an age since a soul warden crossed my threshold, the last one. Those ancient eyes studied Jack intensely. The last one knelt. Jack's spine stiffened at the implication, even as every instinct screamed at him to drop to his knees and beg for mercy. His hand moved instinctively toward where his spear would materialize, then stopped as those glowing eyes tracked his movement. Melania bowed, her serpentine tail curling like a dark ribbon. As requested, Lord Wren, I bring him before you. Wren. The name settled into Jack's mind like a key turning in a lock, though he couldn't shake the feeling that names had power here, and knowing it might have cost him something. The Patriarch Wren gave her the briefest nod, then fixed those star-bright eyes on Jack again. The attention felt like standing under a magnifying glass held by a giant. Approach. Jack's legs felt like lead as he moved forward. Each step required conscious effort, as if he were wading through invisible quicksand. The silver light brushed his boots, and he realized his hands were shaking badly enough that Corvin had to adjust his grip on Jack's shoulder. The great raven's feathers were raised in permanent alarm, violet eyes darting around the chamber, as if expecting attack from every shadow. "You wanted to meet me," Jack managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Ren's smile was as sharp as winter. "I summoned you," he corrected gently, and Jack felt the distinction like a slap to the face. "And I will not waste either of our time with riddles. I wish to leave this tower." The words hit Jack like a bucket of cold water. "Leave the spire?" "Yes." The single word carried the weight of centuries of endless patience wearing thin, of power constrained for far too long. Jack's mind raced, fragments of thought colliding. "That's not possible," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "No one leaves except gods." He paused, feeling the system's ever-present hum like a lifeline in the overwhelming pressure. "And soul wardens." Ren's smile widened, showing teeth that gleamed like polished bone. "Precisely." The information crashed down on Jack like an avalanche. This being, this ancient, impossibly powerful entity needed him, actually needed him. The realization should have been empowering. Instead, it felt like discovering he was the only key to a cage containing something that could unmake reality. Jack's jaw tightened, though whether from fear or determination he couldn't tell. "You expect me to free you?" "I expect nothing," Ren replied, voice smooth as silk. Each word was measured, calculated, chosen for maximum impact. "But I ask, because only you can break the chains that bind me to this spire." He rose to his full height with deliberate grace, and Jack realized with a start that the being wasn't particularly tall or imposing physically. It was the aura that filled the chamber, the weight of presence that made him seem like a titan. Though his frame was human, the power that radiated from him was anything but ancient, patient, utterly, terrifyingly controlled. Jack kept his stance, though his spear flickered in and out of existence in nervous bursts of blue light. He couldn't seem to stop the involuntary summoning. "Why are you trapped here? What makes you so dangerous that you need to be imprisoned?" A shadow crossed Ren's face. Something complex and ancient that Jack couldn't read. The temperature in the room dropped another 10 degrees, and Jack's breath came out in small puffs of vapor. "I was too powerful, so I was cast away by those closest to me," Ren said, without moving his gaze from Jack. Jack fought to keep his thoughts clear through the crushing weight of Ren's presence. "If what you say is true, why haven't you forced the issue? You're obviously powerful enough to crush half the floors below you." For the first time, something genuine flickered across Ren's features. Pain or bitter amusement. Jack couldn't tell which it was, because power and freedom are not the same, young warden. His voice dropped, cold as a winter sea. "The spire is a cage designed by gods who feared what they had created. I can shake the bars until the tower trembles. I can make the very foundations weep, but I cannot step beyond them." The admission settled over the room like falling ash. In it, Jack heard the echo of centuries, rage, frustration, and a patience that had been tested to its absolute limits. Jack studied him, searching for deception even as his vision swam from the supernatural pressure. "And you think I can?" "I know you can," Ren said simply. The certainty in his voice was more terrifying than any threat. He trailed off, but the unfinished sentence hung in the air like a promise of violence. The weight of that statement tightened something behind Jack's ribs. The spire, watching, always watching. Ren's gaze sharpened, twin stars burning brighter, and Jack realized with growing horror that the ancient being could probably sense the system notifications, could probably read them as clearly as Jack could. "Will you help me, Soul Warden?" The weight of centuries pressed into his voice. Jack didn't answer immediately. Couldn't. His throat felt paralyzed, his mind struggling to process the impossible choice being laid before him. The system remained silent except for the faint electric hum of a quest waiting to be accepted or refused. "But," Ren continued, his star-bright eyes never leaving Jack's face, "I think you will help me, because you are not here by accident, and I suspect we both know it." The silence stretched, heavy as lead, until Jack finally forced the words out. "How did you end up here?" His voice echoed through the cavernous throne room, a small defiance against the oppressive cold. Ren's star-bright eyes narrowed slightly, the faintest sign of acknowledgement. "Straight to the heart of it," he said, voice a low rumble that resonated in Jack's chest. "I appreciate that." The patriarch, this ancient being who had summoned him, shifted on the black-silver throne. Frost cracked beneath his boots as he leaned forward, elbows on knees. The silver veins in the stone pulsed once like a heartbeat. "I was born in the Prosperity Kingdoms," Ren began. 5 realms bound by treaty and ambition. To them I was a prophecy, a child blessed with power enough to turn the tide of every war. They named me hero before I could even lift a sword. Jack listened, the low hum of the system faint in the back of his skull. Corvin tilted his head, violet eyes unblinking. Ren's gaze drifted to the distant murals lining the walls, scenes of wars long ended. I fulfilled every promise they placed upon me. When the demon lord rose, I led the armies. I closed every dungeon, quelled every rift. For 20 years I fought while others feasted. And when at last the demon lord fell, I believed my task complete. A cold laugh scraped across the chamber like iron-on stone. Sound made Jack's teeth ache. Peace should have been my reward. Instead, peace bred fear. Kings who once called me savior began to whisper, what if the hero chooses to rule? What if he decides the crown belongs to him? His eyes sharpened, the light in them like distant lightning. The silver veins in the throne flared brighter, responding to his emotions. Poisoned wine. Assassin's blades, spells meant to rupture my soul. I endured them all. I thought they were desperate men grasping at shadows. I was wrong. Ren rose to his full height, the temperature dropping with every measured step he took toward Jack. Each step cracked the frost beneath his boots, the sound echoing like breaking bones. They invited me to a summit, the 5 thrones. 5 kingdoms united in celebration of our victory. My oldest companions stood at my side, friends I had bled with, trusted. The air thickened with each word. His fingers had gone numb, but whether from cold or fear he couldn't tell. They betrayed me, Ren said simply. They had bargained with gods. Together they wove a curse older than the spire itself. When their spell struck, it did not kill me. It unmade me. Tore the soul from the flesh and hurled it into this prison of endless stone. His hand clenched, and the silver veins in the floor flared bright enough to hurt Jack's eyes. The light cast harsh shadows that seemed to writhe and twist. The gods feared what they had forged. They gave my betrayers the key to my cage. When their mortal lives ended, their names were sung as saviors while I rotted in legend. You've been here how long? 800 years, Ren replied without hesitation. His voice carried the weight of every day, every hour of that imprisonment. 8 centuries of silence, of watching empires rise and crumble beyond these walls. I can shake the spire itself, but I cannot leave. The gods made certain of that. Jack exhaled slowly, his breath creating a small cloud in the frigid air. And now you think I can? I know you can. Ren's voice held no boast, only certainty carved from centuries of study and patience. The sole warden is the one mortal the gods cannot chain. Your power reaches beyond the spire. With you, the gates can be broken. I can walk free. Ren stopped an arm's length away. The pressure radiating from him made Jack's bones ache. Help me leave this tower, Jack Kaiser, and I will bind my strength to yours. I will fight beside you until your final breath. My sword, my knowledge, my centuries of power are yours to command. Jack's heart thudded once hard, the sound loud in his ears, but Ren wasn't finished. There is one condition. His voice cut sharper than any weapon, each word precisely measured. When we are free, you will allow me to erase the bloodlines of the prosperity kingdoms. All who descend from those who betrayed me will be extinguished. Not one drop of their accursed lineage will remain. The cold in the room turned to ice. Even Corvin shifted uneasily, feathers puffing against the pressure of the words, violet eyes darting between Jack and the ancient being before them. Jack forced himself to meet Ren's gaze, though it felt like staring into the heart of a dying star. You want me to help you commit genocide? I want justice, Ren said evenly, his voice carrying the patience of stone. Their descendants walk the world unpunished. The gods who aided them have long since turned away. Only I remember, only I can finish what they began. The silver veins along the floor pulsed again, echoing the steady thunder of Ren's restrained fury. Jack shook his head slowly, fighting against the supernatural pressure that made thinking difficult. Your vengeance is 3 centuries too late. Ren's eyes narrowed to starlit slits, the temperature dropping so fast that frost began forming on Jack's clothes. Explain. The prosperity kingdoms, Jack said carefully, were wiped off the map 300 years ago. Demon Lord rose again. Nothing remains. No kings, no bloodlines, just ruins swallowed by time. For a long, breathless moment, silence reigned. The air itself seemed to freeze, and Jack could hear his own heartbeat thundering in the stillness. Ren stood perfectly still, the star light in his eyes flickering like a dying constellation. Then, to Jack's shock, the ancient hero laughed. Not the brittle chuckle of bitterness, but a deep, resonant sound that filled the throne room like distant thunder. The laughter echoed off the walls, seeming to come from everywhere at once. So he said at last, the gods' precious kingdoms fell without me. How fitting. The laugh faded, leaving something colder in its wake. The temperature stabilized, though it remained frigid enough to see breath. Their children's children paid the price I could not exact. Perhaps the world has a sense of balance after all. Jack swallowed hard, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him like a physical thing. Then what do you want now? Ren's expression softened, though the power behind it never wavered. I still feel their bloodline on the surface. Someone, somewhere has survived, and I will extinguish their light. The system stirred, its neutral chime loud in the heavy silence, cutting through the supernatural pressure like a blade. New quest available: the Forgotten Hero's Oath objective. Take Ren outside the tower. Warning: choice will have permanent consequences. The glowing words hovered at the edge of Jack's vision, a silent challenge that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his racing heartbeat. Ren waited, patient as the centuries he had already endured, star-bright eyes fixed on Jack with the intensity of a predator that had learned infinite patience. The ancient being's stillness was more unnerving than any threat could have been. Jack's mind raced, fragments of doubt and calculation colliding in his skull like shards of broken glass. The enormity of what Ren was asking pressed down on him. An alliance with something this ancient, this powerful, it could change everything. His throat felt dry as sandpaper despite the moisture in the air. The system couldn't even read Ren's level. He couldn't analyze his rank, his stats, nothing. What did that mean? Was Ren beyond the system's ability to measure, or was something actively blocking the scan? Trust him. The thought tasted bitter as copper on his tongue. This was a being who had been betrayed by his closest friends, his most trusted companions, who had spent 8 centuries nursing fury in a frozen tomb. Even if the kingdoms that wronged him were dust, what would stop him from finding new targets for that rage? What would prevent him from deciding that Jack, too, had outlived his usefulness the moment freedom was within reach? Ren's knowledge alone could be the difference between survival and death in this hostile world, the difference between remaining weak and helpless or becoming something that could stand against the forces trying to kill him. Jack's hands trembled slightly, and he clenched them into fists until his knuckles went white. The binding would protect him, wouldn't it? Soul-bound creatures couldn't harm their master. That was the fundamental rule of the power. But could those chains even hold something that gods had needed to trap? Something so powerful that divine intervention was required to contain it. The frost continued to spread across the floor in delicate, intricate patterns, reaching toward Jack's boots like grasping fingers. Can I really bind someone this powerful? Would the soul binding even work on a sovereign-class entity? Can I trust him after what happened to him? How strong is he really if even the system can't read his stats? What if he turns on me the moment he's free? What if the binding fails? The system's low hum crawled across Jack's nerves like static electricity before a storm. Danger assessment complete. Bound creatures cannot actively harm their host. Power reading, unstable. Sovereign class entity previously detected on this floor. The sovereign class entity the system had warned about the moment they stepped onto floor 24 hadn't been some prowling beast in the wilderness. Jack exhaled slowly, forcing his breath through his chest that felt tight enough to crack. If I were stupid enough to try a binding right now, what would it even cost? Pest 2,500 tokens, Wretch 5,000 tokens, Vile 10,000 tokens, Terror 25,000 tokens, Dread 50,000 tokens, Nightmare 100,000 tokens, Disaster 150,000 tokens, Sovereign 250,000 tokens, Emperor 1 million tokens, Tyrant 10 million tokens. Jack's stomach gave a slow, sickening twist as the numbers burned themselves into his vision. 250,000 tokens. His current balance was barely a fraction of that. He could farm floor 2 until the Colosseum crumbled to dust and still come up short. And that was assuming Ren truly was only sovereign class. If the system had underestimated him, if he was emperor or even a tyrant class, the thought of 10 million tokens made Jack's head pound. Current token balance, 6,650, deficit for sovereign binding, 243,350 tokens estimated grinding, 8 days minimum assuming you kill 100 Terra creatures a day. Recommendation: determine precise rank of target before any binding attempt. Secondary recommendation: acquire significant token reserves before engagement. Yeah, thanks, Jack thought grimly. Why don't I just ask the ancient demigod who can probably smell my fear what his exact power level is? He felt Corvin's claws flex against his shoulder. Jack reached up and brushed a thumb across the raven's sleek feathers. 250,000 death tokens. I'd have to grind for nightmare creatures. Would be better for Corvin and leveling up my classes, assuming I could even find enough high-level creatures. And even then, what if the binding failed? What if he's higher than Sovereign, Emperor, Tyrant? The mathematics of it was staggering. 10 million tokens would require him to kill almost 600 nightmare-class entities. The kind of grinding that would take months for Jack to properly kill them and not die in the process. You're very quiet, Soul Warden. Ren's voice rolled across the frozen chamber like distant thunder, soft, but carrying enough weight to make the frost along the floor shiver. The Patriarch's star-bright eyes caught the silver torchlight. It looked like twin suns burning behind a veil of ancient patience. Jack straightened, fighting to keep his voice steady, despite the crushing realization of how hopelessly outmatched he was. It's possible, he said carefully, binding you, just not right this second. The corners of Ren's mouth curved upward, not quite a smile, but something far more dangerous. Ah, there are conditions then. Every instinct Jack possessed went sharp and cold, his fingers twitched. What makes you say that? Ren rose from the throne with grace. The sound of frost cracking beneath his boots punctuated each step like breaking bones. Because I've lived long enough to realize when someone hesitates. If you could bind at will, without cost or consequence, you would have done so already. Yet you stand there, measuring every breath, calculating odds behind those careful eyes. That tells me there is a gate you must pass, a price you must pay. The casual precision of the observation made Jack's skin crawl. He tried to keep his face neutral, but under Ren's dissecting gaze, he felt transparent as glass. Ren tilted his head slightly. If it were anyone else in this tower, any being who rivaled my strength, they would not fear you, even knowing of your legendary power. The ancient being's eyes glittered with cold amusement. Your hesitation is more revealing than any confession, Soul Warden. Jack forced a shrug, hoping the gesture looked nonchalant, though his heart hammered against his ribs. Or maybe I just don't like making deals without considering my options. A low, rumbling sound escaped Ren's chest, laughter that held no warmth, only dark amusement. Deflection, how refreshingly honest in its dishonesty. Jack watched the frost creep toward his boots and felt the weight of his impossible situation settling on his shoulders like a mountain. He's reading me like a book, every tell, every hesitation. He knows exactly how screwed I am. The truth is, Jack said, letting his voice settle into rough honesty, the whole reason I came to this floor was to hunt. Ren's starlit eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in amusement. Hunt, I need experience. Jack kept his tone level casual, as if discussing the weather rather than his desperate need to become strong enough to survive in a world that wanted him dead. I need to get stronger, and that means finding worthy opponents. The Patriarch regarded him for a long, measuring silence. The only sounds in the chamber were the whisper of spreading frost and the distant howl of wind through the castle's towers. The silver veins in the throne dimmed slightly, like a heartbeat easing from excitement. Then you seek prey, Ren said at last. Jack nodded once, meeting those ancient eyes despite the supernatural pressure bearing down on him. That's the idea. Ren's gaze drifted toward the tall windows that looked out over the desolate landscape of Floor 24, where the blood-colored sky stretched into infinity above valleys filled with shadows and death. There are packs of nightmare-class predators that roam the eastern valleys, ancient things that have learned to coordinate their hunts over centuries of killing. Jack felt his pulse quicken, not just from fear, but from something dangerously close to anticipation. The token yield from creatures of that caliber would be enormous, maybe enough to start closing the gap between his current power and what he'd need to bind something like Ren. Their cunning rivals their savagery, Ren continued, his voice carrying the weight of long observation. Many who hunt them discover they have become the hunted. The valleys are littered with the bones of overconfident fools who thought power alone would carry them to victory. The warning was clear, but so was the opportunity. Jack could practically hear the system calculating potential gains, death tokens flowing like rivers if he could actually survive long enough to claim them. Ren turned back from the window, his eyes gleaming like stars half hidden by storm clouds. The ancient being's expression held something that might have been respect, or perhaps just the interest a master craftsman might show for a particularly challenging piece of raw material. If you truly wish to test your edge against worthy prey, Ren said softly, his words carrying the weight of prophecy, I can tell you exactly where to find them, but know this, the choice to hunt such creatures is also the choice to become like them, predators who have forgotten what it means to show mercy. The silence stretched between them. Jack felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him like the castle itself. This was more than just directions to a hunting ground. This was Ren testing him, measuring what kind of person he truly was beneath the desperate need for power. Jack held his gaze, letting the chill of the chamber settle deep into his bones, accepting the cold along with everything it represented. Tell me why you want to grow stronger. You seem like you can't wait. Jack paused for a moment before meeting Ren's gaze. When I was 6 years old, someone tried to kill me. I don't ever want to be powerless. Ren smiled so wide, it sent chills down Jack's spine. The silver-veined walls pulsed with a slow heartbeat as silence stretched between them. Jack waited a long moment before speaking. You know what it's like, he said quietly, surprising himself with the admission, to be hunted for what you are. Ren's star-bright eyes softened just enough to cut through the icy gloom. I know exactly what that feels like, he said, his voice carrying centuries of bitter understanding. Your very existence threatens those in power. I wore the word hero until it became a death sentence. The air shifted with the weight of old grief. Frost hissed along the floor. Jack drew a steady breath, the cold scraping his lungs raw. Then you understand, I can't stay weak, not here, not anywhere. Ren's gaze held him, ancient and knowing. Power isn't a choice for people like us, it's survival. The truth of it settled in Jack's chest like a stone. He nodded once, feeling the familiar weight of necessity pressing down on his shoulders. If I can hunt in your domain without limits, and if you tell me how to reach floor 25 so I can find Malachi's castle, I'll grant your request. If you stay true to your word. For a heartbeat, the chamber was utterly still. Even the frost seemed to pause in its relentless spread. Then Ren tipped his head back and laughed. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't kind. It was the laugh of someone who had waited centuries to hear those words, tinged with both satisfaction and dark amusement. A sound that made the torches flicker and the silver veins in the throne blaze like captured lightning. He dragged a hand across his face, as if wiping away blood. You bargain like a king, he said, the laughter trailing into a low chuckle that rumbled through the chamber. Very well, hunt as you wish. My domain is yours to spill blood in. Jack's jaw tightened, sensing there was more. And floor 25. Ren's smile widened, sharp as a winter blade. Ah, but that requires more than a simple exchange, young warden. The path to Malachi's castle, that knowledge comes at a steeper price. The ancient being leaned forward, star-bright eyes gleaming. Grant me one favor to be claimed when I choose for whatever price I name, then you'll have your directions to the castle. Jack felt his hands clench involuntarily, nails digging into his palms hard enough to leave crescent marks. A favor. An open-ended debt to something that had lived for centuries and had every reason to harbor grudges against the world. The very concept left a horrible taste in Jack's mouth. What kind of favor? The question came out rougher than he intended, betraying the unease crawling up his spine like ice. Ren's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind those star-bright eyes. The kind that matters, he said, each word precise as a blade between ribs. I won't waste it on trivialities, asking you to fetch me wine or sing me songs, but when the time comes you will fulfill it, no matter the cost. No matter what I ask of you. The words hung in the air like a curse waiting to be spoken, so heavy that it made Jack's skin crawl. His mind raced through possibilities, each one worse than the last. What could an ancient, imprisoned hero want badly enough to leverage against floor 25 access? Revenge against descendants of his betrayers, freedom to wage war against the gods themselves, the murder of innocents who happened to share bloodlines with his enemies. Nothing good, that much was certain. In the silence, he could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears, could feel the weight of Corvin's claws shifting nervously on his shoulder. But the alternative was staying weak, staying vulnerable, remaining the same helpless target he'd been at 6 years old when assassins had come for him in broad daylight. The same powerless boy who needed his father to save. Him who'd spent 10 years knowing that somewhere out there, people wanted him dead for the simple crime of existing. Fine, Jack said, the words scraping out of his throat like broken glass. One favor. Ren's smile was all satisfaction and ancient patience. Excellent. Then let me tell you about the eastern valleys where nightmares hunt in packs and the strong feed on the weak. He gestured toward the tall windows, where the blood-red sky stretched endlessly over the desolate landscape. The entrance to Malachi's castle lies far beyond those valleys, past territories where disaster-class entities roam freely. You'll need more than raw power to reach it. You'll need to be cunning, have endurance, and the wisdom that only comes from surviving impossible odds. Jack straightened, feeling the weight of the commitment settling on his shoulders. How long? Ren's eyes gleamed with quiet amusement, as if he'd been waiting for this exact question. At your current pace, accounting for the time you'll need to grow strong enough to survive the journey, about 500 days. His lungs seemed to seize, refusing to draw breath as the words crashed down on him in waves. 500 days. The words echoed in his skull like a death knell, each repetition making the reality more crushing. His chest tightened until he thought his ribs might crack from the pressure. A cold knot formed in his stomach, twisting and growing as his mind raced through the thought of survival. 500 days. In the real world that was. 24 days, maybe 25 if time moved slightly differently than he calculated. Add the 5 days that had already passed since Chiron's visit, and he'd be cutting it impossibly close to the 30-day deadline his system had mentioned. If anything went wrong, if he took longer than expected, if he got injured and needed recovery time, if the journey proved more dangerous than anticipated, he might not make it back before the war began. His kingdom could fall while he was hunting demons in a tower that existed outside normal time. His people, his family, could die while he chased power in the depths of hell itself. But the alternative was almost as terrifying. Without the strength he could gain from this journey, without whatever knowledge waited in Malachi's castle, what use would he be in the coming war anyway? Marcus Thorne gathered an army in such a short amount of time. He didn't know how big that army would grow if he would strike early. How badly did Jack want to complete his quest? Chiron would be watching, but who knows who else would be watching this war? What could Jack do against that kind of force with his current abilities? The power he could gain from 500 days of hunting nightmare-class demons, from exploring a soul warden's hidden sanctum, from pushing himself to the absolute limits of survival. It might be the difference between victory and annihilation, but only if he lived long enough to claim it. Only if he made it back in time. The risk was enormous. The potential reward was everything he'd ever hoped for, and the cost of failure was everything he'd ever tried to protect. Jack's hands trembled slightly before he forced them steady, his voice barely above a whisper. 500 days. The silver light seemed to shiver with his disbelief. Corvin shifted uneasily on his shoulder, violet eyes catching the cold glow as the raven sensed his master's inner turmoil through their bond. Ren's laughter rolled through the throne room again, deep and unhurried, echoing off the stone like distant thunder. Time moves differently here than in your world. Soul Warden. Yes, 500 days to become strong enough to survive what waits in that castle. The ancient being's star-bright eyes studied Jack intensely. The question now is whether you have the courage to take that first step into the darkness, knowing you might not return in time to save what you're trying to protect. Jack stood there in the frozen throne room, feeling the weight of an impossible choice pressing down on him like the castle itself. Jack felt like his thoughts were written on his forehead. Every hesitation, every tell, Ren saw through all of it. Damn it. Can he read every single thought I have? He realized his survival, his kingdom's fate, his very identity hung on what he decided in the next few seconds. Jack stood there, pulse still hammering, the enormity of what he'd agreed to gnawing at the edges of his resolve. 500 days, but power waited beyond those doors and power was never free. Jack drew a steady breath and forced himself to meet the patriarch's star-bright eyes. "I'll do it," he said, his voice carrying more conviction than he felt. "I'll take the journey." A faint smile perked on Ren's ancient features. He reached to the arm of his throne, brushed a finger across the black stone, and a square of shimmering silver light materialized in the air between them. Lines of ink formed inside the glow, etching themselves into a detailed map of the eastern valleys and the desolate lands beyond. "This will guide you," Ren said. "Follow the obsidian markers east until you reach the canyons. The map will update itself as you get closer." Jack stepped forward and grasped the map. It was weightless yet cool to the touch, a thing of magic and ancient craft. He slipped it into his inventory with a curt nod. No other words needed to be said. Jack turned to leave and proceed out of the castle. The moment Jack stepped beyond the castle's iron gates, the air of floor 24 struck him with the bite of perpetual winter. The blood-red sky hung low over the wasteland, casting everything in shades of amber and gold as he and Corvin began their eastward trek. The castle's looming silhouette faded behind them until it was only a jagged black tooth against the crimson horizon. For hours, Jack followed the map's glowing trail across plains of ash-gray grass that crunched like bones beneath his boots. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the whisper of wind through dead vegetation and the soft rustle of Corvin's feathers. With every step, he could feel the oppressive mana of the floor growing denser, pressing against his skin like invisible chains. The air itself seemed to thicken, carrying scents of sulfur and decay that made his nose burn. When the map's final glyph flared with silver light, Jack found himself at the edge of a basin of black sand, rimmed with broken stone that jutted from the earth like the ribs of some massive, buried corpse. Wind screamed through the jagged pillars with a sound like tormented souls, carrying with it the acrid stench of brimstone. Orvin shifted uneasily on his shoulder, violet eyes scanning the shadows between the stone formations. The raven's feathers remained raised in permanent alarm, and through their bond Jack could feel his companion's deep unease. A low growl rumbled across the barren valley, deep enough to vibrate in Jack's chest. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the twisted stone in ways that made it impossible to pinpoint its source. Warning. High-level hostile approaching. Jack's hand moved instinctively to summon his spear, the familiar weight of the lightning spear materializing in his grip. "Show yourself," he called out, his voice carrying across the wasteland with more confidence than he felt. The response came as a shimmer in the superheated air above the black sand, like looking through water. Something massive was moving beneath the distortion, and when it finally stepped into view, Jack could see this monstrosity. The demon was enormous, easily 7 feet of raw, predatory power. Its skin was the color of fresh blood, stretched taut over cords of muscle that looked carved from stone by some mad sculptor. 2 black horns curved back from its skull like polished obsidian daggers. A barbed tail lashed the air behind it with lazy menace, each movement accompanied by a metallic whisper that set Jack's nerves on edge. Classification: low-grade demon. Warning: entity possesses supernatural agility and combat experience, but what truly unsettled Jack wasn't the demon's appearance. It was the intelligence in those burning eyes. This wasn't some mindless beast driven by hunger or rage. This was a predator that thought, planned, and adapted. Hunter that had been killing for far longer than Jack had been alive. Cho's mouth pulled into a grin that revealed rows of serrated teeth like broken glass. When Cho spoke, it sounded sophisticated. "How delightful. Young soul warden, wandering into my territory like a lost lamb." The casual sophistication of the demon's speech sent ice through Jack's veins. He'd expected snarls and roars, not the polished tones of something that might have once held court in Hell's hierarchies. Jack tightened his grip on the lightning spear, forcing steel into his voice even as his heart hammered against his ribs. "I'm here to hunt." Cho tilted its head, the gesture almost curious. "Hunt?" A laugh like breaking bells escaped its throat. "Oh, little warden, you misunderstand your role entirely." Those burning eyes fixed on Jack. "You are not the hunter here. You are the prey." In that moment, he realized just how completely he'd underestimated what he was facing. This wasn't going to be like fighting the creatures on the higher floors, beasts that relied on brute force and simple aggression. This was something that understood tactics, that could outthink him as easily as it could overpower him. Orvin launched skyward with a harsh cry of warning, his instincts screaming danger even as the demon's form blurred into motion. Jack reacted on pure reflex, channeling power into his most reliable attack. Arc blast activated blue lightning erupted from his fingertips, crackling with enough raw power to melt stone. The air split with a thunderclap that echoed off the canyon walls, and for a moment, Jack felt a surge of confidence. But Jack didn't hear any notification. He knew something was wrong. Cho simply wasn't there anymore. The demon moved with a fluid grace that defied physics, twisting aside so smoothly it looked like reality itself had bent to accommodate him. The lightning carved a molten scar into the black sand where he'd been standing, hissing and spitting as it cooled. Jack's eyes widened in shock. Nothing had ever dodged his arc blast before. The attack was too fast, too direct, yet this demon had avoided it as casually as stepping around a puddle. "Disappointing," Cho said, and his voice came from directly behind Jack. Terror flooded Jack's system as he spun, but he was already too late. The demon had closed the distance in the time it took Jack to blink, moving with speed that rendered his reflexes useless. Cho's fist, a crimson sledgehammer of bone, crashed into Jack's ribs with the force of a falling mountain. The impact was beyond pain. It was a universe of agony compressed into a single moment, a crushing blow that seemed to drive the very air from his lungs. Jack felt something give way inside his chest, ribs cracking under pressure that could have pulverized stone. The world tilted violently as he was hurled backward through the air like a broken doll. He hit the black sand hard, bouncing once before skidding across the abrasive surface in a cloud of dust and pulverized obsidian. Sharp fragments of volcanic glass sliced through his clothes and into his skin. Current HP, 128/600 warning. Severe injury sustained recommendation. Immediate evasive action required. The system notifications burned across his vision even as he fought to draw breath into lungs that felt like they'd been filled with broken glass. Every heartbeat sent fresh waves of agony through his shattered ribs, and he could taste blood in his mouth. It tasted metallic and warm, a reminder of just how quickly the tables had turned. This was nothing like the fights he'd won before. This was raw, overwhelming superiority meeting desperate inadequacy. Jack was learning the difference between facing beasts and facing true predators. Through the haze of pain and shock, one thought echoed in his mind with crystalline clarity. He was completely, utterly outmatched. In the frozen throne room, Ren's star-bright eyes tracked something only he could see. A thin smile played at the corners of his mouth. "You sent him the long way," Melania observed, her serpentine form coiled elegantly near the throne's base. Her emerald eyes glittered with curiosity as she watched the patriarch's expression. "There's an entrance to Malachi's castle, directly beneath your throne, isn't there?" Ren's smile widened, though his gaze never shifted from whatever distant vision held his attention. "Indeed there is." "Then why?" she pressed, genuine concern in her voice. "Why send the Soul Warden on a 500-day journey through nightmare-infested territories when he could reach the castle in minutes?" The ancient being's laugh was soft as winter wind through dead leaves. "Because, my dear Melania, power earned through struggle is the only power worth possessing." His star-bright eyes finally met hers, gleaming with ancient wisdom and patient cruelty. "The young warden must be forged in fire before he can hope to claim what waits in that castle. What use would Malachi's secrets be to someone too weak to survive their burden?" Melania's tail flicked with understanding, a gesture of grudging respect. "You're testing him." "I'm preparing him," Ren corrected gently. "The castle beneath us holds knowledge that could reshape the world or destroy it entirely. Such power demands a worthy inheritor." His gaze drifted back toward the distant east. 500 days will either break him completely or transform him into something magnificent. And if he dies in the process? Ren's expression didn't change, but something cold flickered behind his eyes. Then he was never worthy of Malachi's legacy to begin with. Jack spat a thick line of blood onto the black sand, each breath sending lightning bolts of agony through his shattered ribs. His vision swam at the edges, darkness creeping in like tide water. The taste of copper filled his mouth and he could feel his strength bleeding out with every heartbeat. Too fast. The world tilted dangerously. He was dying. In less than a minute, this demon had reduced him from a confident hunter to broken prey gasping in the sand. "Think, damn it. Think or you die, Jack." The system's chime cut through the ringing in his ears. "New skills available for purchase warning. Host vitals critically low immediate action recommended." Jack's heart hammered against his cracked ribs as he fought to focus through the haze of pain. The notification felt like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. Now perfect fucking timing. His hands shook as he mentally navigated the interface, black spots dancing across his vision. Every second counted. Every heartbeat brought him closer to collapse. Static orbs 25 skill points, arc reversal 25 skill points, thunder mantle 25 skill points, purchase confirmed. Remaining skill points 14. The skill descriptions flooded his consciousness in a desperate rush. Static orbs, summon 20 blue, electrically charged orbs scattered around the battlefield. Each detonates on contact with an enemy. Damage is determined by magic ×3. Last has a twam blast radius. Duration until triggered. Mana cost 45. Cooldown 60 seconds. Arc reversal. Reflect a physical or magical strike within a 0.1 second window, returning 100% of the damage plus magic ×1.5. Mana cost 60. Cooldown 60 seconds. Thunder mantle. Wreathe body and lightning plus 20% movement speed and damage, small chance to paralyze. Duration 200 seconds. Mana cost 40. Cooldown 1 hour. Jack's breath came in ragged gasps as he processed the information. The skills were good. If he used them correctly, he could win. If he messed up anything, he would die. Cho stalked forward through the settling dust cloud, his crimson form cutting through the haze. His grin had widened into something truly predatory, serrated teeth gleaming with saliva as he approached Jack. "Pathetic," the demon purred. "I don't understand why anyone fears soul wardens. You're nothing but a whelp grasping at power." Each word was like a slap to the face, But beneath the humiliation, something cold and calculating was taking root. The demon's arrogance, his casual approach, the way he savored Jack's suffering instead of finishing him quickly. "I'll make you regret not killing me while you had the chance." Jack forced his trembling fingers to clench into fists, tasting blood with every breath. "System, allocate stat points. Everything except magic to 50. Do it now." Warning, large stat expenditure detected. Confirm the purchase of 66 stat points, allocating 66 stat points. Current balance, 47 stat points remaining. The transformation began immediately. Power flooded through his broken body. His shattered ribs knitted themselves back together with audible cracks. Muscle fiber thickened and strengthened. His body felt lighter now. A fresh chime cut through his gasping breaths. Milestone reached. Balanced foundation. All core stats at 50 plus vitality conversion improved. Plus 25 HP per point instead of plus 15 additional bonuses will be unlocked for future milestones. The numbers cascaded across his vision like a waterfall of salvation. Jack Kaiser level 20, 29,910, over 35,000 class. Archmage level 5, 2,200 over 10,000. Jack pushed himself upright, no longer the broken figure bleeding in the sand. His body hummed with newfound vitality, every system operating at peak efficiency. The pain was still there, but distant now, manageable. Level everything evenly. That's the key. I wonder what will happen when everything reaches 100. Cho's head tilted curiously, those burning eyes narrowing as he sensed the shift in the air. The scent of power was unmistakable, electric and sharp. The demon's nostrils flared, and for the first time since the fight began, his casual confidence wavered. "Interesting," the demon murmured, his casual stride slowing to something more cautious. "Your flame burns brighter now, much brighter." His voice carried a note of genuine surprise, tinged with the first hint of respect. "Good. I prefer prey that struggles before the inevitable end." But there was something else in his voice now, the faintest note of uncertainty, quickly masked by renewed arrogance. His burning gaze swept over Jack's transformed form. Jack wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, his voice steady despite everything he'd just endured. The metallic taste was already fading as his body healed itself for the first time. "Let's see how you like this." Lightning began to hiss and crackle along Jack's arms like living serpents. Thunder mantle activate. Electricity erupted across his entire body in a violent, beautiful display of raw power. Blue lightning wreathed him like divine armor, each arc bright enough to cast harsh shadows on the sand. His muscles sang with enhanced strength, his reflexes sharpened. Static orbs activate. The air around Jack shimmered from the orbs. 20 faint spheres of compressed lightning materialized across the battlefield, their pale blue glow visible only to him. They spread in a careful pattern, some near, some far, all positioned to catch an unwary opponent off guard. Each orb pulsed faintly. For the first time since the fight began, Jack felt like he had a chance. Cho's sneer faltered for just an instant as he took in the transformation. The broken boy was gone, replaced by something that hummed with barely contained violence. But his arrogance quickly reasserted itself. "Impressive light show," the demon said, resuming his advance, "but tricks will not save you from." His words cut off as his foot came down on seemingly empty sand. The hidden orb detonated like a miniature star going nova. Blue light erupted in a blinding flash that turned the entire area white for a split second. The explosion tore through the air with a loud boom, sending up a massive spray of superheated sand and pulverized stone. When the light faded and the dust began to settle, Cho stood in a crater of melted glass, his perfect crimson skin charred and smoking. His expression had transformed from arrogant disdain to pure, undiluted shock. HP 20,821, over 22,000 for the first time in the fight. The demon staggered backward, his perfect composure finally cracking. Cho's voice had lost its polished confidence, each word cracking like thin ice under pressure. His burning eyes darted frantically around the battlefield, suddenly aware that the innocent-looking sand around him might be concealing dozens of invisible death traps. The casual arrogance that had defined his every movement was gone, replaced by the sharp alertness of a predator who had just realized he might not be at the top of the food chain after all. His perfect crimson skin bore a web of charred lines, where the explosion had caught him, and wisps of smoke still rose from his scorched flesh. For something that had seemed utterly invulnerable just moments before, the visible damage was a shocking reminder of mortality. "What sorcery is this?" the demon demanded, his cultured voice now carrying an edge of genuine concern. His tail lashed behind him with agitated violence, and his claws extended instinctively as his body prepared for a fight that was no longer the one-sided slaughter he had anticipated. Jack stood wreathed in lightning, every arc of electricity painting his face in stark relief. His smile was sharp as winter, carrying none of the fear that had defined him just moments before. The transformation was complete. "I'm going to kill you now," he said, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of someone who had just discovered exactly how much power coursed through his veins. Blue lightning hissed across Jack's skin as the thunder. Wreathed air vibrated with the low hum of his static orbs. Orvin circled overhead, a dark silhouette against the blood-red sky, violet eyes locked on the demon below. Cho's charred skin still smoked from the last detonation, crimson skin split and weeping dark blood. But the demon's grin returned, feral and mocking, though Jack could see the strain beneath it now, the way his breathing had deepened, the slight tension in his shoulders. "Not bad," Cho said, his cultured voice rougher now, edged with grudging respect. Before Jack could react, the demon scuffed a massive foot through the black sand, kicking up a swirling wall of grit and ash. The sudden storm of darkness swallowed sight, leaving Jack blind in a world of howling wind and stinging particles. Panic clawed at Jack's throat. In the darkness, every shadow could hide death. Every sound could be Cho closing in for the kill. Visual obstruction detected a rush of displaced air came from above, barely audible over the windstorm. Jack looked up through the swirling chaos. Cho vaulted high into the obscuring cloud, using the darkness to mask his movement. Muscles coiled like steel springs as he tried to clear the ring of invisible orbs entirely, his massive form arcing through the air. A shriek split the haze like a blade cutting stone. Corvin dove like a thunderbolt of pure shadow, wings folded tight against his body. "Corvin!" Shadow strike activated, the great raven slammed into Cho's chest mid-leap. Spectral talons raking deep furrows through demonic flesh. Dark blood sprayed in arcs as Corvin's strike found its mark with devastating precision. Cho HP 19,921 over 22,000. Cho's snarl of pain and fury echoed off the stone pillars as the impact sent him tumbling off balance. He crashed down hard, his perfect landing ruined, stumbling backward in exactly the direction Jack had hoped. One of Jack's hidden orbs detonated directly behind the demon, blue electricity, consuming the space where he stood. Cho HP 18,742 over 22,000. The blast hurled Cho forward in a shower of electric sparks and superheated sand. For the first time, the demon's perfect composure cracked completely, his cultured mask slipping to reveal the beast beneath. "You dare!" Cho's voice was a growl now, all pretense of sophistication burned away by pain and humiliation. Hellfire erupted between his claws, dancing flames that cast twisted shadows on his rage-contorted features. He spat a single word laced with rage. Jack blinked, confusion cutting through his focus. A basic spell, that's what he's going to do with that. But the inferno that erupted shattered every assumption Jack had about basic magic. A roaring sphere of flame, 6 meters across and blazing white-hot at its core, surged toward him like a miniature sun given malevolent purpose. The heat was so intense that sand turned to glass in its wake, the air itself seeming to catch fire. Warning. Extreme heat signature detected damage potential. Fatal terror spiked through Jack's chest as he threw himself sideways, every instinct screaming at him to move faster than humanly possible. Lightning crackled around his form as he teleported desperately. Once, twice, 3 times, dodging the searing death that melted everything it touched. The shockwave still caught him. A superheated explosion slamming into his ribs sent him tumbling across the sand. His cloak smoldered, edges blackened and smoked from the near miss. Before he could recover his footing, before he could even process what had happened, Cho materialized out of the heat like a demon stepping through the gates of hell itself. A crimson knee, hard as a battering ram, drove into Jack's gut with bone-crushing force. Air exploded from Jack's lungs in a painful rush, his body folding around the impact. The world went white at the edges as agony flooded his system. Cho followed instantly with a brutal headbutt. His skull made a sickening crack sound in the air. Jack's vision exploded into stars, then darkness, then blinding light again. Blood filled his mouth as he staggered. A heavy fist, moving with the force of a sledgehammer, smashed across his jaw and sent him spinning like a broken doll. Warning significant injury sustained, Jack hit the black sand hard, his thunder mantle sputtering and dimming as his concentration shattered. Every bone in his body felt like it was on fire, his vision swimming in and out of focus. Blood ran freely from his nose and split lip. This is it. This is how I die. The demon didn't relent. Cho kicked off the ground with an explosion of hellfire, flames jetting from his heels like demonic rockets. He launched himself skyward in a graceful arc, easily clearing Corvin's desperate attempt to intercept. In a blur of crimson motion, he descended like a falling meteor aimed straight for Jack's prone form. Jack rolled desperately, black sand filling his mouth and nose, but Cho still landed atop him with crushing weight. Razor-sharp claws dug deep into his shoulders, pinning him to the ground like a trapped rabbit. White-hot agony lanced through every nerve. He's going to tear my throat out, right here in the sand, and I can't do anything to stop it. But through the haze of pain and terror, Jack's mind crystallized around a single, desperate gamble. He thrust his hand outward, palm open as if commanding one of his unseen orbs. His movements were shaky and uncertain, a perfect imitation of desperation that wasn't entirely an act. Cho's burning eyes flicked to the gesture and he chuckled, a sound like breaking glass mixed with distant screams. Another pitiful trick. The demon drew back his fist, claws extending for what would certainly be the killing blow. An unseen static orb, positioned precisely where Jack had gambled it would be, exploded point-blank between them. Cho HP, 17,563 over 22,000. The blast hurled Cho sideways with tremendous force, tearing him off Jack and sending him crashing into a jagged pillar of stone. The ancient formation cracked and crumbled as the demon's body carved a crater into its surface. Before Cho could recover, before he could even process what had happened, Corvin shrieked an unearthly battle cry that seemed to come from the void itself. A living storm of spectral ravens erupted from the great bird's outstretched mouth, shadow shapes streaking across the battlefield in a lethal cloud of fury. Their eyes burned with violet fire. Their beaks gleamed like obsidian daggers forged in a nightmare. The swarm descended on Cho like the wrath of forgotten gods, spectral talons and beaks of pure darkness raking at crimson flesh relentlessly. Cho HP, 13,563 over 22,000. The demon's howl of pain and rage echoed across the wasteland as he whipped torrents of hellfire through the air in sweeping arcs, trying desperately to disperse the living storm that was shredding his skin. Jack pushed himself to his knees, chest heaving, every breath sending fresh spikes of agony through his battered ribs. Through their bond, he sent Corvin a pulse of desperate gratitude and a command to withdraw before Cho could. Retaliate. The great raven banked away with predatory grace, the shadow swarm dissolving into wisps of fading darkness that left only the echo of their violence behind. System, Jack thought, wiping blood from his split lip with a trembling hand. Why did Corvin's attack do so much less damage than it should have? Higher-class entities possess natural damage mitigation. Lower-rank attackers suffer 545% damage reduction against superior opponents. This prevents low-level entities from defeating high-level threats through numbers alone. Frustration cut through Jack's exhaustion like a knife. Then why doesn't my lightning get reduced the same way? Lightning magic is classified as a superior elemental affinity. Standard magical defenses offer limited resistance to superior elements. Only vastly stronger opponents or specialized defenses can significantly reduce lightning effectiveness. Continue increasing lightning magic potency if you wish to keep your damage up. So that was the key, raw, overwhelming power. Jack flexed his bloodied fingers, feeling the storm still crackling in his veins despite everything. If lightning cuts through their defenses like they're not even there, I just need more of it. More power. Cho staggered upright among the scattered stone debris, smoke and steam rising from dozens of wounds that painted his already crimson skin even darker. His perfect composure was completely shattered now, replaced by something primal and murderous that made the air itself seem to recoil. But Jack was already shifting gears, processing new possibilities even through the haze of pain. He spread his arms wide, feeling something he'd never noticed before, a connection to the remaining static orbs that felt like extensions of his own arm. It hit him like a bolt of his own lightning. He could control them, direct them, use them as more than just static traps. One by one, the glowing spheres stirred from their hidden positions, breaking free of their static formation and beginning to orbit the battlefield in a slow, deadly dance. Their soft electric hum swelled into a dangerous chorus that made the air itself vibrate with potential violence. Cho's burning gaze snapped frantically around the battlefield, trying to track the movement of forces he couldn't see but could definitely feel. For the first time since the fight began, genuine uncertainty flickered in those hellish eyes. Blue light flickered across Jack's bloodied and battered face. As he let the orbs spin faster, their orbital pattern becoming more complex, more unpredictable. Despite his injuries, despite the exhaustion threatening to drag him into unconsciousness, he smiled, sharp and cold as a dagger of black ice. The hunter had become the hunted, and they both knew it. Cho's burning eyes blazed brighter, pupils dilated with a mixture of pain and sadistic anticipation. His grin twisted with pure malice and genuine hatred for this stubborn mortal who refused to die like prey should. Enough games, the demon hissed, his once cultured voice now a guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself. Hellfire flared around his claws, the flames casting his scarred and bloodied features in stark, demonic relief. Each flicker of fire revealed new wounds from their prolonged battle, burns and seared flesh that painted his crimson skin even darker. Massive spheres of searing flame roared to life, each one the size of a small building and blazing with temperatures that could melt steel. They streaked across the black sand like miniature comets trailing destruction in their wake. Jack darted and teleported desperately, his agility pushed to its absolute limits. He dodged the barrage by mere inches. Sweat poured down his face, evaporating almost instantly in the superheated atmosphere. His muscles screamed from the constant strain of dodging attacks that could vaporize him in an instant. Cho weaved through the floating orbs with startling agility for something so large, his reflexes and centuries of combat experience allowing him to avoid the invisible traps with grace. Each near miss was calculated, each movement precise despite his mounting injuries. He was starting to feel where the orbs were. One orb finally caught him as he pivoted, detonating against his side in a shower of electric fury. Cho HP, 12,384 over 22,000, the demon's snarl of pain transformed into something far worse. A sound of pure, animalistic fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the canyon around them. His perfect composure, maintained even through their brutal exchange, finally shattered completely like glass under pressure. What emerged was the rage of a cornered beast who had been forced to acknowledge a mortal as a genuine threat. Without warning, Cho reached to his own shoulder and ripped away a slab of his crimson flesh. The wet, nauseating, tearing sound echoed off the stone pillars, accompanied by the splash of dark blood hitting the sand. Sinew stretched and snapped audibly as he peeled away skin and muscle with the casual brutality of someone removing a bandage. Jack's stomach lurched violently, bile rising in his throat. Just watching something mutilate itself with such purpose made every instinct scream in revulsion. What the hell? His voice cracked with a mixture of horror and disbelief. Cho held the bloody, dripping scrap of his own flesh in his palm, dark blood streaming down his arm in rivulets that hissed when they hit the superheated sand. His burning eyes never left Jack's face, drinking in the human's disgust with sadistic satisfaction. He brought the gore to his lips and blew across it like extinguishing a candle. The skin ignited instantly, transforming into glowing embers that spun into the air like burning autumn leaves caught in a hellish wind. Those cinders scattered across the battlefield, and then Jack realized with growing horror what was happening. His static orbs began exploding one after another, in violent chain reactions, triggered by the flaming fragments of demonic flesh. Electric blue flashes tore through the twilight air, each detonation destroying another of Jack's carefully positioned traps. Static orbs remaining, 9. He figured out how to neutralize them, Jack realized with a cold spike of dread. This demon is too smart. A new roar split the superheated air, deeper and more menacing than before. The ground beneath their feet convulsed violently. Cracks spider webbed across the obsidian sand as hellish energy built beneath the surface. A wall of flame 10 meters high and 10 meters wide erupted from the earth, surging forward like a tsunami of destruction. The heat was so intense that Jack's exposed skin felt like it was burning even from a distance. Jack's pulse hammered against his throat. He had no time to hesitate. Playing defensively would only let Cho control the fight completely. He snapped his will toward the remaining orbs, sending them spinning to new positions as he made a desperate gambit. Instead of retreating, he sprinted directly at the advancing wall of death. Lightning crackled across his body as he dove straight toward the inferno, teleporting at the last possible second. Jack's heart leaped with desperate hope. 2 orbs hit him while he was casting. Maybe I can. but his moment of satisfaction evaporated like smoke as a dark pulse of warning shot through his bond with Corvin. The sensation was like ice water flooding his veins, his companion's terror bleeding through their connection. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. It was too late to change course. Joe was waiting exactly where Jack had teleported, positioned with the precision of someone who had fought countless desperate opponents before. The demon's intelligence was terrifying. He'd used the fire wave not just as an attack, but as an elaborate setup for this perfectly timed ambush. His burning eyes held the satisfaction of a chess master who had just delivered checkmate. A blazing fireball already spun in the demon's clawed hand, compressed hellfire rotating with lethal intent. No time to dodge. No room to maneuver. The trap had been perfectly laid and expertly sprung. The sphere of destruction erupted toward Jack like a cannon shell loaded with the concentrated fury of hell itself. Desperation flooded Jack's system as he slashed the air with his hand, every instinct screaming at him to do something, anything. Lightning flared around his hand, the skill activating with a crackle of displaced energy, but he'd misjudged the timing by a crucial split second. His panic had made him trigger the ability too early, and the reflection window snapped closed just as the fireball struck him with devastating force. The explosion hit him like a battering ram made of pure flame. Jack HP, 79/1875 critical condition. Immediate healing required. Agony obliterated all thought. Jack's world became nothing but fire and pain as he staggered, flames eating through his armor and searing his flesh. The smell of his own burning skin filled his nostrils, his vision blurred, consciousness threatening to slip away entirely. Through the haze of pain, he could see Cho advancing for the killing blow, crimson form wreathed in triumph and hellfire. Orvin's shriek of desperate fury cut through the roar of flames. The great raven dove like a bolt of lightning, spectral talons clamping onto Jack's arm and wrenching him skyward in a frantic rescue attempt. Wind screamed past as Corvin beat his wings, hauling Jack's broken body up and away from the fire-choked battlefield below. Jack dangled limply in his companion's grip, every breath sending fresh waves of agony through his burned and battered form. His vision flickered between consciousness and darkness, the ground spinning sickeningly far below. This is it. I'm going to die here and there's nothing I can do about it. Get down here, I'm not done with you. Then, through the fog of pain and despair, a voice whispered through his mind. The tone was deep and resonant. Ancient beyond measure, Jack. Repeat after me.